Chapter 1193. All the elves' gazes were gathered on the sky above the silver moon immortal capital. Every elf knew that the seemingly transparent sky was actually enveloped by an extremely firm barrier. This was the central area of the silver moon immortal capital, and it was also the place where the barrier was the strongest. Even a powerful superpower house would not be able to easily break through the barrier. However, the pillar of light from the silver cloud descended effortlessly. For a moment, the atmosphere became tense. Before Span, Chilanya, and Tulsa, these demigod powerhouses, could make a move, the light beam had already fallen on the ground, and 3 figures appeared. 2 men and 1 woman. In front of him was a burly man with golden hair and a white robe. Behind him stood a man and a woman, both wearing white robes. Their facial features were slightly blurred. The man's gaze was indifferent, while the woman's eyes were closed. The 3 of them gave the elves an unfathomable feeling, especially the man and woman behind them. Their bodies exuded an indescribable, invisible pressure. Just looking at them made them feel as if they were prostrating themselves. Camel. Chilanya blurted out. The elves were all shocked. So it turned out to be the strongest peak demigod, the 8-winged angel of the holy mountain of light Camel. The tall and sturdy man at the forefront slightly nodded. Miss Chilanya. Chilanya glanced at the man and woman at the back and vaguely guessed what was going on. She was even more shocked in her heart, but she still maintained a calm tone and said, "Your Excellency Camel, the sacred mountain, and the silver moon immortal have always had a friendly relationship. Right now, it's the most sacred new moon sacrifice of the elves. Don't you think it's too disrespectful for the 3 of you to directly barge into the barrier? Please forgive my rudeness." Camel apologized, but his tone was not apologetic at all. "Allow me to introduce you to the 2 supreme angels of the holy mountain of light, Lord Gabriel and Lord Raphael." This introduction shocked the entire city. 2 of the 3 most powerful pseudo-gods on the surface, the 3 angels of the holy mountain of light, had actually come. Such a powerful being could no longer be defeated by sheer numbers. If he had come with enmity, then none of the elves would have been spared. Elves' new moon ceremony. Raphael glanced around with an indifferent expression. His gaze swept past Lilia and stopped at Alice for a while. They actually invited a guest with such a strong dark aura? One of them was a black dragon, and the other should be demons. Could it be that the elves have already surrendered to the devil realm? As soon as he said that, the crowd was in an uproar, and all eyes were focused on Lalalia and Alice. Altani was shocked when she heard that the elven girl beside her was a black dragon. She wanted to stay away from Lolly, but the half-elf shook her head and signaled her to calm down. Michelle was also stunned. She stared blankly at her new best friend, Alice. That arrow. Raphael's attention was suddenly attracted by the arrow on the ground that had destroyed the mystic moon bow and torn the barrier apart. As if he had seen something unbelievable, he was slightly moved. That part of the arrow's tail. Could it be Michael's wings? Gabriel, who had kept his eyes shut all this time, spoke up. The elves were shocked. Once again, the arrow that Farlar called a demonic weapon was actually made from the wings of the head of the 3 angels, Michael. No wonder it had such power. Michael's feathers are rare. They only play a supporting role. The arrow was in the hands of a person in the blink of an eye. The voice was full of mockery. "Raphael, if it were your feathers, I wouldn't even be interested." The elves, who were already numb from the shock, were stunned once again. Someone dared to speak to the supreme angel Raphael like that. This person was the blasphemer that Elder Farlar wanted to take down. Raphael was shocked. He had not noticed this person's existence before. Even the little girl who had noticed the faint dark aura behind this person. This was not a simple oversight, but a manifestation of a special power. What shocked Raphael the most was the appearance of this elf. "It's you." Raphael could no longer maintain his calm. This face, no matter what, was not something he could forget. During the ceremony of the Holy Sun, this person had fooled everyone, including Raphael. In the end, he had escaped with the female demons from Raphael's hands. A few years later, this person had come to the Holy Mountain, and in that 10-minute battle, Raphael had almost died at his hands. This person was not just Arthur, but also him. Gabriel was also slightly moved. "You're actually here." In the face of such rude provocation, the two supreme angels actually didn't do anything. Their tone and attitude weren't as arrogant as before. Instead, it was a tone of equality. This meant that the elf had the same level of strength as them. A peak false god, apart from the mysterious legendary prophet. When did the elite race have such a peerless expert? Farler's face suddenly became extremely pale. He had just said that he would take down a peak false god. "I'm just a guest invited to participate in the New Moon Festival." Chinrue laughed, and his appearance quickly changed from elf to Arthur's original appearance. At the same time, Lalalia and Alice disappeared, taken into the star-conferring platform. After all, his opponents were Gabriel and Raphael. Even Lalalia could not withstand the impact of the battle, let alone Alice. So this person was not an elf. The elves looked at each other. The feather of the arrow was indeed made from Michael's wings. It was stolen during the battle between Michael and Ben Hong when he first met Michael. In addition to Michael's wings, the arrow was made from various rare materials, including branches of the tree of nature. At that time, Chinrue wanted to make a divine artifact, but it did not achieve the effect he had imagined. In the end, he made this arrow that was far better than the average quasi-divine artifact and had a special domain break attribute. This arrow had a special penetrative ability to all countries or domains. If not for the half-elves' weak strength, the previous arrow could have completely destroyed the competition's boundary, and Pang Luo would have been really dead. Humph. The invited guest needs to pretend to be an elf? Raphael sneered. "But I'm not interested in your purpose in coming here. It's good that I ran into you. It's time to settle the score between us." Chinrue's simple words had misled Raphael's judgment of the elves. He smiled. "How do you want to settle the score? Let me give you a friendly reminder. If you're alone, it's definitely not enough." Raphael looked back at Gabriel. "Gabriel, this is a critical time. Let's attack together and take him down." These words moved all the elves. The dignified supreme angel Raphael had publicly proposed to join forces with Gabriel and gather the power of two peak pseudo-gods to deal with this mysterious powerhouse. The most shocked were Queen Liv, Rambus, and Chi Lanya. In their impression, although Chinrue had the power of a pseudo-god, he could barely escape from Raphael. But now Raphael's attitude showed that Chinrue's strength was already on par with him, or even stronger. He's actually a peak pseudo-god. Queen Liv smiled bitterly. It would be great if he was really an elf, with such a powerhouse and the legendary prophet Elusier. Even if the elves did not have any other ambitions, they could at least enjoy a truly peaceful life under the protection of such a powerhouse. Of course, the three supreme angels were still somewhat afraid of Elusier. If not for the legendary prophet, the elves would have long been extinct. Rambus looked at Chinrue, who was talking and laughing calmly in front of the two peak pseudo-gods, and slowly lowered her gaze. No one knew what she was thinking. Before Gabriel could answer Raphael's proposal, the female elf behind Chinrue suddenly stepped forward. The elves did not feel anything, but Raphael and Gabriel only felt a strong aura rushing toward them. Camel, who was not the target, could not withstand it and flew backward. When he landed, he lost his balance and fell, his body involuntarily trembling. A peak pseudo-god. Raphael's expression changed slightly and he blurted out, "Not Ben Hong." Gabriel's eyes were closed, but she could see everything clearly. The two supreme angels were shocked at the same time. Beside him, besides Ben Hong, there was actually another peak pseudo-god. Judging from this strength alone, it was already enough to face the holy mountain of light head-on. "Let me do it." Chen Rui's voice sounded, and behind the fairy mist long shone purple starlight. The magnificent and elegant armor exuded power and temperament, making the elves who loved beautiful things even more awed and at the same time fell for it. Okay. Rala nodded obediently, held Chinrue's hand, and stepped back. In fact, she was secretly gathering power, ready to help her lover and protect the elves, including her father at any time. You don't want help? Are you planning to fight 1 against 2? Raphael saw through Chinrue's plan. 12 white wings appeared behind his back, and the armor of faith covered his whole body. Although this is what I want, I still have to give you 2 words. Don't know your own strength. Chinrue did not bicker with Raphael. He just walked step by step. Psychological tactics and whatnot were important, but the real decisive factor was absolute strength. With every step he took, the starlight behind him became brighter. What Raphael did not expect was that the starlight not only locked onto him, but also to Gabriel. Is he really going to fight 1 against 2? Wait a minute. This move, at this moment, the vast and boundless galaxy behind Chinrue had clearly appeared in everyone's sight. In the galaxy, there were 20 particularly eye-catching constellations, emitting a particularly bright light. This scene could be said to be fresh in Raphael's memory, and his expression suddenly changed. He actually used the most terrifying ultimate move right from the start. The momentum of this move was clearly stronger than the last time in the gladiator arena. With such power, even the near-undying body of light might not be able to withstand it. What shocked Raphael was still to come. The constellations began to slowly overlap, and on his opponent's body, the momentum that he thought had reached the limit once again increased by a large margin. This kind of terrifying momentum, even if Michael used Radiant's forgiveness with all his strength, he would still be left in the dust. This person is too dangerous. How long has it been? And his strength has already risen to such a level. Chapter 1194. The entire Silver Moon immortal capital was trembling, and cracks had already appeared on the invisible enchantment nearby. The elves felt the irresistible power, and all of them were horrified. Was this the power of the most powerful being? It's too terrifying. Even a demigod like Chi Lanya could only stand in place, unable to do anything. Gabriel and Raphael's bodies had been involuntarily pushed back bit by bit under this power. A silver staff appeared in Raphael's hand, and he tried his best to release his power and aura, but he could not stop his retreat. He became more and more shocked. His aura actually suppressed 2 peak pseudo-gods in one fell swoop. Chi Lanya, Tulsa, and the others were also shocked. It turned out that Chinrue was not exaggerating when he said that he could fight against 2 peak pseudo-gods. Wait a minute. Gabriel's closed eyes slowly opened, and his retreating body suddenly stopped. The approaching starlight was quickly disintegrated. This was the special power of the Saint Battle Heart. Break all laws. However, after the starlight disintegrated, it condensed again, showing no signs of weakening. Gabriel did not use his faith armor or weapon, and said solemnly, I admit that your power growth rate has exceeded our expectations, but I don't want to fight meaningless battles. This time we came to the immortal capital of Silver Moon not to find trouble with the elves or an old friend, like you, but to visit another old friend. If you insist on fighting, then I have nothing to fear. Old friend. Chinrue glanced at Gabriel and was silent for a moment. Finally, he slowly retracted the power of the celestial star mirror, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. What a coincidence! I also came here to see an old friend. You also came to visit that old friend? Gabriel's eyes narrowed slightly. Your memory, Chinrue shook his head. There has never been a problem with my memory, but whether there is a problem with the person you mentioned, I don't know. Gabriel frowned. What do you mean by that? Chinrue shook his head. I can answer you with certainty. From the beginning, you and many others have recognized the wrong person. Humph. You're lying to yourself. Gabriel's slender eyebrows arched. I don't have time for this. Chinrue could not be bothered to explain further, so he changed the topic. What is your motive for barging into the Silver Moon immortal capital? Why do you think we need to answer you? Raphael interrupted with a sneer. Why don't you tell us why you're here? It's a pity, Chinrue spread his hands. That prophet has already sealed off the psychedelic forest and will not see any visitors. Gabriel's silver-red eyes flashed. Apart from deceiving yourself, sometimes people can't help themselves, can they? It seems so. Chinrue shrugged. Let's wait and see. Trying to use us to break through Alusier's sealing power. Raphael sneered disdainfully. That's not like you. As I said, I am me, and that person is that person. But since we're going to visit this old friend, why don't we go together? Chinrue was actually worried about the ice Ganoderma. If Gabriel and Raphael forced their way into the psychedelic forest and affected the ice Ganoderma, then all their efforts would be in vain. The sudden arrival of Raphael and Gabriel was indeed unexpected. Although Lilia's dragon's transformation was magical, it certainly could not deceive the eyes of a peak false god. Raphael, who had the power of light, was very sensitive to the power of darkness. Even Alice, who had the power of Rala, was detected. However, Rala's power was not to be underestimated. Raphael's perception of Alice was actually quite weak, and the identity of the demons was more of a guess. This time, the two peak false gods directly passed through the barrier and entered the immortal capital of Silver Moon. It was probably because the elves were holding the New Moon Festival and did not receive guests. But the two coming together also showed the importance the Church of Light attached to the legendary prophet. Back then, the three angels wanted to destroy the tree of nature that was infected by the abyss, but they were afraid of Alusier and gave up. This showed that Alusier's strength should be equivalent to the three angels, perhaps even superior to them. Together? Alone with us? Raphael glanced at Zola. To be honest, with the strength that he displayed just now, in addition to this mysterious woman, even if he and Gabriel had some kind of secret technique that could combine their attacks, they might not be a match for him. Is one person not enough? Chinrue smiled slightly, showing strong confidence. Raphael snorted coldly. Gabriel pondered for a moment and closed his eyes again. Obviously, he agreed to this proposal. Chinrue turned around and tilted his head to Queen Liv. Your Majesty, beautiful elven queen, I'm sorry to come at this time without an invitation. Now, I and these two old friends would like to visit the legendary prophet of the elves. I wonder if your Majesty would allow it? With Chinrue's strength, these words were just to give Queen Liv and the elves a way out. At the same time, he deliberately drew a clear line between himself and the elves in front of the two supreme angels. After all, Alice was seen through, and the demons were involved. Once it was spread that the immortal capital of Silver Moon colluded with the demon realm, then the elves would become the public enemy of the surface world. Queen Liv understood the meaning of this and bowed slightly. Of course, it is an honor for the elves to have you come to the immortal capital of Silver Moon. However, Lady Alusier has indeed closed the psychedelic forest. If you want to see the prophet, you can only go there on your own. Chinrue nodded and did not say much. He glanced at Gabriel and Raphael lightly and walked in the direction of the psychedelic forest. His footsteps seemed very ordinary, and his speed was not fast, but others could not see the rhythm of his walk. Instead, there was a strange feeling that when Chinrue did not move, the surrounding environment was automatically retreating. Space. Raphael's pupils contracted slightly. It does feel a little bit like that. Compared to the power of Michael's space, it is mysterious. However, it should be far from the level of power. Gabriel's senses were quite clear. This was indeed a new power that Chinrue had comprehended through the Tower of Glory that contained the profound meaning of space. It was more like a prototype. A shallow demonstration. Raphael said disdainfully, but he became more and more vigilant. This enemy's strength was growing too fast. If this continued, it would not be long before he was completely no match for him. He had to find a way to get rid of him, quickly. Gabriel said no more and walked forward. Raphael walked side by side, while Camel stayed where he was. The purpose of Raphael and Gabriel bringing Camel to the immortal capital of Silver Moon was self-evident: to deter the elves. After the battle at the Tree of Nature, the elves no longer had any peak demigod powerhouses. The strongest was Chi-Lanya, who was a mid-stage demigod. As long as the two supreme angels held Elusier back, Camel's peak demigod strength would be enough to suppress all the super powerhouses of the elves. However, before he had even seen Elusier, an enemy who could rival the two supreme angels had suddenly appeared. Moreover, there was also a mysterious woman at the peak of the false god realm. Camel, who should have been invincible, had completely become a side character. Camel could clearly feel that he was being locked on by an invisible force, constantly suppressing his soul. He felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles, and the source was that mysterious woman. Now that he could not leave or stay, the eight-winged angel, who was known as the strongest demigod, was soon breaking out in a cold sweat. In fact, Camel did not know that this peak demigod powerhouse who made him shudder was actually the projection of the mid-stage demigod woman who was easily defeated by his judgment spear in the Battle of the Holy Sun ceremony. It was not that the fairy Miss Long did not hold a grudge, but she was now a peak demigod, and there was no point in bullying a small fry like Camel. Of course, she would not let Camel off too easily either. After Queen Liv and Rambus left the arena, the elves gradually dispersed. Several peak powerhouses arrived and confronted each other, making the previous incident with the half-elves seem to be no big deal. Furthermore, many elves already knew that the half-elves were the servants of the super powerhouse who was fighting against the two supreme angels, so they naturally put away their unnecessary thoughts. Now that Tylos and Altani were standing behind Rala, although many elves looked at them with unfriendly gazes, no one dared to make a sound. No matter what, after so many things had happened, the New Moon Festival still had to be held as usual. However, the relaxed and cheerful atmosphere from before was no longer there, and every elf felt a heavy pressure in their hearts. Michelle seemed to be in low spirits, not because of the psychological pressure from the powerhouses, nor was it because of the deep thoughts caused by the archery competition, but because of Alice. Although she had not known Alice for a long time, they could be described as old friends at first sight. This companion of similar age and personality was no less important to the little elf princess than Richard and Blanche. However, she did not expect that Alice was actually demons. The legendary cruel and dark demon realm would have a world war with the surface every 500 years. Did Alice come from that terrifying world? Then, what about her new brother? Michelle. A familiar voice rang out, giving the little elf princess a shock. Alice. As expected, the person who had appeared behind her was Alice. Michelle hurriedly looked left and right, then pulled Alice behind a tree. You should go back to Sister Rala. Don't worry, brother and sister are both very powerful, especially after they displayed their abilities just now. No one would dare to harm me. Alice shook her head. Furthermore, I am just a projection now. My real body has been stored in Brother's special world. Even if the projection disappears, nothing will happen, but there is a time limit. That's good. Michelle heaved a sigh of relief. Alice realized that Michelle did not seem to be particularly resistant, so she probed. You don't blame me? Michelle? Blame you? I didn't tell you my identity before. Alice lowered her head. I am the princess of the fallen angel empire of the demon realm, Alice Lucifer. So you are the princess of the demon realm. Actually, I didn't tell you the truth. Empress Liv is my mother, and I am the little princess of the elf race, Michelle said nervously. Can we still be friends? We are not ordinary friends. We are partners. Seeing the anticipation in the little elf princess eyes, Alice perked up. Yes, partners. Michelle jumped up happily and held onto Alice's hand tightly. Actually, I am also a little princess. It's just that my sister became the empress, so I became the first princess of the empire. Now I am even a lord. Wow, lord! Can you tell me what's fun in the demon realm? Of course! The two Lolas quickly regained their previous liveliness and started chatting again. Chapter 1195. Chun, Rue, Gabriel, and Raphael walked all the way to the outskirts of the psychedelic forest. Just like the last time, the psychedelic forest was a ring-shaped forest. There was a stone road at the entrance that led directly to the faintly visible hut in the forest. The last time he came to the psychedelic forest, Chinrue had the green leaf badge that Finoa had given him. Apart from the test where Alucier had instructed Chi-Lanya to transform into the Abyssal Witch, he had not encountered any obstacles or abnormalities. Chinrue stopped in his tracks. His current strength was no longer comparable to before. Even though the scenery was the same as before, even without using the polar transformation, he could feel the special aura faintly emanating from the psychedelic forest. That aura gave him a sense of danger. This feeling was something he had not felt before when he had the green leaf badge. No wonder even the three angels were afraid of Alucier. It seemed like acting as an uninvited guest this time would not be easy. Raphael, who was behind him, also stopped. What, you don't dare to go? Of course. Chinrue would not fall for this kind of provocation. He turned back and smiled. A little, Raphael said contemptuously. You actually have a time when you are afraid of death. Of course. Only those who are afraid of death understand the preciousness of life. If even death is ignored, then life and everything else are not worth mentioning. What is the point of living like that? Raphael could not find the words to refute for a moment. He only sneered and walked forward, as if mocking someone's fear with his actions. Just as Raphael took a few steps forward, the scenery of the forest in front of them had changed. The ring-shaped forest slowly twisted and turned into a gray haze. The originally hidden aura suddenly burst out, and that kind of deterrence increased more than tenfold. If the previous danger was still vague, then it was undoubtedly obvious now. For a moment, Chinrue's hair stood on end, and even his thoughts were almost frozen. Chinrue's pupils contracted slightly. This extremely threatening feeling gave him a feeling that was no less than the elemental interface to the 6 major elementalists. Is it Alucier's own power, or is it caused by the entire illusory forest? What a deceptive illusion! Raphael narrowed his eyes and continued to walk forward. Gabriel closed her eyes and followed behind Raphael. Although the two of them appeared to be very calm on the surface, there was some kind of special, tacit understanding in their footsteps. It was as if they were in a formation that was connected from the front to the back and could deal with all kinds of unexpected situations at any time. After all, Alucier was not someone to be trifled with. Although it was said that this legendary prophet's life force was close to exhaustion, as long as he was not dead, he should not be underestimated. Aren't you afraid of death? Gabriel sensed that Chinrue was already behind him. I am indeed afraid of death, but compared to death, there are some things that are more important, Chinrue said calmly. If I lose these things, I would rather choose to face death. Your choice. Gabriel stopped and suddenly turned around. The silver-red eyes that had been accumulating power had actually opened. Chinrue's first reaction was to immediately cast the polar transformation. However, there was no murderous intent in those eyes. Instead, there was another strange feeling, an indescribable feeling. There was a hint of indescribable sadness. Gabriel stared into his eyes and seemed to want to say something more. In the end, she closed her eyes, turned her head, and continued to follow Raphael. Chinrue was a little puzzled by Gabriel's attitude, but Gabriel obviously regarded him as another person. He was just about to explain this problem when he suddenly found that Gabriel and Raphael's data in analytical eyes had disappeared. With the speed and distance of the two, they should be right in front. Why did they suddenly disappear? Chinrue felt that the surrounding breath was getting more and more terrifying. His soul began to tremble slightly, and it might collapse at any time. He immediately cast the purple polar transformation without hesitation. After the polar transformation was cast, the pressure was indeed reduced a lot, but the warning sign in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. Chinrue suddenly found that there was something in his hand. He looked down, and it turned out to be a mobile phone. He seemed to have seen this mobile phone somewhere. From the appearance, it was not a magic mobile phone that he made in this world. There was no brand logo, just a camera. Chinrue suddenly remembered something, and his face suddenly changed. This mobile phone turned out to be the one he picked up before he crossed over. It was really because of this mobile phone that his soul came to the strange world, and his life changed dramatically. Why did this mobile phone suddenly appear? Chinrue's breathing became a little heavy. He thought quickly in his heart, and he finally pressed the power switch. There was no expected confirm prompt, and there was no welcome to the super system box. There was just a familiar boot tone. Chinrue suddenly widened his eyes because he found that the star armor covering his arm disappeared out of thin air. Not only his arm, but all the star armor disappeared. There was a set of sportswear on his body, and it seemed to be a familiar brand on Earth. Illusion. Why is there no corresponding prompt in the super system? Chinrue's mind moved, and he found that even the super system couldn't sense him. The power of the pseudo-god level was also lost, and he was just an ordinary person. Is it because of this deceptive mobile phone? Or is it some kind of illusion that made my consciousness completely fall into it? Chinrue. A familiar voice sounded with a bit of sternness. Chinrue took a closer look, and it was actually Tiffany. Wait a minute, what's that expression? Hatred? It can't be my Tiffany. Especially when she is alone, isn't she cute or shy? Also, the clothes she is wearing are actually some kind of school uniform. Tiffany. Call me Tiffany, or the head of the student union's discipline inspection department. Tiffany looked at him coldly. Don't forget that this is a school. Discipline inspection department. Head. Chinrue's eyes widened. That look of pretending to be stupid is disgusting. Tiffany's expression looked particularly disgusted. I just want to tell you that although I was forced to make an engagement with you because of my family, you will definitely not succeed. I will not marry a scumbag like you even if I die. Just wait and see. Scumbag? Family? What kind of god is this? Chinrue was suddenly stunned. Only then did he realize that he was in front of a building and there were people constantly coming and going around. Judging from the structure, it should be a teaching building. When Chinrue was in a daze, Tiffany had already turned around and left. Interesting. Chinrue took a deep breath and regained his calmness. What kind of world is this? Tiffany's identity actually became the head of the student union's discipline inspection department. This is clearly an illusion made by Illusion. Obviously, the person who created this illusion was extremely powerful. At least in terms of the soul. It was already above Chinrue, luring his spirit to be completely immersed in it, unable to produce other consciousness. It was like a cage of thoughts, so he couldn't enter the super system or use his ability. From this point, it could be seen that Illusion's strength, at least on the spiritual level, was far beyond imagination, but even the so-called prophet couldn't possibly know his biggest secret. The super system's mobile phone, including these characters that appeared later, should be automatically generated by the illusion based on some kind of reflection in his heart. In any case, Chinrue was still trapped in this illusion, but no matter how brilliant the skill was, it was impossible to be flawless. Chinrue had experienced the refined mind of the super system and defeated the inner demon, like Shura, so he was no stranger to this kind of spiritual battle. As long as he found the flaw, he could break the shackles and truly restore himself. Before that, he must maintain a firm willpower and not be confused by the illusion. Let's see if there are any more interesting things in this illusion. It's like entering a time travel novel. Chenrue simply put down the burden in his heart and walked forward calmly. Chenrue, why are you still here? Brother and the others are waiting for you. It was another familiar voice. Chenrue looked back, and it was another beautiful girl dressed as a junior. She had long silver hair, and one pupil was silver, and the other was red. Gabriel. Although Chenrue was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. Why don't you call me Tessanil? Gabriel's face blushed. Her shy and moving appearance made Chenrue simply unbelievable. Is this still Gabriel? She should be Kia or Isabella in Gabriel's appearance. Let's go. Brother and the others are waiting for us at the basketball court. You're the only one left. Gabriel pulled Chenrue's arm and hurried down the stairs. Just as Chenrue expected, this was a scene of a university campus, but most of the people walking around were Westerners. There were quite a number of spectators gathered around the open-air basketball court. Chenrue saw the two most familiar faces on the court at first glance, Paglio and Lomont. These two guys were actually shooting. In this kind of inner reflection illusion, the more familiar the person was, the easier it was to find the flaws to break the illusion. Therefore, Chenrue wasn't panicked. Moreover, playing basketball with these two guys in this script was also a different experience. Chenrue immediately walked forward. You too. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Paglio looked at him with a cold smile. Chenrue was startled. This attitude doesn't look good. Lomont took off from outside the three-point line, and the ball drew a beautiful arc in the air. After he landed, he looked at Chenrue with disdain. If you admit defeat, then there's no need to play today. From now on, if you see Athena, stay away from her. Athena? Chenrue was shocked. This was too much. Another tall man walked over to the court. He took the ball from Paglio and hit it with a half-hook shot from outside the three-point line. More? Even though he knew it was an illusion, when Chenrue saw this face, his heart still skipped a beat. Do I know you that well? Moore glanced at him indifferently, his eyes filled with disdain. Chenrue, come warm up. The game is about to start. A voice came from behind. Chenrue turned to look at the other side of the court. Someone was waving at him. Michael and Raphael. Chenrue looked at Gabriel, who walked to his side, and pointed at Michael and Raphael with a pained expression. This is your brother? Michael is my brother, and Raphael is my brother's classmate. What's wrong with you today? Gabriel touched Chenrue's forehead with concern. Thank goodness you don't have a fever. Let's go. F***CK. Chenrue clenched his fists. Damn Elusier, what kind of plot is this? Chapter 1196. Although he was shocked by this plot, Chenrue still maintained a considerable degree of calmness. This world gave Chenrue a very real feeling. The mental power displayed by Illusion was clearly superior to his, so he could not force himself out of the illusion. However, there was no perfect existence in this world, and this illusory world was the same. What really worked was the entire mental frame of the illusory power. As for these acquaintances, they were just illusions projected by the mental frame. If it were someone else who entered this place, the missions and events they experienced would definitely be different. But no matter how it changed, the basic framework that constructed this world would not change. As long as the key point was grasped, one could break out of the situation and completely shatter these illusions. The best way was to integrate into this illusion and then find the key point. Don't get distracted. Raphael shouted and stepped forward in time to block Paglio, who had just broken through Chenrue with the ball. Because of Raphael's defense, Lomont, who had originally been defending himself, was now unguarded. Paglio immediately passed the ball to Lomont. Lomont jumped up without hesitation. Michael, who had been leaning on Moore, immediately rushed up to block. After Lomont jumped up, he did not shoot. Instead, he passed the ball to Moore under the basket. There was no defender in front of Moore, and he easily put the ball in the basket. The students, watching the game, suddenly applauded. "Are you all right?" Michael patted Chenrue on the shoulder. "Why are you a little distracted? That woman is a small matter. But some of these guys dared to take the initiative to pick a fight. We must let them know how good we are. Focus and don't lose to these guys. Brothers? Okay." Chenrue suppressed the strange feeling in his heart and nodded. Although Chenrue was a semi-otaku in his previous life, he had always been a basketball enthusiast. However, his ability was very average. He loved to watch the NBA with a few of his buddies, and then they would criticize the game and brag about it. It was as if those superstars were rookies and he was much better than them. In this illusion, he did not have the strength of a pinnacle semi-god, but his perception and motor abilities were quite outstanding among ordinary people. If his combat power in his previous life on Earth was compared to the combat power of 5 trash, his current combat power might be between 80 to 90. The score became 1-0. Lomont started to serve again. Paglio received the ball and easily broke through Chenrue again. Just when the poison dragon jumped up to shoot decisively, a hand appeared above and slapped the ball out of bounds. It was Chenrue. Chenrue grinned. "Little guy, have you thought about me? The hot pot is for you." The opportunity to compete with the poison dragon in basketball was considered unique. Since he still couldn't find the flaw in this illusion, he might as well enjoy it. Paglio snorted and ran over to serve again. Although this hot pot was beautifully covered, the applause was sparse. It formed a sharp contrast with Paglio's team's previous score. Chenrue looked at the direction of the applause, and there was a lot of sweat on his forehead. In addition to Tessanir, there were a few familiar faces. Satan, Ben Hong, Abaddon, Charlie. Satan even whistled. Well, even Tiffany can become an enemy, and Michael can become a best friend. In this collapsing world, what else can't be accepted? At least Sister Ben Hong is still on my side. The game continued. Although Paglio's team worked hard and had the support of most of the audience, Chenrue's team was still more skilled. They finally won the game, 10-6. The 3 strongest people in the sports department are just SOSO. If I knew this earlier, I wouldn't have used my full strength. I would have played with you guys more. Raphael took a sip of his drink and looked at the 3 people on the opposite side contemptuously. His ability to attract hatred was not inferior to the other world. Paglio's face was livid. He pulled Lomont, who was about to come up, and beat him up, and he glared at Chenrue fiercely. You won. I'm willing to admit defeat. In the future, I won't care about you and Athena. Chenrue thought of Tiffany's attitude toward him before, and he had a strange feeling in his heart. As he was about to speak, Paglio's team had already turned around and left. The surrounding audience also dispersed. Let's go to happy hour tonight to celebrate. Satan walked over with Ben Hong's team and high-fived Chenrue's team, one by one. I knew you guys would win, so I booked the night show early in the morning. Chenrue looked at Satan, who was dressed in famous brands and was just short of writing tall, rich, and handsome on his face. He really wanted to say, Nouveau riche, let's be friends. However, the most important thing for him now was to clarify some problems. In this world, it seemed that the originally familiar good friends had become strange enemies, and the originally strange enemies had become good friends who were still not familiar with each other. This kind of confusing setting would undoubtedly make it more difficult to find the key point. Okay. Michael looked at Chenrue and Raphael. Let's go back and take a bath first. Then we'll meet at the old place. Wait a minute, Chenrue. Didn't you say you'd accompany me to the library? Gabriel was unhappy. It just so happened that Chenrue did not know where to go back, so he immediately agreed. Michael frowned and pulled Chenrue aside. He lowered his voice and said, We're all brothers who grew up together. I know you have a lot of women, and you're also engaged to the woman from the Mammon family. I'll just say one thing. Unless you can marry Tessanir, otherwise, You must never have any ideas about her. I understand. Chinrue looked at Michael's expression that was as if he was guarding against a thief and nodded with a wry smile. Raphael looked at Gabriel, who only had eyes for Chinrue, and there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. Ben Hong, who had been silent, looked at Chinrue's arm that was held by Gabriel and seemed to be even more silent. After separating from Michael, Satan, and the others, Gabriel happily held Chinrue's arm and walked in the direction of the library. Chinrue found that when the students along the way saw him, they would hide from a distance as if they had seen a plague. Tessanir, Chinrue thought for a moment. What kind of person am I? I don't care what others think of you. Anyway, since I was a child, I felt. Before Gabriel finished speaking, her face was already red and she lowered her head. Chinrue was speechless for a while. Obviously, Gabriel had misunderstood his meaning. However, he could faintly see some problems from the first half of the sentence. Soon they arrived at the library. The library was very large and there were many people. Gabriel took Chinrue's hand and picked up the books together. As she flipped through them, she made notes in a small notebook. After a while, Chinrue's hands were filled with a thick stack of books. Sister Tessanir said embarrassedly, I want to borrow these books. It's too heavy to carry them like this. You go to the reading room and wait for me. I still have to find some materials. I'll come to you when I'm done. Chinrue nodded, held a large stack of books, and walked to the reading room. The books that Sister Tessanir chose were not ordinary ones. Brief Introduction to Philosophy, History of Theology, on Immortality, as expected of the Supreme Angel. Although it was a different world, she still chose such a suitable major. Chinrue was complaining in his heart when he suddenly saw a familiar female figure in front of him. He blurted out, Ja! The figure turned around. It was indeed His Royal Highness Princess Royal. She was still the icy temperament of a royal sister type. However, her purple eyes revealed a strong hatred and murderous aura, which made Chinrue startled. Jia walked over quickly, gritted her teeth, and said, Where is my sister? Alice? Chinrue asked tentatively. Say it. What did you do to Alice? I don't know. The anger made Chinrue take a few steps back. Jia clenched her fists angrily. Come at me if you have the guts! Loud noises are prohibited in the library. An indifferent female voice sounded behind him. It was the fairy dragon's mother-in-law, Mariah. There was a librarian's sign on her chest. Teacher Mariah. Jia regained some calmness. This is the library. Don't disturb others. Mariah looked at Jia with a little softness in her eyes. If there's anything, go out and solve it. You can call the police if necessary. Sorry, I got it. Jia nodded, glanced at Chinrue, and walked out. Aunt Mariah! Chinrue shouted, but Mariah didn't even look at him. She walked straight away as if he was transparent. Chinrue was embarrassed. He came to a table and sat down. The nearby students got up and left one after another. One person didn't react at first. He was pulled by his companions and quickly left. Chinrue could only smile bitterly. Some whispers could be heard in the distance. Have you heard? That Chinrue seems to be engaged to Tiffany from the student union. Tiffany from the discipline inspection department? It's impossible. It's the Mammon family's decision. Although Tiffany strongly opposed it, it didn't succeed. Humph. That guy's father is the patriarch of the Roland family and one of the most influential directors in the school. It's really a flower stuck in the ground. Let's not talk about the senior first. That guy has used his family's power and wealth to harm countless girls. I know. 2 girls from the arts department were cheated by him. He dumped them after he got tired of them. One of the girls almost committed suicide. It's said that he also coerced a female teacher and took nude photos. That female teacher's daughter is already in kindergarten. That's Senior Jia from the Economics and Management Department. She has been helping those students who are bullied by him. Sister Jia is only in junior high school. She suddenly disappeared yesterday. It's most likely that it was that scumbag who did it. Also, he recently took a fancy to a girl from the sports department who came from a poor family called Athena. He gave her a lot of expensive gifts, but she wasn't moved. In the end, it seemed that this guy's soft approach didn't work. He simply asked someone to smash the stall set up by Athena's father. It's Uncle George who sells pastries, right? No wonder that guy is called Jachin. Paglio, Moore, and Lomont from the sports department specially found Jachin for this matter and organized a basketball match. If Jachin loses, he can't do anything to Athena anymore. You still don't know? Just now on the basketball court, Senior Paglio and the others have already lost. Damn, that Athena! Lower your voice. Jia-chun is looking over here. Let's go. Chen Rui's forehead was already dripping with cold sweat. Apart from those familiar names, he had abandoned the girls from the arts department, threatened a married female teacher, kidnapped a Lolita, and even injured a girl's father in order to threaten her. This was no longer as simple as spending the day on campus. He was an out-and-out scumbag. Damn it, where the hell was the key point? If he continued to stay in this world, even a good person's worldview would be ruined. Chapter 1197. Knowing the fact that he was a scumbag, Chenrue couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Gabriel had returned to the reading room, holding a book in her hand. Chenrue saw that her eyes were a little red and asked in surprise, "What's wrong? Tessa Neal, did someone bully you?" Gabriel shook her head and raised the book in her hand. "It's just that I feel a little sad when I read this paragraph." Gabriel in this world was indeed a gentle and touching girl, but now it seemed that she was quite sentimental. Chenrue looked at the name of the Book of Isaiah. What novel is this? Novel. This is the 23rd book in the Bible. But Gabriel was used to someone's ignorance and did not despise him. It's just this paragraph. I don't know why, but I can't help but feel sad when I read this. Tears from reading the Bible? Worthy of being a theological enthusiast, Chenrue was actually not very interested in this kind of book, but it was not good to brush off Tessa Neal's face, so he leaned forward to take a look. It was a few paragraphs. "O bright star, son of the morning, how hast thou fallen from the sky? How hast thou, the conqueror of nations, fallen to the ground? Thou hast said in thine heart, I will ascend to heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will sit on the mountain of assembly at the extreme of the north. I will ascend to the high clouds. I will be equal to the Most High. However, thou shalt fall to the depths of the pitfall." For a moment, Chenrue had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. This paragraph seemed to be describing a person, but for some reason, the name of the person in this book was always vague. It seemed that he knew this person in his heart, but he could not remember the name. Chenrue? Gabriel saw that Chenrue was a little dazed and reached out to shake him. "It's okay." Chenrue did not think much and smiled slightly. "You have to borrow these books to read, right?" "I'm going to register to borrow books from Teacher Mariah now." Gabriel thought of something. "You'd better not go. Teacher Mariah is a good friend of Teacher Catherine. She definitely won't like you." "Catherine? Is she a teacher?" The name of Her Majesty the Shadow Empress made Chenrue feel refreshed. "Aren't you?" Gabriel saw Chenrue's expression, and her expression became even weirder. "All right, let's not talk about this. Wait for me outside." Chenrue curiously walked out of the library. When he was at the main entrance, that stupid phone rang. Seeing the name displayed on the directory, Chenrue was stunned and pressed the answer icon. "Son, you've been causing quite a ruckus in school recently. Make sure to restrain yourself." This was obviously the voice of Rex the Great, the current board member of the school. "Oh," Chenrue answered absent-mindedly. Fortunately, Rex could be considered a father in a certain sense. There was no other father. "I've settled Catherine's matter for you at school. She'll be transferred to another school. As for those nude photos, do as you see fit. Although this woman has no background, she's quite smart. Try not to provoke her. Shinrue's mind felt like 10,000 alpacas were galloping past. No wonder Gabriel had such a weird expression. It turned out that the one who was coerced and taken nude photos by me was actually Catherine. So her daughter in kindergarten is my precious duo? Damn it. Let's not talk about this first. Rex's voice revealed a hint of excitement. You performed quite well at the engagement party that day. As for Tiffany's personal will and the relationship between you two, it's not a problem as long as this marriage is maintained. After the announcement of the marriage with the Mammon family, our influence has further expanded, and the family stock has increased by 10%. In the past few days, I've contacted some small board members of the school, and the progress is good. As long as I get their shares, I will replace Alucier and become the chairman and principal. Shinrue was still indifferent before, but when he heard the last sentence, his eyes suddenly widened. Alucier, the chairman and principal of the school. Alucier herself is actually in this illusion. Is she a fictional character like the others? Or, I'll be on the plane soon, and it will take me about a week to come back. During this time, you have to be careful. As long as you don't cause any big trouble, the rest is fine. If there is any trouble, remember to contact old Kovac immediately. Rex said and hung up the phone. Shinrue took a deep breath and made a decision. The deceptive setting and godly plot can be put aside first. I must meet the principal, Alucier. Where is the principal's office? Teaching building? Shinrue wanted to wait for Gabriel to come out and ask, but a few familiar faces suddenly appeared in front of him at this time. Isabella, Strina, Adeline. These 3 people are wearing police uniforms. Speaking of which, Innie really has a different style in this police uniform. She is charming and heroic. Strina is also valiant, but she is a little more cold and arrogant. Adeline shows the freshness of the little girl next door. However, these 3 people didn't have a good face to Rascal Chin. Are you Shinrue? Isabella walked straight over and showed her ID. I'm Detective Isabella of the Investigation Division. I now suspect that you are related to a missing person case. Please return to the police station to assist us in the investigation. You have the right to remain silent. What you say may be used as evidence against you in the trial. You have the right to meet a lawyer. If you can't afford a lawyer, the government can provide you with a lawyer free of charge. Shinrue saw Jia in the distance at a glance, and he already understood. Princess Royal Highness really called the police. Madame Ant's eyes were exceptionally cold. Although Shinrue wanted to get closer, he didn't have the time to go to the police station now. It just so happened that Gabriel came out with a book. Shinrue quickly went up and took the stack of books. When Gabriel saw Isabella, she was taken aback. Officer Isabella! Miss Gabriel. Isabella seemed to know Gabriel. I'm sorry, I'm on duty. Gabriel pulled Shinrue to the side and whispered, Did you get into trouble again? Call old Kovac. He'll help you settle this. Shinrue thought of what Rex's father had said earlier and suddenly understood. He quickly dialed old Kovac's number in the phone book. After old Kovac asked about the situation, he gestured for him to come immediately and ask him not to say anything. This immediately was indeed fast. In a few minutes, a luxury car appeared in everyone's sight. Old Kovac got out of the car with a few people, with just a few words of professional jargon. Isabella's expression turned ugly, and she finally left resentfully. Old Kovac watched the detectives leave and said, Young master, Miss Gabriel is fine now. As expected of the Prime Minister of the Long Huang Empire, Shinrue muttered in his heart and said, Thank you. Young master, why are you so polite all of a sudden? Old Kovac was a little surprised. Shinrue, Gabriel said hesitantly, that little girl, was she really? Of course not. Shinrue shook his head decisively. Gabriel smiled happily. Send me back to the dormitory first. Shinrue nodded. After sending Gabriel to the female dormitory, old Kovac asked in a low voice, Young master, that Alice is still locked up in the secret room of the villa. Ah! Chenrue broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't expect it to be his doing. Don't worry, young master. Our people are very efficient. That little girl has been unconscious and doesn't know where she is or who did it. If young master goes back tonight, Chenrue quickly said, let her go? Oh, right. It's best not to let her remember the kidnapping. How should I put it? Understood. Although old Kovac found it strange, he still faithfully followed Chenrue's orders. I just received a call from my father. I have to restrain myself for a while. Chenrue's explanation made old Kovac nod in relief. Don't worry, young master, I know what to do. Okay, send me to the principal first. I have something to do. Old Kovac didn't ask what it was. With a wave of his hand, the luxury car that had been following behind drove over. The driver was actually Lucio, the gunman who should be lurking in the Rio Empire. However, Chenrue was already numb to acquaintances. The campus was very big, and the car drove for about half an hour before reaching the principal's office. The principal's office was a relatively simple, 3-story building. After Chenrue got off the car, he walked into the building and looked at the floor plan below. The principal's office was on the 3rd floor. Walking up to the 3rd floor, in the reception room outside the principal's office, Chenrue saw the principal's assistant working in front of a computer. It wasn't Chilanya but Rala. Of course, Chenrue couldn't ignore Miss Long, even though he could guess that she was definitely from the opposing camp. Fairy Miss Long's outfit was quite stunning. She wore a dark purple suit skirt, a white shirt, and a pair of glasses. She looked like a beautiful and intellectual teacher. However, behind the glasses was the expected coldness and disdain, just like Teacher Maria. Scum. Rala didn't hold back at all and directly said these 2 words. Rala, what you saw is actually... All right, I don't want to explain anything. Chenrue shrugged. Anyway, he would soon see the deceptive designer. Scum. Miss Rala, I'm here to see the principal, please. Scum. Chenrue was speechless. It seemed that these 2 words had replaced Miss Long's commonly used, what, in the other world. He heard a voice from inside the office. Rala let him in. Rala snorted coldly and threw out another scum, no longer looking at Chenrue. Chenrue secretly shook his head and walked into the principal's office. In the principal's office, Chenrue finally saw Alucier. Alucier didn't have the original half-elf, half-monster look, but a standard handsome guy. Of course, he didn't have the characteristics of an elf, and looked just like an ordinary human. In this illusion, all the races seemed to have turned into humans. Even Gabriel's pupils were just ordinary heterochromia irises. Alucier was sitting on the sofa, and there were 2 cups on the coffee table. It seemed that she had expected Chenrue to come. Alucier gestured for Chenrue to sit opposite, and the first sentence surprised Chenrue. You want to find the key point of this world. Chapter 1198. Alucier's words stunned Chenrue for a full 10 seconds, and he regained his composure after a while. His eyes narrowed. Madame Alucier, no. I should call Alucier principal. This is really unexpected. The Alucier in front of him was not some fictional character, but the real original version with her original consciousness. If this world was an inverted illusion, then only Chenrue and the Alucier in front of him could be considered normal. This should be Alucier's own consciousness. Was this the key point? The first thing I have to tell you is that this world is a little different from what you imagined it to be. Alucier smiled, appearing elegant and refined. Of course it's different. Chenrue sneered. You created this inverted illusion to use some kind of emotion to disrupt my perception and judgment. I admit that it has some effect so far, but you should understand that this effect will not last long. Alucier slowly shook her head. Let's not talk about anything else first. There is one most crucial point that you are mistaken about. This is not an illusion, but real existence. Real world? You must be joking. Chenrue sat down, My body should still be in the illusory forest right now. I admit that your spirit power and mystic arts are still above my imagination, but this illusion will not confuse me for too long. You've looked in the mirror, right? Alucier said to herself. The mirror is parallel to you. When you look in the mirror, the person in the mirror is also looking at you. If you change the reference to the mirror, you are the mirror image. This world is the same. Many things are inverted from what you know. Of course, it is not completely inverted. In addition to reflection, there is refraction. You can think of this as a new world parallel to the original world. Chenrue sneered. You can't be trying to say that to this real world, I am the illusion, right? I don't have time to argue with you about this paradox. Alucier said unhurriedly, since you understand this place to be a mirror-like real world, then you must first figure out your own position. You're not the real you now, nor are you a complete phantom. You're somewhere between reality and a phantom. Then, what kind of existence was the original me in this world? The man in the mirror? Chenrue maintained his cold smile and said, This scumbag setting is really strange. If it's just to disturb my sight and hearing, then he's underestimating me too much. What is your motive? Just tell me. Everyone has a dark side in their hearts, or he's the dark side of you. Alucier took a sip of coffee. As for my purpose, it's the word you said just now, existence. That's all. Exist. Chenrue asked calmly, but his mind was thinking quickly. As I said, there are reflections and refractions in this world. It is not a strictly reverse world. These are not the key. The key is your existence. You are now an existence between reality and illusion. That is to say, you are in two parallel worlds. The choice you make now will determine how you will exist in the future. Maybe you can leave this world and return to the truth that you want the most. Or maybe you will completely deviate from the original world and truly merge with this parallel world. Choice. Chenrue did not hide the doubts in his heart this time. There are no false gods or demigods here. You cannot use any power outside of the rules. If you want to leave, you must follow the rules of the world. Yes, this is what you are looking for, the so-called key point. I can tell you now, you have 3 choices. If you choose correctly, you will leave this place and get what you want. If you choose incorrectly, your shadow will truly overlap with this world. Chenrue finally understood. This was a question of choosing one of the 3. If he chose correctly, he could escape the illusion. If he chose incorrectly, he would be trapped here forever. Alucier raised 3 fingers. Of the 3 key points, only one is effective. In fact, there are 3 characters. Destroy the right key point, and you can break out of this situation. However, you only have one chance. You have to think about it carefully. Chenrue remained calm. How do I know if this is a trap? Maybe all 3 are wrong. No matter which one I choose, I will fail. Whether it is a trap or not, you can judge for yourself. Alucier smiled slightly. I have no reason to lie to you. This is a gamble, and I do not know whether I will win or lose in the end. Regardless of whether you succeed or not, this will be the last time you see me. The last time. These 4 words surprised Chenrue again. Alucier remained calm. I know you have many questions, not only about this world, but also about the other world. If you can really leave this place, perhaps you will get some answers. However, this answer is not necessarily absolute. Whether it is real or illusory, it is up to you to find and judge for yourself. As Chenrue was thinking, he heard that Alucier had already mentioned the 3 key points of characters. He couldn't help but look stunned. For a while, Chenrue fell into silence. He almost couldn't remember how he left the principal's office. He saw Chenrue coming down from the principal's office, got in the car, and returned to a villa somewhere outside the school. This villa, whether it was the exterior or the interior, was luxurious. There were many young and beautiful maids. You are Medusa. Chinrue saw the appearance of one of the maids and was stunned. "I'm Lon Liza, not a Medusa." The maid looked shy. "Young master, do you want me to accompany you to take a bath?" Lon Liza, the Medusa patriarch who surrendered to the dark moon in the White Feather Estate. Chinrue shook his head numbly. "No need." Disappointment flashed in Lon Liza's eyes. "Young master, you take a bath first. The hot water is ready." Chinrue nodded and walked into the luxurious bathroom. He immersed himself in the small hot pool and pondered. Regardless of whether the mirror world that Alucier mentioned is real or not, one thing is certain. I am now lost here. I can't exert my strength or summon the super system. If I want to get out, I can only use the existing rules to break the rules. Key points. In the principal's office, the 3 key points that Alucier mentioned were Chinrue, Alucier, and Athena. Chinrue had already guessed that Alucier might be the key point in advance. Chinrue himself, being the key point, was not beyond his expectation. The only person who was surprised was Athena. Alucier's explanation was that she was the main reason that lured Chinrue to this parallel world. She was also the key to the recent series of campus events. Therefore, Athena's role in this world was also the key point. Intuition told Chinrue that Alucier did not lie. One of these 3 key points must be real. Killing Alucier, Athena, or myself is the way to leave this world. However, this is a single choice and not multiple choices. There is a 1/3 chance of success, but there is also a 2/3 chance of failure. The key depends on how I judge. This kind of thinking continued until dinner time. Although the dinner was very sumptuous, Chinrue still couldn't eat properly. At this time, the phone rang. It was Satan. "Chinrue, we are already having fun. Why aren't you here yet?" Chinrue just remembered that Satan seemed to have booked a night for a celebration after the basketball game. Just as he was about to find an excuse to decline, he heard Satan say, "It's a coincidence. We saw that the girl from the art department that you dumped was being entangled by 2 guys. By the way, the girl's name is something like Kia." "Kia?" Chinrue's eyelids twitched. "It's actually the girl from the art department that I dumped after I got tired of playing with her. If the little succubus finds out, it would be strange if she didn't die. You help her settle it immediately. I'll come over right now." Satan said disapprovingly, "Didn't you dump that chick? I remember that chick was desperate. If you didn't want to go back to her, we would have continued to watch the fun." Chinrue gritted his teeth and finally said the scumbag words that were the most immersive. "Let's not talk about going back to her first. Others shouldn't even think about picking up the things that I threw away." On the other side, Satan laughed and agreed. "I like these words. Okay, I'll take care of this. Hurry up and come over." Chinrue wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly ordered Lucio to prepare the car. Soon, the car arrived at happy hour. This was a large nightclub with very high specifications. When Chinrue arrived, Satan had already settled the trouble that Kia had encountered. He was drinking with Michael and the others in a luxurious KTV suite that they had booked. As soon as he saw Chinrue's arrival, Satan laughed. "You're late. You have to drink as a punishment." Chinrue saw Kia, who was sitting in the corner with her head down. Without saying a word, he took the wine from Ben Hong and drank it in one gulp. Everyone applauded. While toasting, Chinrue pretended to ask Ben Hong casually, "What trouble did she encounter?" "Humph." Ben Hong ignored him. Satan smiled indifferently. "Hee. You still value a lover more than a friend. Why don't you ask Miss Kia herself?" Kia still lowered her head and said nothing. Gabriel came up and whispered to Chinrue, "The ones who are troubling her are 2 little punks who often lend usury at the school, Lala Arya and Oliphius. I heard before that Kia borrowed a lot of money to help her mother treat her illness. She is now working part-time as a bartender here, and she was found by these 2 guys to collect the debt. Lala Arya and Oliphius have become little punks who lend money at the school? Well, this setting barely matches part of the prototype, but Chinrue thought about it and sat next to Kia. Kia trembled slightly and didn't move. The little succubi in this world didn't have horns, wings, and tails, but their appearances were the same. The way they lowered their heads and didn't speak looked lovely. Come, cheers for today's victory. Satan took the lead and raised his glass. Except for Kia, everyone clinked their glasses. Halfway through the celebration, Chinrue found an excuse and pulled Kia out. Kia didn't resist. She just kept her head down until she got into his car. The car drove slowly. Lucio was obviously very tactful as he didn't drive fast. Chinrue had a familiar and unfamiliar feeling. Perhaps he was more unfamiliar. Seeing Kia, who had never spoken, he sighed. How much do you owe them? Kia understood the meaning of his words. She raised her head with red eyes and a hint of ridicule in her eyes. What else do you want from me? Chinrue stared into Kia's eyes, and he was suddenly in a trance, as if he saw the little succubus who risked her life to sneak into the dark moon to be a spy because of her mother. He sighed, no need. Did the sun rise from the west? You also have a moment of conscience. Although Kia was a little surprised, her ridicule was still the same. Chinrue was silent for a moment. Suddenly he thought of something and smiled. Am I not a scumbag? Where is my conscience? But you have nothing to lose anyway, so what are you worried about? Am I not a scumbag? Kia pointed out the window. Don't tell me that it wasn't you who sent someone to smash her father's stall, and it wasn't you who injured her father behind the scenes. Chinrue looked out of the window and saw a familiar figure dragging a stall cart under the streetlight, walking forward a little laboriously. It's her, Athena. Chinrue silently recited the most important name in his heart. The car quickly drove past the figure, but Chinrue didn't look back. Should I get off? Kia sneered, lest I delay your important matter. Chinrue shook his head. My most important matter now is to send you home safely. Kia frowned. Aren't we going to your villa? What do you want to do? I'm thinking if I leave this world, you can die in peace. Many people will definitely rejoice, Kia interrupted before he could finish. Such a venomous tongue. It's a bit like a person. Is it Helen? Kia's eyes became redder. She's much stronger than me. Not as stupid as I am. So the other girl from the arts department is Helen. Chinrue suddenly understood. I bought a watch last year. So many deceptive settings. I can't stand it anymore. I don't care if this is a mirror world or an illusion. The next time I see a loser, I must give him a good punch. I was thinking about something important, but now I've thought it through. First, I have to go back and carefully sort out the glorious deeds of that scumbag. Thank you, Kia. Kia didn't understand what Chinrue was saying, but when she heard the word thank you, she couldn't help but snort coldly. Then both of them fell silent. After a while, the car passed through the potholes and came to a simple hut. Kia opened the door and got out of the car. Suddenly, the voice of scumbag sounded behind her, but it was gentle like never before. Kia, everything will be fine. Kia paused, but she didn't look back and continued to walk forward. Let's go back to the villa, Lucio. Chinrue watched Kia walk into the hut and looked up at the bright moon in the sky, as if the moon had turned into a magnificent purple. He smiled and said to himself, it will be fine. Chapter 1199. Things changed with each passing day. 3 days later in the afternoon, the campus was still bustling with activity. For many students, it was a relatively peaceful day. That was because a certain scumbag had skipped class again. It was almost time for school to end. Tiffany, the head of the student union's discipline inspection department, was about to head to the student union's office when she saw Ben Hong walking over from the opposite side. Ben Hong was also from a large family, but Tiffany knew that she and Chinrue were on the same side, so they usually didn't see each other very well. Their relationship was at most a nodding acquaintance. This time, Ben Hong wasn't as silent as usual. Instead, he took out a USB drive and a document and handed it to her. He asked me to give it to you. Tiffany frowned and took the document with a stamp and fingerprint. Even though she had always been calm, she couldn't help but be stunned. Ben Hong didn't say much and turned to leave. Tiffany hurried into the student union's office, turned on the computer, and inserted the USB drive. There was only a video file inside. It began with one sentence. I, Chinrue Roland, officially declare that I am terminating my... Tiffany froze in place, not knowing whether to be surprised or happy. For a moment, she couldn't speak. In another place, Kia also revealed a surprised expression. She had a letter and a bank card in her hands. In the hospital, George Wales, who had been inexplicably transferred to the intensive care unit, was equally surprised, especially after being told that someone had already paid for all the treatment fees. Similar scenes played out in many places at the same time. In a certain kindergarten, Chinrue was on the phone. Okay, thank you, Ben Hong. Nothing else is important. The key is to walk down the path that I have chosen. I will bear all the consequences myself. The other side of the phone asked something again. Chinrue was slightly startled and replied, I'm sorry, I just don't want to regret it more. There was a long silence on the phone before it hung up. Chinrue took a deep breath and turned his gaze back to the little girl in front of him. Duo, do you like this pig-head biscuit? Mommy said that I can't eat food from strangers. The little girl said in a childish voice, but her big eyes were staring at the biscuits. Although this treasure was in another world, it was still so cute. Duo, we're already friends, not strangers. Chinrue stroked his daughter's head and looked at the kindergarten teachers who were on high alert. There were also two familiar faces. One was Veronica, and the other was the Ryuzuka trap, Carlu. Chinrue grinned at Carlu. Don't be nervous. I'm actually a good person. Carlu! Chinrue smiled at Veronica again and said softly to Duo, eat the biscuits later. I'll stay here with you to wait for Mommy, okay? Hearing that they would wait for Catherine here, Veronica and the others, who were on guard, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, a beautiful figure appeared in sight. It really was Her Majesty Dark Shadow Empress. No, it was my beautiful teacher. Mommy! Duo cried out happily. Chinrue picked up Duo and greeted her. Catherine saw Chinrue, and her pupils suddenly shrank. Why are you here? Let's go out and talk. Chinrue carried Duo and walked out of the kindergarten. Kathleen clenched her fists and followed behind him. After the family of three walked for a while, Chinrue finally stopped at a place where there was no one. You should buy a car. It's not close to walk from kindergarten to home. Besides, you're taking Duo with you. Cut the crap. What do you want to do? Don't worry. I mean no harm. You call this no harm? You're more shameless and despicable than I thought. Didn't you say that we won't meet again? Now you're using Duo to threaten me. Catherine gritted her teeth. Let go of my daughter, or I'll call the police immediately. It should be our daughter. Chinrue didn't show any panic. Instead, he showed a calmness that was unfamiliar to Catherine. I've found out a lot of things these days. Duo is indeed my daughter. Looking at the time, it seems that I am indeed a scumbag. Catherine suddenly thought of a possibility, and her face became paler. In any case, I won't give up on Duo. You misunderstood. Chinrue put down Duo and stuffed the box of pig-head children's biscuits into his daughter's arms. Catherine immediately rushed forward and held Duo in her arms. Then she saw a big envelope handed over from the other side. What's this? Open it first and take a look. Catherine looked suspiciously at Chinrue, who had a normal expression. She finally put down Duo, opened the envelope, and took out a transparent file bag from it. On the top was a check. The amount was so large that even Catherine couldn't help but be stunned. However, she quickly showed a look of contempt. You're much more generous than your father, the director who wants to keep the peace. However, I didn't accept it last time. Do you think I will change my mind this time? Chinrue shook his head. The money is not for you. It's for Duo. The thing for you is below. Catherine opened the file bag and flipped through the information. Her face showed a strong expression of shock. Are you crazy? I'm not crazy. I'm just doing what I should do. Chinrue looked at Catherine quietly as if he was looking at the Shadow Empress who said, "It's worth it," in the arena back then. You keep these things well. You can take them out when necessary. Catherine was still in shock. She raised the file bag. Do you know what it means once these things are made public? Not only you, but the entire Roland family. Of course I know. You're a smart person, so I'll give it to you. Catherine looked at Chinrue's clear eyes as if it was the first time she met the man she used to hate. She shook her head slowly. No, you're not him. Who are you? You're indeed Catherine. You're the first person to question this question. Chinrue looked around. There was a hint of regret in his eyes. Unfortunately, even if I've seen through this, I still can't escape from this world. Sure enough, it's not an ordinary illusion. It's a world that refracts the inner heart? Or is it really, as the Dam Prophet said, a real mirror world? It seems that I can only choose the key point method. Even with Catherine's extraordinary IQ, she didn't understand. I don't understand what you mean. Chinrue smiled and said, There are always darkness and light coexisting in a person's heart. I'm either the other him in the mirror, or just a phantom that is about to disappear. If one day I disappear and the other side of the mirror, that is, the dark guy comes back here, then you can grasp your fate in your own hands. It's not just your fate alone. I know you have the courage and wisdom to do so. With that said, Chinrue walked in front of Catherine, squatted down and kissed Duo. Then he stood up and walked straight forward, but he waved at Catherine with his back facing her. No matter what kind of existence I am, or what kind of existence you are, it's nice to see you and Duo again. Take care. Watching the figure go away, a strange emotion surged in Catherine's heart. Even she couldn't believe that this emotion would actually breed for the person she hated the most. Mom, is he Dad? I also don't know. Let's go home, baby. Half an hour later, Chinrue's car stopped at the door of the villa. Don't worry, Kovac. I know what I'm doing. Now I have to do the most important thing first. After it's over, I will call my father personally to explain. Now, I will turn off my phone. Don't disturb me. Chinrue decisively turned off his phone and got out of the car. Walking into the villa, Lanliza immediately greeted him. Young master, you are back. Did you invite both guests? Yes, they are in the study room on the second floor. After I enter the study room, I will turn on the highest level of anti-theft equipment. From now on, no one is allowed to approach the study room under any circumstances. Chinrue told Lanliza and walked to the second floor. In the study room on the second floor, there were two people, a man and a woman. When they saw Chinrue walking in, the man smiled, but the woman's expression was particularly vigilant. Alucier, Athena. Chinrue shrugged and said, Sorry to keep you waiting. These two people turned out to be the two key figures in this world. Together with Chinrue himself, the three key points were all here. Previously, when Athena was originally invited here, she had already prepared for the worst. But when she saw that the most prestigious principal in the school, Alucier, was also here, she couldn't help but feel surprised. She wondered about Chinrue's purpose again. Now, as soon as this scumbag returned, he actually called the principal's name directly. He is really arrogant. Athena couldn't help but clench the small self-defense dagger hidden in her sleeve. I don't feel that it's been a long time. On the contrary, I'm very surprised by your speed. You actually made a decision so quickly? It seems that it's time to choose. Alucier's casual attitude made Athena even more surprised. She couldn't understand the meaning of those words. It'll come sooner or later. It'll come sooner or later. It's better to end things as soon as possible. Chinrue slowly walked forward. Before that, there's something I've wanted to do for a long time. Before she finished speaking, Alucier's face was punched in the midst of Athena's exclamation. She suddenly lost her balance and fell on the sofa. Principal, Athena angrily stood in front of Alucier. This bastard, how dare he be so lawless as to beat up Alucier, the highly respected principal, in front of her? Alucier took a long time to recover and slowly sat up on the sofa. Then, under the dumbfounded gaze of Chunrui, she actually spat out a miniature sports tooth protector from her mouth. She then took out a treatment spray from her bag and sprayed it on the wound. Then, she took out some medical cotton and wiped the wound. Her posture was calm and unruffled, as if she had already expected this punch. F***CK. Damn the prophet. Chunrui clenched his fist a little and had the urge to punch again. Chapter 1200. Chunrui really wanted to beat the prophet up again, but looking at Athena, who was glaring at him angrily, he held it in and sneered. To be honest, I should have given you this punch when Rala drew the queen in white card. If I could leave this place, I would have blown your head off in the psychedelic forest with one punch. However, I remember you saying that regardless of success or failure, this would be the last time we meet, so I don't want to leave any regrets. Athena, who was at the side, was confused. Rala. Is she referring to the assistant principal, Teacher Rala? Also, what did the queen in white and psychedelic forest mean? This punch wasn't light. Alucier touched her slightly swollen face in pain, but shook her head. Unfortunately, it can't kill. Oh, right, Athena, the little dagger in your sleeve is useless. Athena trembled slightly. The principal actually saw through her hidden dagger, and he even exposed it in front of that scumbag. After applying the medicine, Alucier regained her original elegance and calmness. Sit down first, Athena. I'm fine. Actually, if you really want to kill someone, this is more useful. With that, Alucier took out another box from her bag, placed it on the table, and opened it. Athena saw that it was actually a revolver. She couldn't help but be shocked. What was going on with the principal? Illegal gun possession? No, not only illegal gun possession, but also those words. What did they mean? Kill someone? Alucier pushed the box in Chunrui's direction. Now it's time for you to choose. Principal. Athena couldn't help but cry out. What are you doing? As you saw and heard just now, I'm giving him a choice. Alucier raised her head, and her gaze seemed to pass through the building and fall directly on the deep sky. This gamble has reached the most critical moment. Athena still couldn't understand. Gamble? Chunrui picked up the revolver and looked at it. There was only one bullet in it. You only have one choice. Alucier smiled faintly and said, I know that you have already done many things to change yourself in this world. You also want to make up for the missing state of mind. But in the end, you can't avoid the choice. This is life. There is always a choice, and once it is made, there is no turning back. This is indeed life. Chunrui smiled. He looked at Alucier and then looked at Athena. Can this gun destroy this damned world? At least it can destroy the world in your or my heart. Alucier sighed. The result of destruction may be for the sake of birth, but in the end, destruction is inevitable. Your choice will decide this world, and it will also decide the other world. You must consider it carefully. Chunrui paced slowly in the room, and the atmosphere became oppressive. After a long time, he stopped. Chunrui looked at Athena and said, The key point is that the most likely one is not you or me, but her. Alucier nodded and said, She and the Son of Destruction are the biggest inducements for you to come to this world. At the same time, she is also the protagonist of the recent events in this world. But why can't it be me? Alucier's words made Chunrui's eyes flash. That's right. You are the mastermind behind everything. From the first time I saw you. No, from the moment I received your green leaf badge. I, Rala, and many others have fallen into your trap. In this world, you're the only awakened, or rather, you're the only main thread that connects the two worlds. No wonder you said that this was the last time you would see me. That's right, I should kill you. As he spoke, Chenrue raised the gun and aimed at Alucier. Stop! Athena stood up. How dare you kill the headmaster? Chenrue's eyes narrowed, and his finger was already slowly pulling the trigger. Alucier was calm and composed. Why are you still hesitating? Kill me, and everything will be over. Chenrue's eyelids twitched, and he took a deep breath. Wait a minute, I seem to have missed someone. Alucier smiled, and her smile was like that of an old fox. Yourself. Chenrue slowly put down the gun and walked a few steps until he was in front of Athena. I am the biggest scourge, the scum who has done countless evil things. This may be the dark side of my heart, or something like an inner demon. As long as I no longer exist in this world, then the other world will return to me. Hearing this, Athena finally understood. It turned out that this scum was choosing to kill her, Alucier or himself. From Alucier's attitude, it seemed that this terrible choice was given to him by the headmaster. Why was this happening? No, you still don't fully understand. Alucier shook her head. I must first remind you that if you make the wrong choice, you will forever deviate from your original world. And in this world, you have already committed suicide, so you will be completely annihilated. Chenrue was shocked. Alucier was right. After committing suicide, he would already be dead in this world. If the key point was not himself, then it would mean that the he of both worlds had disappeared. For a moment, cold sweat dripped down Chenrue's forehead. Killing yourself is actually the most unwise choice. In this world, committing suicide is equivalent to being completely annihilated, completely cutting off one's path to survival. To say the least, let's say you fail and stay in this world. I am the headmaster and the school's biggest board member. Behind me is the Elven Financial Group. Even if you kill me, you will not be able to bear the consequences. The rest of your life will be over. Killing Athena is the safest choice. She is just a girl with no background. With the influence of your father, Rex, it would not be difficult for him to suppress this matter. So, killing her is the safest choice. Athena was shocked. In her eyes, this normally well-respected headmaster had suddenly become like a demon. Regardless of whether your choice is right or wrong, killing Athena will bring you the best outcome. Moreover, you have analyzed it yourself. She is the most likely key point. Alucier's words made Athena feel as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Was this the headmaster's true colors? At this moment, Athena felt that Chenrue's gaze had fallen on her. It was different from what she had imagined. There was no lust or murderous intent in his gaze, only an incredible gentleness. Then, under Athena's surprised gaze, Chenrue slowly turned his gun and pointed it at himself. How surprising. I have already said so, but you still chose yourself. Moreover, I can see that you are serious. Alucier shook her head. This sudden change made Athena almost unable to react. She suddenly remembered that from the beginning until now, Chenrue had pointed his gun at Alucier, at himself, but never at her. Why? Although it was inconceivable, her intuition told her that there was something wrong with this person. Although his appearance and identity were exactly the same, he did not seem to be the scum that she had originally known. Disguise? Twins? Alucier, this is not about killing the demons in your heart, but a choice to face your heart. Even if there is a demon in my heart, it is me. If I kill you or Athena for myself, it is no different from the original him. If you deliberately set up such a trap by seizing this point, then congratulations. You win. The video recorded by the cameras here will automatically be posted on the internet. I will not let Athena take any blame. Your analysis is actually full of loopholes, and it is not entirely the reason why you chose to commit suicide. Alucier sighed. I can tell you that this is the stupidest path, and it is also a dead end. You should know very well why. My world, your world, they can both be destroyed. Chenrue answered Elusier, but he kept looking at Athena's eyes. I just want to use this pair of hands to protect her world and many more people, no matter where they are, no matter what they have to pay. It was not a disguise, nor was it an act. Athena's heart suddenly trembled, and an indescribable feeling suddenly filled her chest. She did not know why, but her heart suddenly began to ache. Athena, Chinrue's eyes became gentler. Maybe this is just your reflection in the mirror. Maybe this is the last time I see this face, but Chinrue paused and did not continue. Those words were engraved in his heart and soul, just like in the past. But I still love you. It is not like it is love. In mountain Shillong, the shadow bathed in fire, those affectionate and regretless eyes seemed to appear in front of him again, slowly overlapping with that face. The gushing tears blurred his vision unconsciously. Is it reincarnation? Without hesitation, his finger pulled the trigger. The gunshot rang out. On campus, Tiffany, who was in front of the computer, repeatedly watched the video that had been uploaded to a certain large website. She hesitated for a moment and finally clicked publish. In the campus bank outside the student union office, Kia came to an ATM. After entering the password, she looked at the balance shown on the bank card. It was unbelievable. Her slightly trembling hand clenched the letter. The last sentence on the slightly deformed letter was vaguely, "Everything will be fine." On the street behind Kia, Alice, who was jumping with her hands behind her back, smiled and said something to her sister. Looking at her happy sister, Ja's always indifferent eyes showed a rare softness. On the opposite court, Gabriel welcomed Michael, Raphael, and Satan, who were sweating profusely, with a smile. She handed them towels and mineral water. Ben Hong still stood silently in the distance, looking at his mobile phone. There was a line of words that had just been typed there. You love me, or you don't love me. Love is there, neither more nor less. This message was either sent to herself or to that person, or it would stay in the draft box of the mobile phone forever. At the school gate, Olivius and Malaria walked forward dejectedly. Beside them were the heroic sisters Isabella and Strina. They looked at each other and smiled from time to time. Farther away from the school, Catherine held her daughter's little hand and walked home step by step. Duo was holding a bag of pig head biscuits in her little hand. In Catherine's beautiful eyes, there was confusion, loss, and hope. There was an advertisement on the sign of the roadside bookstore. Disappointment is acceptable because it is limited, but you can't lose hope because it is endless. Chapter 1201. The wind blew, and the clouds in the sky constantly changed into various shapes. Things in the world were like clouds and dogs, ever-changing. In the study of the villa, the muzzle of the gun was still emitting a faint green smoke. There was a bullet hole in the wall. Chinrue's scalp was scratched, and a few strands of his hair were scattered, but that was all. Chinrue looked at Athena in surprise. Athena's hand was holding the gun high. It was this sudden movement that caused the shot to miss at the critical moment. Elusier also seemed to be stunned. No one could have thought that it would be such a result. It was a shot that would decide his fate. It was the only bullet he had left. There was a 1/3 chance of success, but now it was equivalent to losing all hope of success. Chenrue's mind was blank, and it took him a long time to react. His hand loosened, and the gun fell to the ground. Why? Chenrue laughed bitterly and looked at Athena. Tears slowly slid down from Athena's eyes. I don't know who you are, and I don't know what happened. But life is so precious. Why must we die? Why can't we all be strong and live? Chenrue sighed. Even for a scum like me, don't you want me to die? Although I don't know what happened to you, my eyes and my heart tell me that you are not scum. I don't want anyone to die, including you. Brave, kind, and even a little impulsive, it was still her. Chenrue was slightly shocked. He stared at Athena, slowly holding her hand that was originally raised, and placed it on his heart. Athena trembled slightly, but she did not resist. It turns out that I was wrong. You have the unique ego and persistence of life. You are a real existence. No, not only you, Kia, Catherine, everyone is a real existence. As Chun Rui spoke, his heart involuntarily resonated, or perhaps it was called understanding, and he slowly closed his eyes. Alucier did not disturb Chinrue. Her lips curled into a mysterious smile. It's a very warm feeling, real warmth, a real Athena. I understand now, Alucier. You didn't lie to me. This is a real world, a world reflected in my heart. Perhaps everyone has such a mirror world in their heart. In this sense, it is truly a parallel existence. What are you trying to say? Alucier's voice rang out. She was no longer as calm as before, and there was a hint of ethereal meaning in her voice. Chinrue slowly opened his eyes and let go of Athena's hand. His gaze gradually became firm. Now is the time for me to choose. Alucier stared at Chinrue. Are you sure? 3 key points. All of them are true, but all of them are false. No matter which one I choose, I will fall into oblivion. Chinrue's eyes were no longer perplexed. There was only enlightenment, the enlightenment that came after experiencing life and death. Truth be told, you had already said the real key point the first time we met. Alucier laughed. She laughed loudly. Existence. Unlike before, when these 2 words came out from Chinrue's mouth, they contained an inexplicable power, causing the entire room to seemingly tremble. Chinrue cast a deep look at Athena. What is in my heart is the real existence. Thank you for your existence, Athena. Athena looked at those clear eyes, which were glistening with tears. She felt that they were so strange, yet so familiar. There was even a sense of illusion, as though this man was her life and death lover from a long time ago. The true meaning of life is not death or birth, nor is it destruction or creation. Rather, it is existence. Chinrue's body emitted a faint glow. With every word he spoke, the surrounding space began to blur. Chinrue. Athena was surprised to find that in her vision, what was blurry was not the surrounding world, but Chinrue. His body began to thin out, as though it was some kind of illusion that was about to disappear from the world. Not only Chinrue, but Alucier was also thinning out. What is this? A kind of link power? Could it be? So that's how it is. I finally understand. At the same time, Chinrue also understood another mystery of the mirror world. He could not help but reveal a look of anger. The so-called key point is actually connected to the reality of another world. If I choose anyone to die, then relative to this world, the mirror image of the other world will also die. That's right. If you had just killed Athena or yourself, she and you in the other world will also die. Similarly, this includes me. Alucier's voice and figure became more and more ethereal. Now do you regret not choosing to shoot me? You don't even care about your own life. How terrifying! Chinrue said coldly. I'm not sure what your goal is, but what I can be sure of is that I won in the end. That's right. You won. Alucier shook her head and suddenly said something that surprised Chinrue. I also won. After saying that, under Athena's shocked gaze, this principle completely disappeared into thin air. I should go too. Athena. Chinrue's body had already become almost completely transparent. Where are you going? Athena could not help but ask. There was no longer any hatred in her heart. There was only confusion, and within the confusion, there was a faint, indescribable feeling. She did not know why it was like this, but she knew very well that this was the last time she would see this person. This man was willing to destroy his own world to protect her world. Or it was not for her, but for another her. That could not be understood. Athena, if there is no concern in the other world, I really want to stay here and start everything with you again. Now I have to go back. There is another you and our child there. Take care. Athena saw the gradually disappearing hand slowly brushing her face. Although it eventually passed through and disappeared without a trace, the gentle feeling was still as clear as ever. Tears flowed out involuntarily. The surrounding space quickly changed and distorted. Finally, Chinrue's blurred vision became clear again. Finally, the distorted scene gradually returned to normal. After his vision was restored, Chinrue had already felt that in the galaxy of the super system, there was a surging and incomparably powerful breath of life. It was almost 10 times more than before. Is it because of the enlightenment just now? However, he had no time to carefully appreciate the new power because a more shocking scene appeared in front of him. In the void ahead, there was a huge male, humanoid body floating. Corpse. It was not so much a corpse, but a dead galaxy. There was more than one corpse. There were more than one in the distance. Chinrue couldn't help but be shocked. This is actually the most mysterious chaos realm. With Chinrue's current strength, he could remain calm even in the face of a grand elementalist. However, in front of this corpse that had lost its vitality, he couldn't remain indifferent. Why would I return to this place after returning from that world? Wait a minute, something is wrong. Although it is indeed these corpses, it doesn't have the real boundless feeling at the beginning. It is more like a phantom. Could it be that I just broke free from a mirror world, and I fell into another similar world? Now that I can enter the super system without any data or alerts, it means that it is not the almost unsolvable mirror world. It should be an ordinary phantom without danger. As Chinrue was thinking, he suddenly felt that the surrounding space changed. A faint crack appeared, and the eyes of the nearest corpse slowly opened. Not only this one, but the rest also opened their eyes one after another. Although he already knew that these were just phantoms, this scene still shocked Chinrue's heart. After all, these were the most terrifying existences. At the moment when the eyes opened, the entire scene was shaking. Chinrue felt chills running down his spine. If he really faced this kind of corpse, just this gaze alone would cause his soul to suffer a devastating blow. How powerful is this? Not only did the corpses open their eyes, but they also stood up one after another, but the way they stood up was a bit weird. After getting up, the corpses opened their mouths and roared. This sound alone deepened the cracks in the space countless times. A vacuum similar to the Nirvana dimension appeared, but the power was many times stronger. Although the power was extremely amazing, Chinrue faintly felt that something was wrong. At this time, the corpses' faces showed panic and even despair, as if they were feeling something deadly. This almost invincible existence is actually afraid? What is she afraid of? From all directions, something gathered towards the void above his head. The speed was quite fast. Even with Chinrue's eyesight, he could only vaguely see a trace of the shape. It seemed that those things were somewhat familiar. Several streams of light gathered together, forming a special whole object, and then quickly blurred and disappeared. At the same time, a huge outline similar to an eye opened in the void. That eye gradually became clear from the blur. There was no pupil, just a simple shape, and inside was endless nothingness. Chinrue only took a glance and felt that his entire soul was shaking involuntarily, as if it was about to leave the body. His entire spirit and body were faintly showing signs of collapse in an instant. He couldn't help but be shocked. Chinrue felt a strong sense of suffocation. This was a pure illusion. If he really faced this, he was afraid that he would be completely annihilated before he could even have a thought. Faintly, cracks appeared on the huge body that was dimming. The cracks became clearer, and the figure also became clearer. One could see star-like rays of light appearing inside. These starlights seemed to be quickly being sucked by something. It was the eye. What those huge bodies were afraid of was this eye with indescribable power. The strange thing was that the bodies of these giants seemed to be recovering rapidly. The cracks on their bodies also disappeared, and even their expressions, the uncomfortable feeling in Chinrue's heart became stronger and stronger. He suddenly realized that it was like this. Chapter 1202. Shinrue suddenly realized that the sequence of events in this illusion had been reversed. It was like watching a movie from the end to the beginning. Then the correct sequence of events should be: an eye opened in the void, the power of the giants was devoured, their bodies split open, and then something that triggered the power of the eye broke apart and flew away. The giants fell to the ground and became corpses. No wonder the posture of the corpses standing up was so awkward. With this realization, Shinrue had a correct judgment of the following scene. In the void, the huge eye that slowly opened made the giants feel extremely terrified. The whole object that summoned the eye appeared again. A certain body collapsed, but it did not completely disappear. It gathered into this object, and just like before, it seemed to be 7 rays of light. In other words, it was the object formed by the annihilation of this body that summoned the eye that could destroy those giant existences. Or rather, it was this body that summoned it at the cost of death. The image of that body before it split began to appear in his sight. Compared to those giant existences, this body was only considered small. But it was this small, even neglected figure that caused an unimaginable result. A tall, thin man with 12 wings on his back, half white and half black, looked up at those unreachable existences in the sky. His facial features and body were blurred, but the stubbornness in his eyes could be felt even if it could not be seen clearly. After this image froze for a moment, the image in the space became blurred and finally gradually returned to a familiar place, the hut. In the psychedelic forest, the hut where Illusion was. Shinrue's heart was like a raging storm. He knew very well that what he had just seen was just a video condensed by mental power, and it was not complete. However, this incomplete image revealed a shocking secret, or at least a corner of the secret. Twilight of the gods. What had happened before? What level of existence was that eye at? What was it that summoned the eye as Shinrue's mind was racing? He suddenly had a strong feeling of danger. He saw a pair of eyes looking at him in front of him, the eyes of the man in the video. This wasn't an illusion, but really, Shinrue, who felt extreme danger, suddenly raised his defense. He looked at the pair of eyes vigilantly. Perhaps due to some kind of space power, the analytical eyes did not give any special prompt. This pair of eyes did not give off any special pressure. Instead, it was filled with insight, as if nothing could be hidden. Within the insight, there was also a faint sense of deep emotion, indifference, sorrow, affection, and even a faint sense of boredom. All sorts of contradictory emotions fused into an inconceivable whole. With just a glance, one would be involuntarily drawn in. Shinrue was sure that this was the first time he had met such a strange gaze. However, there was a sense of déjà vu, as if he had seen it somewhere before. That's right. Shinrue was slightly startled and finally remembered. Elemental plane, tree of nature, the man who had caused elemental goddess Lafferty to be annihilated. It was actually him. The man's facial features and body also slowly became clear. His eyes quietly watched Shinrue, and after a long time he said 3 words. I've lost. Shinrue, who had tried his best to calm down, once again felt an irrepressible shock. This was because he thought of the last 2 sentences that Illusion said before she disappeared. Not bad, you've won. I've also won. The first sentence, you've won, was said to Shinrue, and the second sentence, I've won, was meant for Illusion herself. Originally, Shinrue did not understand what Illusion meant. However, the man's I've lost seemed to make the whole thing coherent and clear. At this moment, Shinrue seemed to understand something. When the 3 key figures in the mirror world were choosing one, Illusion said one more sentence. This gamble had reached the most critical moment. That's right, a gamble. I don't have much time left. The man's voice sounded again, revealing a deep charm. I can answer one question from each of you. Only one. You guys? Shinrue suddenly sensed something and saw a graceful figure appear in the forest beside him. She was wearing silver, tight-fitting armor that accentuated her graceful figure. She held a spiraling purple sword in her hand and looked very heroic. Gabriel, from the messy hair and the cracks on her armor, it seemed that it had not been easy for Gabriel to get here. Furthermore, he could not see Raphael's figure. It seemed that Raphael was still trapped in some kind of illusory array in the illusory forest. Gabriel did not close her eyes like she usually did. She just stared blankly at the man standing in the air, her eyes shining with an unfathomable light. At this moment, the door of the small house opened, and the person who came out was not a Lucier, but Chi-Lanya. Chinrue had heard from Maria that Chi-Lanya was not only a Lucier's direct disciple, but she was also his daughter. She should be immune to the illusory array here. So it was not surprising that she had directly appeared in the small house from the archery field. Chi-Lanya looked at the sky in surprise, and only reacted after a long while. She understood that this should be an extraordinary existence, and she had also heard the man's words before. She gathered her courage and asked, "Sir, can I also ask a question?" Of course, a Lucier's daughter. The man seemed to already know Chi-Lanya's identity. "May I ask, sir, where did my father go? He should not appear before you again." To be more specific, he went to a place where he wanted to end some kind of beginning. Unfortunately, the result is likely to be his own end. The man sighed. As a guide who serves fate, he has a heart that wants to reverse fate. How thought-provoking. This is the path he chose. The man's answer was profound and difficult to understand, but Chinrue already understood one thing. A Lucier did not die, but she chose to leave. However, Chinrue had heard from Finoa that a Lucier was under some kind of special restriction and could not leave the illusory forest. So, what did this legendary prophet mean by leaving the illusory forest and the elves' immortal capital of Silver Moon? Before coming back, Chinrue's heart was filled with anger and murderous intent toward a Lucier, especially when he understood that the choice in the mirror world would directly kill the real person in this world. This was because this had directly threatened the lives of Athena and his children, and threatened the people he had risked his life to protect. But now, Chinrue's hatred gradually faded. Things were not as simple as he had originally thought. What kind of role did a Lucier play? He became more and more confused. Chi-Lanya, on the other hand, seemed to have understood something. She lowered her head sadly. "Tessanir." The man's gaze turned to Gabriel. This form of address made Gabriel tremble slightly, and she slowly walked over. Looking up at the man in the void in Gabriel's silver and red pupils, that indescribable emotion became more and more intense. She just stared at the man's eyes. After a long time, Gabriel asked, "Why did you make that choice?" The man's gaze became gentle, and he sighed. This question released something that had been suppressed in Gabriel's heart for a long time. There was no calmness on her face, only excitement that almost made her lose her composure. The morning star favored by God, the son of the morning, the proudest archangel, why did you choose to fall? My former comrade in arms and companion, why did you choose to leave me? The people I cherished? The people I cared about? The people I loved? Although Gabriel asked 3 questions in a row, it was actually equivalent to one. Choice. Chinrue remembered that when he entered the illusory forest, he had told Gabriel that if he lost these things, he would rather choose to face death. When Gabriel heard the word choice, there was a strange fluctuation in her emotions, and there seemed to be deep sorrow in her eyes. That was because she regarded Chinrue as him, and in her heart, choice was the biggest knot in her heart. Chinrue suddenly thought of the passage in the book of Isaiah that made Gabriel cry in the mirror world. "Bright star, son of the morning, why did you fall from the sky? Why did you, the one who defeated the nations, be cut down to the ground?" This passage surprisingly overlapped with Gabriel's current question. This seemed to be describing the fall of a certain person. That passage seemed to overlap with the fall that Gabriel questioned today. Chen Rui's memory suddenly became unprecedentedly clear, including that blurry name. The Star of Dawn in the Bible, the most powerful and highest-ranking angel in the legends. She was also the most famous fallen angel. In the theologies and legends of his previous world, the name of this fallen angel often appeared. Even Chen Rui, who was not very familiar with Western theology and culture, was familiar with it. Some people confused him with Satan, but in many ancient books, the two were actually separated, especially in this world. Was it the man's name? Yes, he remembered that when Charlie misunderstood Chen Rui as someone and begged for mercy before he was devoured by Ben Hong, he once said a word in horror. Lu, that's right! It should be him. On this side, the man looked deeply into Gabriel's eyes and said, Tessa Neal, you have never let go of this matter. Back then, you did not have the courage to question me, and now, finally. So, I will officially answer you, my former comrade and partner, the woman who has been watching me silently. I am sorry because that is my choice. This answer was equivalent to no answer, but Gabriel seemed to have gotten a certain answer, and a tear slowly fell from the corner of her eye. I am very sorry, Tessa Neal. I can't answer any more of your questions. The man moved his gaze away from Gabriel and fell on Chen Rui. Now it is your turn, incredible soul. Chapter 1203. That title of Incredible Soulless made Chen Rui secretly shudder. As for questions, there were simply too many questions in his mind. Just from the video just now, he could ask many shocking questions about the battle between the huge existences, the 7 split streams of light, the eye in the sky. However, he could only ask one question now. What should I ask? Chen Rui thought quickly and finally asked the question. Your Excellency, Lucifer, why are you in my body? The rest of the secrets could be discovered, but this question that was closely related to him was the most important. It was also what Chen Rui had always been afraid of. This question actually contained several layers of meaning. Are you Lucifer? Do you exist in my body? Why do you exist? What do you want? The man obviously understood what Chen Rui meant and said meaningfully, I should ask you in return, why are you in my body? Chen Rui narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? If you want to brush me off or don't dare to tell the truth, I can give up on this question. I will find the answer myself. This tone was quite impolite. Even Gabriel couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. The man didn't mind and was still indifferent. The body I am talking about is not your human body, but the 7 chapters of the beginning and end. The 7 chapters of the beginning and end. This unfamiliar name immediately made Chen Rui react. 7 artifacts? The man had already said, the 7 chapters of the beginning and end are the 7 artifacts that you know of. They're related to a kind of taboo power that surpasses everything. I believe you have seen it in the illusion previously. At the same time, they also hide another secret that is closely related to me. That is, every chapter contains a fragment of my soul. Therefore, the 7 artifacts will constantly choose the most suitable bloodline user's recognition. When these people use them, they will also return a part of the bloodline power to the 7 chapters. In the long run, one day I will be able to awaken and complete the soul fragment after accumulating enough power. Then I will truly awaken. Unfortunately, life is unpredictable and I met you. When you obtained the chapter of Earth, you should have been rejected, but just as I said, you have an inconceivable soul power and you were able to directly awaken that soul fragment. What I find even more inconceivable is that my soul fragment was actually suppressed by you. You can even use a special fusion method to forcibly move the chapter of Earth. At that time, your strength was unbelievably low, let alone a kingdom. You didn't even comprehend a domain. When he said this, the one who was the most shocked was Gabriel. An ant who had not even comprehended the power of domain could actually suppress his soul fragment and forcibly activate the 7 divine weapons. What did that mean? As one of the insiders back then, Gabriel was very clear that the 7 chapters of the beginning and end were the most special existences. other than him. Even gods could not directly control them. Qinrui finally understood that there was such a secret behind the recognition of the 7 divine artifacts. As for the incredible method mentioned by the other party, he was well aware of it. Supersystem's deep analysis. The question was, did Lucifer know about the supersystem? The man's voice continued. There is one thing that you may not have thought of. The more parts of the 7 chapters of the beginning and end that you fuse, the more complete my soul is. When you gathered the 7 chapters of the beginning and end, my soul finally truly awakened with the help of the tree of nature. Unfortunately, due to the serious lack of bloodline power, this awakening was actually in a state of forced overdraft. It was in a precarious situation, and I could be swallowed by you at any time, until I saw Lafferty in the elemental world. Lafferty, Gabriel was taken aback. Her soul fragment was completely annihilated. I used the tree of nature to transform part of her divine power to avoid the danger of her soul annihilation and bought a little more time. You actually killed Lafferty and took part of her divine power. Gabriel's face became a little pale. This was my choice and also Tashnil's choice. There was a touch of sadness in the man's eyes. Her resurrection was not conscious. It was just passive and spontaneous. The most important thing is that this world does not need God. With the origin of destruction and creation in one body, you are the most suitable body. The man's gaze returned to Qinrui. Perhaps in the unseen world, we have some inexplicable connection since a long time ago. For example, descendant. To be more precise, it's a daughter. The last 2 words were tantamount to a huge shock for Qinrui. He suddenly thought of the heart of God in Duo and Ben Hong's misunderstanding of Duo. It turned out that the bloodline inheritance of Little Phoenix was actually from daughter? Gabriel couldn't help but ask. Just as Qinrui was about to speak, the man had already continued. Unfortunately, my soul power is too weak. Even if I take over this body, my strength will greatly regress, and I won't be able to recover in a short period of time. So Elusier and I made a bet. In the end, I lost to you, and also lost to Elusier. I still can't understand what kind of existence you are, but you have already understood the existence of self. So, the meaning of my existence can also be changed. At this point, a lot of the mysteries in Qinrui's heart were finally solved. It turned out that the experience in the mirror world was a bet of possession. If he could not understand the meaning of life, then he would be detained in the mirror world forever, and Lucifer's soul would occupy his body. The one who cast the mirror world should be Elusier and Lucifer working together. So when Elusier gave him that wood card, it was not only to save the tree of nature, but also for Lucifer's rebirth? But why was there still a bet of the mirror world? At this point, the man's figure had already become a little faint, and he looked at Chi Lanya, daughter of Elusier. Didn't your father have something to give him? Chi Lanya remembered her father's instructions, and, as if she had just woken up from a dream, she hurriedly took out a small box and handed it to Qinrui. This is the last thing my father left for you. It can't be that revolver, right? Qinrui took the box, opened it, and his expression changed slightly. It's actually this thing. A magic card laid on the surface. Fate Duel. Playing this trick again, Qinrui suddenly felt that the picture on the back of the card was a little familiar, as if it was the item that summoned the eye to kill the huge existence. He slowly flipped over the card, the highest card of the Chaos faction, the Lord of Darkness. This is the bet you've won. Remember, you only have one chance to use the Supreme Key. Furthermore, you must not only have the resolve to destroy yourself, but you must also have the courage to bear the destruction of everything. The man's voice gradually grew weaker. The Supreme Key? Qinrui was stunned, and he saw that the man's influence became more and more faint, and the card emitted a faint brilliance, as if it was absorbing the man's remaining soul. At the same time, the 7 artifacts appeared out of thin air and combined into a strange object, which was the thing that summoned the eye and also the Supreme Key that Lucifer mentioned. The picture on the back of the Lord of Darkness flashed, and the mysterious key, formed by the 7 artifacts, gradually disappeared and was absorbed into the card. Wait a minute, Lucifer. Gabriel realized something, and for the first time, she called out the man's name loudly. I still have a lot to say. If there is another world, you, me, Lafty, and more people will be reunited. After Lucifer finished his last sentence, the shadow completely disappeared, and the light on the Lord of Darkness card also disappeared. At the moment when the light disappeared, Chinrue felt his mind relax, as if some power that had been suppressing him had disappeared. Gabriel stared at the Lord of Darkness card in Chinrue's hand in a daze, and all the strength in her body seemed to be drained. On the other side, Chilanya already had a few more things in her hand. This is the ice Ganoderma and the rainbow calla lotus that you asked Her Majesty live. The ice Ganoderma looked a bit like a Ganoderma, crystal clear, and emitted a faint chill. The rainbow calla lotus was snow white and looked like a horse's hoof. Its leaves were colorful, and that was how it got its name. A faint, colorful mist appeared in Chinrue's hand, and the ice Ganoderma and the rainbow calla lotus were taken into the galaxy garden. Compared with uncovering those shocking secrets, this was the biggest gain. Finally, all the materials that Athena needed were gathered. Chinrue turned his head to look at Gabriel, who was in a daze, and sighed. He put the Lord of Darkness back into the box and put it into the storage warehouse. Gabriel suddenly woke up and looked at Chinrue with a terrifying, murderous look in her eyes. She waved the purple sword with spiral patterns, drawing a terrifying sharp aura in the air. Leave that thing here! Chinrue took a step forward and protected Chilanya behind him. At this moment, the space beside him shook and Raphael's figure appeared. Gabriel, I have found the holy firestone here, and even the flowing light vines. With these potions made with the snow dowlet flower, not only Michael, but also the 2 of us can quickly recover from the injuries caused by the backlashes of creating the container. Raphael's voice was filled with surprise. After saying these words, he suddenly saw the situation in the field. His figure shook, and he immediately appeared next to Chinrue. There was already a silver staff in his hand, and his momentum immediately locked on Chinrue. From Raphael's words, Chinrue had already understood the reason why they visited the immortal capital of Silver Moon. Just as Ben Hong expected, when the elemental realm was in turmoil, the 3 supreme angels risked using the creation container to display the power of the Book of Creation and stabilize the rampaging light elements at White Cliff. However, they also suffered a heavy backlashes. Only Alucier had some of the materials to recover, so they came here in person. So, you are all injured, so you are even less of a match for me. Chinrue said lightly. Starlight shone on his body, and the doubled life force and the disappearance of some kind of pressure in his heart made the aura in the starlight several times stronger than before. This was under the condition that he did not use the mirror of the gods of the heavens to fuse with his beloved. It seemed that the existence that the mirror world comprehended was not as simple as getting out of trouble. Feeling the terrifying aura, Gabriel and Raphael's expressions changed at the same time. This enemy was too terrifying. Every time they met, his strength increased by a level. His current state was much stronger than when he was in the archery arena not long ago. Gabriel, if you really want to fight, I won't hold back. But I just want to say this is his choice. The word choice seemed to hit Gabriel's vitals. His body trembled, and the holy melody sword in his hand drooped down powerlessly. Under Raphael's puzzled gaze, Gabriel sighed, turned around, and left. Raphael looked at Chinrue doubtfully, but finally followed, and the 2 figures gradually faded. Chapter 1204. After Gabriel and Raphael left, Chinrue bid farewell to Chilanya and left the psychedelic forest. When he returned to the archery arena and saw the familiar Rala and Alice, they vaguely overlapped with the images in the mirror world that he experienced not long ago. Although a few days in the mirror world were only a few hours in this world, Chinrue felt like it was a lifetime ago. The battle in the mirror world. Yes, it was indeed a battle. The battle with himself, the battle with choices, and the battle of life and death set by Lucifer and Eleusier. It was more dangerous than any battle he had experienced before. When Chen Rui chose to protect Athena and ended the battle with himself as the key point, he defeated himself and transcended life and death. However, he lost to Lucifer. However, at the critical moment, Athena in the mirror world chose to protect Chen Rui, allowing Chen Rui to truly understand the meaning of life and win the overall situation. This experience could be said to be full of twists and turns and a narrow escape from death. After successfully leaving the mirror world, Chen Rui saw part of the truth of the twilight of the gods. Back then, Lucifer did not hesitate to destroy himself to activate the 7 chapters of the end, the 7 artifacts, which activated the most terrifying taboo power. As a result, the gods fell. Lucifer's soul was almost annihilated. He could only rely on the 7 artifacts and use the bloodline power recognized by the 7 artifacts to accumulate his soul and wait for rebirth. The appearance of Chen Rui and the super system caused Lucifer to overdraft his soul and be reborn in advance without obtaining enough soul. Finally, he won the final victory in this life and death situation. The supreme key formed by Lucifer and the 7 artifacts was absorbed by the King of Darkness magic card. The mystery of him finally came to an end. At the same time, Chen Rui also knew that the little phoenix that he hatched was a descendant of Lucifer's bloodline. That was why, after his rebirth, he grew to a certain extent and possessed the heart of God that many powerhouses could not have in their lifetime. In terms of soul and God's bloodline, Little Phoenix was indeed Lucifer's daughter. However, just as Chen Rui swore to duo after he killed Charlie, no matter what she was, no matter what happened in the future, she would always be his most beloved, precious daughter. Lucifer's silence also left many questions unanswered. For example, Eleusier's behavior was a mystery. Previously, Eleusier had used the Tree of Nature to help Lucifer resurrect. Later, she had chosen to help Chen Rui in the gamble of life and death. Now, she had defied common sense by leaving the psychedelic forest. It was indeed puzzling. However, these things could be considered in the future. The most important thing now was to return to the demon realm and give the materials that Athena needed to bring home. Have the 3 guys from the Holy Mountain of Light left? Yes, they just left. Rala saw that Chen Rui was a little absent-minded. What's wrong? Nothing. Chen Rui looked at the fairy Miss Long and suddenly smiled. I was thinking that I should give you a set of clothes, a dark purple suit skirt and a white shirt. By the way, I should also give you a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Miss Assistant Principal. What? The fairy Miss Long asked blankly. She really did not understand what this meant. However, it must be a happy thing for a man to give her a set of clothes. What about me? Alice, who had already returned to Rala's side, heard that there was something to give her, and her ears perked up. Let me ask a question first. If I kidnap you, kidnap? Alice covered her mouth in surprise. Is it going to be locked up in a secret room, humiliating training or something? I'm so scared, Chen Rui broke out in a cold sweat. If he had known, he would have locked her up in the other world for a while longer. You seem to be looking forward to it, right? The fairy Miss Long saw through a certain Lolita princess thoughts. The Lolita princess cupped her face. Teacher Raleigh, Sister Rala, I'm going to be shy. What are locked up in a secret room and humiliating training? Michelle, who was at the side, curiously asked Alice, quietly. That's a secret. Aren't good friends supposed to share secrets? All right. I'll look for it first. I think it's this book. What a strange book cover. Can I touch it? Seeing that Alice was about to flip open the dirty book, Chen Rui quickly snatched it away and disappeared from the storage in the blink of an eye. Alice looked at him angrily. Chen Rui shook his head and changed the topic. All right, I've already gotten what I wanted. We should go back. The moment he said this, Alice's puffed-up face immediately deflated. Michelle bit her lips and asked softly, "Are you guys going back to the demon realm?" "Yes." Chenrue stroked the elf princess's green curly hair. "If there's a chance, I'll bring Alice back to the immortal capital to visit you and by phone. Definitely. I can't bear to leave you guys." Michelle's voice was choked. She hugged Chenrue's waist tightly and hugged Alice. Alice's eyes were also red as she hugged Michelle tightly. Alice looked up at Chenrue. "Brother, let's bring Michelle back to the demon realm, all right?" Chenrue shook his head. "Not now. She's the elf princess. Her mother and sister are both here. If she follows us back to the demon realm, she'll implicate the elf clan." Alice also knew that her idea wasn't realistic. She lowered her head, dejectedly. "I said not now." Chenrue's gaze became distant as he looked into the distance. "There will be a day in the future when Michelle can come to the demon realm to play or live without any restrictions. Alice, you can also bask in the sunlight freely without any unnecessary hatred or war. Perhaps there's still a long time before that day comes, but it will happen. Trust me." "Yes." The two Lolis nodded simultaneously. On the other side, Rala also lowered her voice and said goodbye to her father, the Elf King. She also emphasized her mother's blacklist. Span could only smile bitterly. In the direction that Chenrue's gaze landed, Rambus, who was beside First Elf Princess Phyllis, absent-mindedly chatted as she looked into the distance. She knew very well that it was like two cross lines. Even though they had intersected before, they were now gradually drifting apart. She and he were already people from two different worlds. From the moment she made the choice that year, this was already destined. Regardless of whether the choice was right or wrong, the two of them would continue down this path. This was life, a journey of endless choices. Not long after, Chenrue's group successfully left the Jadeite for a sea. The half-elf Tylos and the elf maiden Altani were among them. Even though the half-elf had won the archery competition, his relationship with Altani would definitely not be recognized by the elves. Staying in the Jadeite forest sea would not only not fulfill his wish, but his life would also be in danger. The half-elf had made a solemn vow long ago. Now that Chenrue helped him win and showed such strong strength, the half-elf successfully took away his beloved with the deterrence of a super powerhouse. This strengthened Tylos's determination to follow. Chenrue did not refuse Tylo's allegiance. He originally wanted to leave the half-elf couple in the Island of Storms, but Tylos offered to follow him to the demon realm. Chenrue thought about it and agreed. After keeping everyone in the Tower of Glory, Chenrue opened the Stargate and returned to the Dark Moon's house immediately. To Chenrue's surprise, there were a few more guests in the house. The Dragon Emperor's father-in-law, Augilez, as well as the Black Dragon's eldest daughter, Julia, and the henpecked Blue Dragon's Daniel, whom he had not seen for many years. Both of them had stepped into the kingdom rank, and Augilez had already reached the false god rank. Julia was a distant relative of Augustus. Blue Dragon Daniel and Paglio were old friends for thousands of years. There was also the disgraceful history of having a crush on Rala years ago, but he was killed by the fairy Miss Long. Both of them had lived in the Dark Moon for a period of time and made friends with Chenrue and others. Later, both of them returned to the Dragon Island to train behind closed doors. After breaking through to the kingdom level, they wanted to come to the Dark Moon to show off, but the bad news came one after another, causing the two guys to be terrified. Paglio has reached demigod strength. Rala is at the peak of demigod. Chenrue is a pseudo-god. Actually, these were all the evening news. The real situation now, even if the Dragon Emperor's father-in-law knew, he would probably jump in anger. Julia and Daniel followed His Majesty Dragon Emperor to the Dark Moon, this time to meet their friends who they had not seen for many years, and conveniently dig out the secret of these guys' rapid progress. Aunt Julia, this is for you. Remember to leave half for Grandpa Augustus. Baby Dwidwa's charm was unstoppable. Even Julia, who always liked to pretend to be cool, couldn't bear to let go of the little girl. On one side, Grandpa Augulez, who was told to leave half of the cake, was so moved that he almost burst into tears. This little girl really cares about me. If it were Lalalia, there would be nothing left. Actually, it's the fruit of Dragon Emperor's education. Suddenly, Duodua's big eyes opened as she sensed Chinrue's return. She broke free from Julia's arms and flew in the direction of the Star Gate. Dad! Chinrue hugged his baby daughter tightly and kissed her again and again. Thank God. She is finally not the baby who is vigilant against her dad in the kindergarten. Augustus looked enviously at Chinrue, who was held by Duo. Unfortunately, when his daughter, Lala, saw him, she just laughed a few times. Then she pulled Olifius and muttered. Dragon Emperor's father pricked up his ears. He vaguely heard the sentence, if the old guy forces us to marry, we will definitely ignore him. And he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Chinrue. Kia! And Isabella's voices sounded at the same time. Chinrue hugged Duo and kissed the faces of the art major girl and the policewoman respectively. His eyes fell on Athena, who was supporting his body behind him. He put down Duo and came to the mother-to-be. I'm back. It's good that you're back. Athena didn't know that she had walked between life and death because of the mirror world. She didn't even know that she in the other world had finally saved all of this. She just clearly felt the passion and affection in his eyes. Suddenly, she seemed to have returned to the year when she first met this man, and her heart was filled with sweetness. Oh, someone is finally willing to come back after spending his time in the human world. Who is the little beauty behind? She should be an elf from the human world. Could she be the new girl that the captain hooked up with? Hearing the voices of these two jealous and hateful bad friends, Chinrue suddenly turned around and said, You two idiots, how about a game of basketball? Basketball? Looking at the two guys who didn't understand looking at each other, Chinrue showed a knowing smile on his face. Chapter 1205. That's all he said. Ben Hong's indifferent gaze moved away from the magic card. He did not ask Chinrue to give the magic card to her. Instead, he fell silent. Chinrue did not hide anything from Ben Hong. He told him about his experience in the illusory forest. Of course, he only mentioned about the mirror world. He only said that under the guidance of the legendary prophet, he had a life and death gamble with Lucifer and finally won by luck. The defeated Lucifer and the Supreme Key were integrated into a Lucier's King of Darkness magic card. Although Ben Hong appeared calm, Chinrue could still feel the sadness. After escaping from the mirror world, Chinrue had a further understanding of the mystery of that strange world. The mirror world was actually a mixed world of his, Lucifer's, and a Lucier's inner consciousness. It was not only a reflection of his own mind, but also a reflection of the mind of a second or third person. The main characters formed by Chinrue's mind reflection in the mirror world were Athena, Kia, Rala, and others, while Lucifer was Satan, Ben Hong, Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, and others. If the characters were compared to the flesh and blood of the world, then the skeleton of the whole world, including the intersection and contradictory relationships between the characters, was constructed by a Lucier. Among them, Chinrue and Lucifer were mixed into one person, becoming the link between the characters of the two worlds and the protagonist of the whole world. In that world, a considerable part of Gabriel and Ben Hong's feelings for Chinrue, and in fact for Lucifer, should be a reflection of reality. Judging from Gabriel's words and actions in the illusory forest, at the beginning, Lucifer, Satan, Michael, and Ben Hong were all on the same side, just like the relationship in the mirror world. In particular, when Gabriel asked, "Why did I fall?" she used the title, God's favored morning star, son of the morning, the proudest archangel. Then Lucifer should have been the most powerful archangel back then. Satan, Ben Hong, Abaddon, and the others were likely angels. Later, due to some unforeseen event, they chose to fall and join the opposing camp, becoming enemies with Michael, Gabriel, and the others. Gabriel was shocked by Lucifer's fall. or rather, he couldn't believe it, because of his lack of courage or timing. He couldn't confront Lucifer until today. Compared to Gabriel, Ben Hong, who had always been silent and not good at expressing himself, chose to follow in silence and fall together. If you sink into darkness, I will follow you to eternal damnation. When she determined that Chen Rui was him, this woman, who was originally proud and even willing to die together with him, chose to follow him with all her might, sparing no effort to help and fighting with her life. From this point of view, Chen Rui believed that Ben Hong, who had always been bad at expressing himself, had deeper feelings for Lucifer than Gabriel. Unfortunately, Chen Rui was always Chen Rui, not the him in her heart. After the real him appeared, he never mentioned Ben Hong's name from beginning to end. In the end, he should have exhausted his power and couldn't last any longer. He just said to Gabriel that if there was another world, he, Gabriel, Lafferty, and you and more people would be reunited. Chen Rui obviously lied. Lucifer's original words didn't include Ben Hong. This was a white lie. Chen Rui also didn't know what the relationship between Lucifer and Ben Hong was. Maybe there were more unknown stories, or maybe it was just wishful thinking from beginning to end. He just couldn't bear to see Ben Hong like this. At least in his heart, Ben Hong was a partner who had fought side by side and also a friend. Ben Hong's eyes flashed, and he took a deep look at Chen Rui. That penetrating look made the latter feel a little guilty, as if everything was seen through. Ben Hong stared at Chen Rui for a moment and finally sighed, hiding all the bitterness and sadness and indifference. I will continue to stay here and help Athena until the child is born. Then I want to leave for a while. Thank you. Chen Rui knew that any comforting words were redundant now. If you want to terminate the contract, I can. No need. Ben Hong shook his head slowly, turned around, and left. In the following time, Ben Hong seemed to be more reticent, but he still kept his promise and stayed in the dark moon. With the help of the collected materials, he taught Athena the secret technique of fusing the destruction container. This secret technique was learned by Ben Hong after hiding in the destruction container for countless years. It could use the silver box to transform and contain the power of destruction. The destruction container was indeed worthy of being the treasure that contained the Book of Destruction. After practicing this secret technique, Athena's strength soared to the peak of the kingdom again because of the pregnancy, but the situation of losing control of power was significantly reduced. Augulus came to the Dark Moon because, in the last battle in the Moon Kingdom, he received a trace of the peak stage pseudo-god's soul power from Charlie given by Ben Hong when he was in a coma. After returning to the Dragon Island, Augulus concentrated on training and digested this trace of power. Not only his injuries were fully recovered, but he also reached the threshold of advancing to the intermediate stage of pseudo-god. Now that he came to the Dark Moon, he wanted to ask Ben Hong for advice. However, after coming here, Augus's confidence was hit again. Rala's strength actually soared to the peak stage of pseudo-god incredibly, and Chen Rui was even more outrageous. He was already above the ordinary peak stage of pseudo-god. The advancement of his daughters, Lilia and Aliphius, made Augulus smile. But in terms of the most painful marriage, one of the two girls was an ignorant little miser, and the other was a weird lily who only knew how to lust. Every time the Dragon Emperor's father mentioned marriage, he would be defeated continuously. He could only hide in the corner and draw circles. The benefits of staying in the Dark Moon were quite obvious. Just the special training ground with the time roll was a benefit that made people unable to stop. Ms. Black Dragon and Ms. Blue Dragon were henpecked. At first, they politely said that they would bother him for a few days, but later, they pretended that they didn't say these words. They simply thickened their skin and refused to leave. As a friend, Chen Rui certainly wouldn't mind this, and he didn't force Julia and Daniel to become the link users. On the other hand, the half-elf couple, Tylos and Altini, expressed their true loyalty to Chen Rui. They offered the master-servant contract and received 1-star enhancement. When they first came to the demon realm, Tylos and Altani still seemed a little uneasy. However, the scene of the demon realm was completely different from what they imagined. Demons were not much different from ordinary races on the ground, except for their appearance. Even the dark elves, who were repeatedly belittled in elven literature, were not as vicious as imagined. Instead, they didn't have the self-righteous arrogance of the ground elves. They seemed to be more approachable. This made the half-elves, who were once despised because of their bloodline, have a strong sense of belonging. What surprised the two even more was the prosperity of the demon realm. The prosperity of this dark moon estate was not inferior to the capital of the two holy empires. They also heard that the three empires of the demon realm had formed an alliance. The future development would only get faster and faster. However, all this didn't shock them when they learned that the master was the only husband of the three empresses. With this great backing, Tylos and Altani could live in the demon realm with peace of mind. In the blink of an eye, a few months had passed. In the past few months, Chinrue did not leave the dark moon again. He had been accompanying Athena. In the mirror world, he realized the true meaning of the existence of life. The life force of the entire galaxy in the supersystem had increased by more than 10 times. This enhancement had brought an unexpected change, which was the integration of polar star transformation and himself. Before that, the transformation of polar star transformation was not limited by time and number of times. Now, polar star transformation had been completely integrated into life, which meant that there was no need to deliberately transform. He could reach the peak stage of pseudo-god in his normal state. After equipping the star armor, this level of strength would be further increased. This kind of increase was not like the previous one that could cross a great realm, but it was equivalent to the improvement of a small realm. In other words, after equipping the star armor, he could at least reach the SSSS plus level of the elemental oracle. This was still under the premise of not activating the fusion of Celestial Star's mirror. The fusion of Celestial Star's mirror had not been completely successful yet. Even so, the current Chinrue was confident that he could defeat the 5 major elementalists. A complete victory, not a contest. In fact, Chinrue was still a little disappointed. This was because he originally imagined that after his strength reached the pseudo-god level, he should be able to surpass the pseudo-god level and have god-level combat power after activating Polar Star transformation. However, this kind of change should still be within the scope of Polar Star transformation. It was just that the transformation state was merged with the normal state. It was just like in the Dragon Ball manga that he read before, where Goku and his son maintained the Super Saiyan state when they were not angry. This also meant that the Polar Star transformation was close to the real bottleneck, which was the highest level of the 6-star evolution. As long as he could break through to the 7-star evolution, he could truly surpass all the pseudo-god levels and step into a higher and perhaps the ultimate level. The 7 artifacts had turned into the supreme key and were sealed in the King of Darkness. Many of the previous magical skills could no longer be used. However, these were only external objects after all. After truly abandoning them, his state of mind became more clear. When Chinrue thought of the eye that annihilated everything in the void, he suddenly felt a chill. He had already vaguely guessed what it was. "What are you thinking about so intently?" Catherine's voice sounded beside him. In the past few days, Athena was about to give birth. Due to her powerful strength, it was difficult to suppress the power of destruction when she was giving birth. Ordinary midwives couldn't bear it at all. They would turn into ashes before they got close. Only Catherine had childbirth experience, so Catherine specially rushed over from the Shadow Empire to prepare to deliver Athena personally. Not only Catherine, but Jia and Tiffany also came to the Dark Moon. I'm thinking if a pseudo-god Her Majesty Empress changes into a teacher's outfit and takes a few more photos, what would it look like? Chinrue turned his head and smiled as he held Her Majesty Empress' hand. Under the guidance of Ben Hong and Rala, Catherine's strength had successfully advanced to pseudo-god not long ago. This was naturally due to the effect of part of Dwadwa's divine favor. Sir Paglio, who had always wanted to break through to the peak of demigod to catch up with Catherine, had completely given up. What kind of crooked thoughts are you thinking about again? Catherine smiled sweetly, looking charming. From your wretched eyes, I can see that those photos are definitely not serious. I'm wretched? Chinrue pointed to his face. How can a positive character like me, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, betray the revolution? Although I don't understand what you said, I very much agree with Catherine's point of view. Jia walked over and saw someone's equally wretched eyes. Before he could speak, she directly refused. I won't satisfy any of your bad interests. Don't even think about it. Chinrue smiled and was about to speak. At this time, Tiffany hurried over. Catherine, hurry up. Athena seems to be giving birth. Chapter 1206. Dark clouds covered the sky above the courtyard, and there were faint traces of lightning. The ground vibrated at a disordered frequency from time to time, and there were various traces of destruction. A protective formation had been set up in the vicinity long ago to prevent the power from spreading and hurting innocent people. From the outside, there seemed to be nothing unusual in this block. Everyone was waiting outside the house, and the expressions on their faces were mostly anxious and expectant. The most anxious one was, of course, Chinrue. He had walked back and forth countless times, and he was drenched in sweat. It had been half an hour, and Catherine, Isabella, Rolla, and Ben Hong still hadn't come out. They could only hear Athena's suppressed moans of pain. When Athena was about to give birth, her strength had soared to the early stage of demigod, and the explosive power of her power of destruction was extremely shocking. Therefore, only these few people could go in to avoid danger. Is giving birth so painful? Alice held Jia's hand tightly, looking nervous. Jia shook her head. I don't know either. I just know that this moment alone is enough to show that all mothers are the greatest. In fact, not only Jia, but the ladies present also had no experience. The only one who had been a mother, Catherine, was helping Athena deliver the baby in the house. The lightning in the sky was getting more and more intense, and it seemed to be attracted by something, pouring down toward the house. The lightning seemed to contain an extremely pure power of destruction. Even though the house was covered with a barrier, it couldn't completely isolate this power, and a large area of cracks appeared. A light flashed in Chinrue's eyes, and he had already appeared above the house. His body emitted a strange traction force, and like a magnet he absorbed all the lightning and sprinkled it on his body. The lightning kept flashing, and Chinrue's clothes fluttered violently, but he was as still as a mountain. Although he seemed to have dissolved the lightning easily, he was secretly surprised. The power of this lightning was not to be underestimated, and it was getting stronger. If it was a demigod like Paglio, he might not be able to take it. At this moment, the sound of a baby crying suddenly came from the house. The fierce lightning suddenly stopped and quickly began to dim. The dark clouds also gradually dispersed, revealing the two covered moons. Chinrue saw Isabella walk out of the house with a small body wrapped in a blanket. His eyes flashed, and he immediately landed. Everyone surrounded him, but Chinrue didn't look at the child and rushed straight through the door. Athena! Chinrue came to the room. Rolla was using water magic to clean up the blood in the room and in the air. Catherine was helping Athena wipe her sweat. Ben Hong withdrew the light that covered Athena. Athena's eyes were tightly shut. Her face and lips were extremely pale, and her body was trembling uncontrollably. However, her life force was still clear. This allowed Chinrue to relax. He walked to the bed, squatted down, and held Athena's hand. Athena slowly opened her eyes. Is it a boy or a girl? Chinrue was stunned. I haven't seen it yet. Catherine smiled slightly. This guy rushed in as soon as possible. He probably didn't even see the child. Athena was touched, but she felt that he didn't care about the child. She glared at Chinrue. "Catherine," said the question she was most concerned about, "it's a very healthy boy. I can feel the pure and powerful life force in him." "A boy." Athena's eyes lit up. "It's not only life that is powerful, but also strength." Rala was very envious of her mother, Athena. She said while cleaning, "This child's strength is at the demon emperor level. Although many of our dragon's children are also born at this level, this child has the talent of destroying the origin. It's easy for him to step into the super rank. Even without the power of Dwudwa's god's descendant, his future achievements are also limitless. Strength is secondary. It's fine as long as he can grow up healthy, safe, and happy." A smile appeared on Athena's pale face. It was full of maternal brilliance. Miss Long blinked her eyes. "Athena, do you remember our last naming contest? If it's a girl, her nickname will be Tang Tang. If it's a boy, and the child's nickname will be Daudu from now on." Athena smiled and looked at Rala. "I will tell him that this is the name given by his Aunt Rala, and I believe he will be happy in this life." Miss Long responded with joy. She planned in her heart that when she had children in the future, she would let Athena name them. Athena has exhausted too much physical and energy. She urgently needs to rest now. You guys go out first. Ben Hong, who had been silent, said, "I will use the power of the kingdom to help her recuperate for a while." "Thank you," Chinrue said sincerely. If it weren't for Ben Hong, it was likely that Athena or the child would be in danger. Now that the mother and child were safe, the gratitude in his heart could not be expressed in simple words. Ben Hong nodded and said nothing more. He came to Athena's side and sat down. As the light flashed, Athena's body gradually relaxed. Her injuries were also recovering quickly, and she slowly fell into a deep sleep. Chinrue, Catherine, and Rala walked out of the room and saw that Isabella had been surrounded by a large circle of people. It was noisy, and their attention was focused on the little fellow whose nickname should be Diddle. The little fellow did not open her eyes, nor did she cry. She just closed her eyes as if she had fallen asleep after the previous cry. She seemed particularly quiet. Alice's eyes lit up. "Wow, Athena's child is so cute." Jia and Tiffany said almost in unison, "It's a little boy." Duo, you have a younger brother now." Kia hugged Duo and looked at little Daudu enviously. Duo, who was honored as an elder sister for the first time, asked with interest, "Aunt Kia, can I hug my younger brother?" "Not yet, Duo baby," Delia next to her said with a smile. "When he grows up, you can take him to play with you every day." "Little fellow, call me godfather?" Paglio was also a little jealous. "That cunning human actually has 2 children, but I don't have a child. I'll just be a godfather to satisfy my craving first." Lomont said with a look of contempt, "Tisk, with your drunkard appearance, you want to be someone's godfather? Don't lead the child astray in the future. It's much better than a certain widow con." Paglio was furious. He accidentally exposed it. "You even dragged me to see the widow named Linda the day before yesterday." Lomont felt that Delia's sword-like gaze was about to penetrate his spine. He secretly scolded the poison dragon for tricking his teammate, so he immediately retorted. Isabella, who was holding the child, felt that the saliva of these 2 was about to spray over. She glared at them. "You 2 bastards. Go away if you want to quarrel. Don't disturb the child." "Sister, why does this child not look so beautiful?" Oliphius asked curiously. "Newborn children are like this. They will become more and more beautiful after a while." Lala looked regretful. "He's so cute, but he's not a girl. Otherwise, I will risk my life to kiss him and take away his first kiss." "Little master, you're really handsome." The slime who couldn't squeeze and shouted loudly outside. Chinrue finally broke through the encirclement, came to Isabella and took the child. When he saw the little face, a feeling of blood connection arose spontaneously. This was his child, the crystallization of his and Athena's love. Okay, give it to me. Look at your clumsy hands. Innie was dissatisfied, and she rushed to hold the child as if she was little Dowdu's real mother. Dad, I want a hug too. Duo reached out. Shinrue laughed and deliberately didn't understand his daughter's meaning. He didn't give Dowdu to Duo, but he opened his arms and hugged the little girl instead. The little girl angrily grabbed her father's face and rubbed it. After being glared at by Catherine, she immediately got into her mother's arms and acted coquettishly. Looking at his wife, children, and friends in front of him, Shinrue felt extremely warm and satisfied. With these, he had no regrets in this life. Little Dowdu's birth brought joy and celebration to the entire yard. Just as everyone was laughing, the sky suddenly lit up. The light of the 2 moons hanging high in the sky suddenly increased by 10 times, exuding a surprising heat. It actually felt like the sun of the world above ground. Under the illumination of this light, the originally rich aura of dark elements suddenly weakened a lot. In the space between the 2 moons, a special form of distortion appeared. The magnitude of this distortion became larger and larger. With a bang, it expanded, and a group of light flashed, extending into a beam of light that ran through the sky and the earth. In an instant, it felt that the world trembled under this beam of light. The power of this change was almost no less than the previous change in the elemental world. Everyone was dumbfounded. The birth of the son of origin of destruction caused such a big movement. Catherine looked at this familiar scene, and she suddenly thought of something. Her face couldn't help but change. This wasn't caused by the little pocket, but it turns out to be this. Ben Hong had appeared in the courtyard out of nowhere. This kind of thing actually appeared in advance. What does this mean? What is this? Shinrue clearly sensed the vibration of the power of the entire demon realm, and he asked curiously. Gate. Catherine's eyes were intertwined with shock and doubt. It should have appeared more than 100 years later, but now it is actually ahead of schedule. At this time, the gate that will only appear after more than 100 years? Shinrue's eyes widened suddenly. He already knew what this was. The World Gate, that appears once every 500 years. The last time it appeared should be more than 300 years ago. As Catherine said, under normal circumstances, it should open after more than 100 years. Unexpectedly now, this gate will open the passage between the demon realm and the human realm. At the same time, it means a real war. Chapter 1207. Ben Hong and Catherine weren't the only ones who recognized the door. The lifespan of demons was far longer than that of humans. Even many civilians had experienced similar changes more than 300 years ago. As soon as the news came, the entire demon realm was shocked for a while. Now that the 3 empires of the demon realm had signed an alliance treaty and formed a confederation, the demons were ushering in a rare period of peace and rapid development. Unexpectedly, the gate appeared in advance at this time. This meant that the war between the 2 realms that happened once every 500 years would come ahead of schedule. According to the individual demon cultivators who returned to the devil world from the human world, the prosperity of the devil world had now caught up to that of the human world, and the demons had also enjoyed the peace of the past few years. However, conquering the sunlit surface world was a deep-rooted concept in the devil world for countless years, and it also contained countless generations of hatred. In the face of the impending war, the warlike blood in the bones of many demons boiled. In the Dark Moon's residence, the festive atmosphere of little Dondo's birth had disappeared. Everyone had a solemn expression on their faces. Augula's body suddenly glowed with a faint brilliance. Is it the summoning contract? Shinrue had already determined the power characteristics of the brilliance. Yes. Dragon Emperor's father-in-law nodded. It's a contract signed more than 300 years ago. Catherine reacted the fastest. She asked in surprise, Your Majesty Augula's, is it the last war between the 2 realms? Yes. Augula's nodded. The target of this contract is not only the demon realm, but also the races of the human world. The strength of the contractor is super? Chenrue had already guessed it. The content is that the super powerhouse is not allowed to interfere in the war? Or is there the so-called balance? Balance was the result of the war between the two realms that had been maintained for countless years. There was no real winner. Even if the Lord of Midnight Sun won a complete victory last time and almost drove straight in to destroy the human empires, he still ended up dying halfway. Therefore, the truth of this endless war was that there was no final victory or defeat. The only theme song was the annihilation of life. The purpose of this annihilation was sacrifice. Chenrue looked at the summoning contract power on Augula's and said, "Let's go and have a look." "I'll go too," Paglio, Lomont, and the others shouted. Isabella thought about it and said, "I'll stay. Athena, Duo, and Daudo are all here. They need to be taken care of and protected." "I'll stay too." Jia looked at Alice, who was eager to make a move. This made the lowly princess, who wanted to watch the fun, suddenly discouraged. At the same time, Oliphius, Crobolus, Kia, and others stayed behind. With Isabella here, Chenrue felt a lot more at ease. After giving a few instructions, he loaded everyone into the Tower of Glory and flew toward the light pillar. Ben Hong was silent for a moment before he followed behind. Both of them were peak stage, pseudo-god. Whether it was flying or teleporting, their speed was extremely fast. Ben Hong felt that the faint breath of Chenrue, who was flying, actually made her soul feel a suffocating sense of oppression. This was still the state where he didn't use his full strength. Ben Hong couldn't help but be secretly surprised. Moving forward quickly, the two quickly left the Dark Moon Estate. The light pillar was in the northeast of the Dark Moon Estate. According to the current distance, it should not be in the territory of the fallen Angel Empire, but in the Bloody Empire. The Bloody Claw Estate in the east of the Bloody Empire was originally an inconspicuous, small estate. As expected, the place where the light pillar landed was the Bloody Claw Estate in the east of the Bloody Empire. This meant that this place would become the main entrance or exit of the battlefield. The Demon Realm's army entered the human world through the gate from here, or the army of the human world stepped into the Demon Realm from here. The opening of the gate was not completed immediately. According to the previous records, it took about 10 days. Before that, the gate had a strong repulsion, and ordinary people couldn't get close. At that time, ordinary people didn't know that some of the flowing lights that passed by were not the energy of the light pillar itself, but the people who could enter the light pillar. When Chenrue entered the area of the light pillar, he felt a special force field, and he was immediately on guard. Don't resist. The function of this force field is to filter and repel people who are not under the power of the kingdom. Ben Hong's voice sounded in his mind. Sure enough, this force field surrounded Chenrue for a moment, and it automatically disappeared after sensing the power of the kingdom. Nothing happened. Chenrue nodded to Ben Hong and released everyone in the Tower of Glory. The weakest among them were Lomont and Tiffany, who had also reached the peak of the kingdom, so they naturally wouldn't be repelled. Looking at the light pillar in front of him, the contract light on his body became more intense, and he said, "Let's go in." There is only a space tunnel inside the light pillar. There is generally no danger. I guess the others will be here soon. Rala asked, "The others you mentioned include all the supermasters in the realm of devils. I've participated a few times. The one 300 years ago, the representatives of the main forces and many independent cultivators came." Augula's paused, and it's not just the forces of the realm of devils who came. Not just the realm of devils. Chenrue's eyes narrowed. It seems that we will meet an old friend. One has already arrived. Ben Hong looked up at the sky, only to see a flowing light flash, and there was already one more person in everyone's line of sight. The person saw Chenrue and Ben Hong and frowned. His eyes glanced at Tiffany, and then rested on Rala for a moment, and finally returned to Chinrue. It really is an old friend. Chinrue retracted his gaze. How long has it been since we last met, Satan? It seems that you have gained a lot during this time. The person who came was Satan. Chinrue could see at a glance that Satan's strength had also increased considerably. It seemed that he had made some kind of breakthrough in fusing with the destruction vessel. Tiffany bowed to Satan from afar, teacher. With Satan's eyesight, he could see at a glance that the relationship between Tiffany and Chinrue was not simple. Thinking of how Chinrue had stopped him from carrying out the Temple of Darkness plan against the three empires, he sneered, Tiffany, you seem to have found a bigger backer. Besides, the deal between us has been completed. So I dare not call you teacher. Tiffany's expression did not change, and she said, In any case, you are still a teacher. Satan nodded. Not bad. You have some of the bearing of a queen, and your strength is almost at the demigod level. If you choose to return to my protection now, you will be the first pope of the Temple of Darkness in the future. Before Tiffany could speak, Chinrue said flatly, Impossible. Satan sneered. If it wasn't for the 10-year agreement, I would have completely crushed your confidence now. Teacher, you are wrong. Whether I win or lose, I will not promise you. Tiffany said indifferently, because I am his wife. Wife? Satan was shocked. He suddenly thought of something, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Chinrue's face was as calm as ever. Now he was not afraid of anyone, even if all his secret identities were known to the world. What was there to be afraid of? What a guile! Good scheme. Good means. I am not as good as you. Satan suddenly laughed. With such an opponent, life will not be lonely. A look of admiration flashed in Chinrue's eyes. From the opponent's point of view, although Satan was cold, ruthless, and scheming, his bearing was the most praiseworthy of all his enemies. He and Satan might never be able to become friends, but if they could become opponents, their acquaintance would not be in vain. Chinrue slowly raised his hand, but did not attack. Instead, 2 bottles of wine appeared in his hand, and he tossed 1 bottle to Satan. Ben Hong frowned because she also had a bottle in her hand. There's no need to explain such a thing as recognizing the wrong person. Chinrue raised the bottle and said with a double meaning, To depravity. A strange light flashed in Satan's eyes, and he also raised the bottle. To depravity. Ben Hong seemed to remember something from the past. His hand trembled slightly, and he did not raise the bottle. Satan raised his head and drank the wine, and the bottle in his hand turned into particles and disappeared. I haven't felt this way for a long time. When the time comes, I will have no regrets if I kill you or die at your hands. After he finished speaking, his body turned into a stream of light, and in the blink of an eye he had already submerged into the beam of light. Chinrue looked at the crowd and strolled toward the pillar of light. The crowd followed closely behind. After watching these figures enter the pillar of light, Ben Hong looked at the bottle in his hand, silently removed the cork, and drank it in 1 gulp. After entering the pillar of light, there was a long passage, and then they came to a space similar to a hall in the center. This space was extremely large, enough to accommodate millions of people. On the opposite side, they could see another passage in the space. Obviously, it led to the surface world. At this time, there were already many people in the space, divided into 2 sides. The number of these people was more than Chinrue had imagined. This change was too sudden, and many reclusive cultivators had rushed over. In terms of strength, it was like a pyramid. Kingdoms were the most common, and then demigods were less than 1/10 of kingdoms. False gods were even rarer. Although there were still many people who hadn't arrived yet, this time almost all the super powerhouses of the surface world and the demon realm had gathered. Chinrue and Satan were on the demon realm side. Raisin and others were also here. On the opposite side, there were several familiar faces in the human world camp, including Ryuzuku's Dragon Emperor Palgoris, the elves Chilanya, and the strongest 3 supreme angels. When Chun-Rui and others appeared, these gazes immediately focused on them. Michael. Satan was the first to let out a cold laugh. The progress of your strength is truly disappointing. 300 years of faith power has only allowed you to reach this level? Michael moved his gaze from Chun-Rui to Satan, and there were faint sparks flashing between their gazes. Do you want to try? Michael claimed to be the person closest to God, and he was also known as the strongest false god in the human world, while Satan was the strongest false god in the demon world. The feud between the two of them could be traced back to the era when they were both angels. This meeting was naturally filled with the smell of gunpowder. Gabriel, who had his eyes closed, said coldly, "This is not the place to pick a fight. If you want to fight, go out and fight." This sentence could be said to not help either side, but neither Satan nor Michael further stirred up the situation. They just snorted at the same time and temporarily let go of this matter. With the restraint of the strongest powerhouses on both sides, as an example, the light and darkness who used to hate each other did not have any major conflicts. Instead, lawless strange laughter made the Dragon Emperor on both sides feel a little creepy at the same time. The next step was to wait. When almost everyone was here, it was time to enter the main topic. Chapter 1208. Those who could step into the superclass were not impatient people, and most of the people present had experienced such a scene. Although many of the opponents were old enemies for many years, they all kept their composure and took the attitude of taking things as they came. There were also many circles on both sides. The people on Chun-Rui's side were a small group, but Raisin did not come over, and Satan was also proud and independent. Chi Lanya and Palgoris were inconvenient to greet due to their camps. In the eyes of most others, except for the Dragon Emperor, who was the well-known Dragon Emperor of the Demon Realm, the veiled Catherine and the newly promoted Bloody Empire Empress Tiffany were somewhat familiar. Chun-Rui's side was basically a stranger. Occasionally, a few people recognized Lilia, Paglio, and Lomont as the participants of the Bloody Empire's martial arts tournament back then. In terms of strength, they should be rookies. It was these rookies who actually laughed as if no one else was around. The powerful people around them frowned. If it weren't for the great God Augustus, they would have reprimanded or used their power to deter them. Chun-Rui naturally didn't care about the gazes of others. He talked to his own people as if nothing had happened. Ben Hong was at the outermost of the small circle. He had always been a listener. Of course, no one would have thought that this tall and slender beauty who seemed a little silent was the mysterious powerhouse Ben Hong who suppressed Satan, Charlier, and other peak stage fake gods to take away the silver box. While waiting, people came one after another. Chun-Rui saw another familiar figure, the former Bloody Empire's first general, Gustav. His real name was Bridget Samuel, the patriarch of the Samuel royal family. Bridget fought with Raisin desperately in the martial arts tournament of the Bloody Empire. Although it was breathtaking, he was defeated and died in the end. It was Catherine who saved him with the resurrection potion given by Chun-Rui and promised the Samuel royal family a place to live. So Bridget lent the Furious King armor to Catherine. Catherine really kept her promise. Now half of the Samuel royal family lived in the Shadow Empire, and the other half still stayed in Town Essidor of the Bloody Empire. The new Blood Empress, Tiffany, also adopted a relatively tolerant policy toward the Samuel family. She and Catherine jointly recommended Bridget to become one of the members of the Three Empires Alliance. Now that the three empires were allied, the demon realm was unprecedentedly united and peaceful. Even if they had any ambitions, they could only be born at the wrong time. However, the Samuel family was finally no longer facing an existential crisis. They could reproduce and develop relatively steadily. All right, the number of people is about right. Let's start. Michael was the first to speak. His indifferent voice echoed in everyone's heart, and the surroundings suddenly quietened down. Let me introduce myself first. Most of you know me. I'm the Supreme Angel of the Church of Light, Michael. Under normal circumstances, the human world that I represent and the demon realm are each other's mortal enemies. There will definitely be a battle to the death between us, but not today. Many people who have signed a contract before understand that now is not the time for us to have a real decisive battle, especially when the gate appeared abnormally early this time. This may mean that some situations have become worse, so the war between the human world and the demon realm is imperative. Moreover, the intensity and the number of deaths in this war are far greater than in the past. Michael's eyes showed a faint deterrence. Wherever his gaze passed, the weaker cultivators only felt terrified and could hardly look straight at him. Hearing Michael's words, Chinrue couldn't help but frown tightly. In terms of rules, there are not many changes. Those who are above the super rank are prohibited from participating in the war, and they must push this war behind the scenes at all costs. Unless one party reaches the final moment of survival, then specific personnel can take action to prevent a certain outcome. On this point, all the fake gods have already reached a consensus, including my old opponents in the demon realm. Don't ask me the specific reason. Most of you are not qualified to know. You just need to execute it. If there are no problems, let's sign the contract this time. After saying that, a contract that had been prepared long ago appeared in front of Michael, emitting a faint golden light. Towards Michael's words, old opponent Satan did not raise any objections, expressing his tacit agreement. Most of the old people were old people from 300 years or even longer, and they were also mentally prepared for this. Just as they were about to come forward to sign the contract, a voice suddenly sounded. Wait a moment. Everyone's eyes fell on the person who spoke. It was one of the guys in the demon realm who had been quite vocal previously. He was probably a rookie who had just advanced to the kingdom, but he actually dared to question the peak, fake god Michael. Some people were already gloating. I want to know the reason. Chinrue looked straight at Michael. It was obvious that the things that Gabriel and Raphael had taken from the psychedelic forest were very effective. Michael was no longer injured, and his strength had increased a little. It was very likely that he had benefited from the creation of the container. Michael's eyes flashed. Just as he was about to speak, someone from the Light faction sneered disdainfully. It was a silver-haired man, and his strength was actually at the peak fake god level. However, in Chenrue's eyes, this person was weaker than the three angels. The silver-haired man looked at Chenrue with contempt. Didn't you hear what Michael said just now? The demon realm is really getting worse with each generation. Satan, are all the people around you ignorant and fearless people? As soon as this was said, the people from the Light faction immediately laughed mockingly. Many people from the demon realm had ugly expressions. Satan clearly did not like the silver-haired man. He showed a look of ridicule and did not bother to explain. Who is this person? Chenrue did not know this silver-haired man, so he asked Ben Hong, You don't even know who I am? The silver-haired man snorted. However, an ant like you has no right to come into contact with people of this level. Let Satan, Charlie, or Abaddon talk to me. Ben Hong already replied, This person is called Ligel. He is a coward who only knows how to stir up trouble. He is not worth mentioning. Ligel was furious. Who are you? How dare you speak such nonsense? Don't think that just because this is a special time, I will not dare to kill an ant like you. Your left eye has already recovered? Ben Hong revealed a cold smile. Unfortunately, you are still so blind. Do you want me to help you dig it out again? This time, I will dig out your right eye as well. Ligel was shocked. He revealed a look of shock. You are Ben Hong. There was no lack of experienced super experts on the demon realm side. When they heard the name Ben Hong, they were all shocked. This was a mysterious expert who was as famous as Satan in the legends. They did not expect him to be a woman. Satan added, Indeed, you have eyes but failed to see. I don't want to talk nonsense with a fence-sitter like you. However, let me tell you one thing. Charlie and Abaddon, whom you want to talk to, have already died in the hands of this person. As soon as this was said, not only Ligel, but the three supreme angels were also shocked. After Charlie Abaddon had also been killed by him, Shinrue did not even look at Legel. He only stared at Michael. I want to know the answer. This time, Legel did not dare to make a sound. Michael laughed coldly. I do not know whether you are him or not. However, it is the same if you know the answer or not. Why? Shinrue directly asked the question that had been bothering him for a long time. The peace of the demon realm was brought about by him with great difficulty. Of course, he was not willing to be destroyed by the flames of war. Moreover, he had always wanted to resolve the hatred between the demon realm and the surface world, especially after he understood the truth of the war between the two realms being manipulated. He wanted to resolve the war between the two realms from the root. He did not want countless lives to be continuously lost for some unknown reason. These lives probably included Arthur's father and sister, Shinrue's friends and relatives, and so on, because you do not have the power to change it. Michael's words made Shinrue raise his eyebrows. He slowly extended his fist. Purple starlight shone brightly on his body. A majestic and vast aura instantly filled the entire space. With Shinrue as the center, an unstoppable and powerful force field spread out in all directions. Wherever it passed, the cultivators were all repelled and sent flying. Rala, Ben Hong, and the others had received his telepathic communication early in the morning. They retreated in advance with Augustus. The expressions of the peak pseudo-gods changed as well, because their bodies were also involuntarily pushed back by the huge force field. Michael and the others naturally did not want to be suppressed like this. Armor of faith appeared on their bodies at the same time. However, they still felt that it was getting more and more difficult. At that moment, they did not care about hiding and used their full strength. A faint light of destruction flashed in Satan's eyes. A round clock vaguely appeared behind him. There was a strange hand on the round clock. Michael turned into a huge phantom with 12 wings. The Holy Cross sword in his hand shone with a radiance like the sun. Gabriel's closed eyes had already opened. The space where he was in had become a world of silver and red intertwined. The spiral pattern was one with the Holy Song sword in his hand. Raphael held the silver staff tightly. The space around him bloomed with light and heat. Many glowing holy creatures danced in the air. Raphael held an object in the shape of a horn. The space under his feet had already condensed into ice. Many winged angels appeared in the cold air around him. The moment these powers appeared, it was as if they were working together to suppress the purple starlight. The purple starlight gradually tightened. However, the compressed starlight became brighter and brighter. In the blink of an eye, a galaxy appeared in everyone's vision. In the galaxy, the dazzling constellations gradually gathered toward Shinrue. Michael and the others felt the pressure increasing. The country around them also began to tremble and dim. All of the transcendent, grade, cultivators watching the battle were shocked. A single person had managed to suppress 5 pinnacle semi-divinities. Raphael was the first to be unable to hold on. The frozen world was the first to collapse. He was sent flying. His face was pale. It was obvious that he had suffered a great loss. The other 4 felt that it was getting more and more difficult. I didn't expect your strength to have already reached such a level. However, even if you defeat everyone, it's useless. You still can't change the result. This was Gabriel's voice. Although she wasn't the strongest, her Saint Battle heart was the most special, so she was relatively more relaxed. Do you remember the clause in the contract that Ben Hong signed with us when he came to White Cliff that day? Shinrue could not help but restrain his power. Of course I do. The clause was that in the future, when facing the most serious public enemy, Party B must unconditionally form a united front with Party A at the first instance. Then, it's time for you to fulfill the contract. Michael's voice sounded. Shinrue was shocked. He finally stopped using his power. He had already understood the greatest truth, the purpose of the sacrifice in the war between two worlds. Chapter 1209. Abyss, the biggest trouble. The endless war between two realms and countless lives are all for the purpose of sealing the abyss. According to Chun Rue's conjecture, the place where the abyss is sealed should be in the elemental realm. However, the truth of the seal was finally revealed today. Then, what's sealed in the elemental realm? Chinrue faintly understood something. It seemed that part of the fog that wrapped more of the truth was removed. It was not that Ben Hong or the others deliberately kept him guessing. Given the scene when Moore revealed the secret of the elemental realm, some things were affected by an invisible rule. If he revealed it rashly, he would be destroyed like Moore. If you want to show your power, you've achieved your goal. However, if you want to stop the war or the contract, you'll be the enemy and sinner of the entire world, no matter what your purpose is. Raphael said with a sneer, "Your power is indeed amazing. None of us can defeat you in a one-on-one fight. However, don't be too complacent. If we, the three Supreme Angels, launch the Oracle Formation with the secret skill of Fusion Kingdom, we will definitely suppress you." Oracle Formation. Chinrue slightly frowned. After I've shown such a great power, how could Raphael still be so confident? You won't have a chance to fuse. Ben Hong's voice sounded. Meanwhile, Ben Hong and Rala appeared beside Chinrue. Ben Hong's chi locked onto Raphael, while Rala's chi locked onto Chinrue. Chinrue's eyes flickered. It seems that this Oracle Formation is indeed unimaginably powerful. Otherwise, Ben Hong wouldn't make such a move. Besides, the Oracle Formation should also have the weakness that it could be broken one by one before the fusion is successful. This battle is meaningless. Satan opened his mouth. Actually, you should be clear that the lives sacrificed in the war between two realms are more important than the entire world. If your strength is only at the level that you've just displayed, then I can tell you bluntly that, just like us, your strength is not enough to change the outcome, and you can't afford to fail. This sentence made Chinrue silent. The abyss was his greatest enemy. Back then, he joined forces with Satan to destroy the main altar of despair. If it were not for Helen's siren's heart, his soul would have completely collapsed under the power of the Lord of Despair, Delothro's clone. That was just Delothro's projection. According to Ben Hong, the Lord of Despair was the weakest among the three Lords of the Abyss. Although Chinrue's current strength was far greater than it had been in the past, and even Satan and Michael were no match for him. From Satan's words, it was clear that Chinrue was no match for the three juggernauts. What's more, the three juggernauts had an endless army of abyssal demons under their command. This is a painful choice, but it's a choice that has to be made. In the distance, Augulus spoke. Although he was only a middle-stage false god, compared to those peak false gods, he knew the character of his future son-in-law better. This man possessed incredible power, and at the same time there were things in his heart that were superfluous to the strong. Perhaps it was because of this that he was able to achieve such incredible things. It was also because of this that Augulus felt reassured to keep both of his daughters by his side. Chinrue clenched his fists. Satan and Augulus were right. Even if he had the ability to forcibly stop the war between the two realms, he could not bear the consequences of failure. It was difficult for him to accept the fact that so many innocent people would die in the war, but he could only accept it. A sense of powerlessness, a strong sense of powerlessness. Chinrue looked at the super experts around him and let out a long sigh. The starlight around him dimmed, and the moment the light disappeared, he also disappeared. Rala frowned and followed after him. So did Paglio and the others. Lala thought about it and left as well. Only Ben Hong remained standing in the same place. Too many fetters, too many scruples. Michael looked indifferently in the direction where Chinrue disappeared. Laughable weakness. That's right. You only have strength, but you lack absolute obsession with power. Satan agreed with Michael's opinion. Perhaps it's another kind of obsession that we don't understand. Gabriel closed his eyes again. Ben Hong's lips moved, but he did not say anything. His figure gradually faded. Another guy who is fettered by meaningless things. Raphael looked at Ben Hong's disappearing figure and sneered. She has never gotten over it. However, none of this is important to me. Satan laughed. So what if the entire world sinks into oblivion? As long as I become a god, it's fine. He, she, and all of you are merely stepping stones for me. Don't be complacent too early. Michael snorted coldly. There will be a battle between you and me sooner or later. However, the appearance of the door this time is probably fishy. Let's finish the most important thing first. The golden contract appeared again. This time, no one raised any objections. Chenrue left the light pillar and flew aimlessly for a while. He landed on a mountain and looked ahead, silently. There was a sudden fluctuation in his consciousness. Ben Hong's figure appeared in the Galaxy Divinity Temple of the Super System. It was a soul clone. The main plane is like a core. The periphery is an eternal protective barrier laid by divine power. Any power that is not allowed is excluded outside the barrier. However, due to the fall of the Supreme, eternity is no longer there. Infinite has become limited. Only life force can be sacrificed to fill the barrier for protection. Not only the power is greatly reduced, but continuous sacrifice is also needed. The door is a warning sign that the power of the barrier is close to exhaustion, so a war must be fought. However, one day, the door that has lost eternity will collapse. This time, the appearance of the door in advance indicates that the degree of strain on the barrier has exceeded the normal situation. Sacrifice is inevitable. War is the most suitable method. Otherwise, we can only take action and kill directly. You can't change it, so you can only accept it. Unless you can have the determination to destroy everything, or the power that overrides everything. After these words, Ben Hong's figure disappeared. There was no farewell in these words, but Chenrue knew that this was a farewell. She left. Ben Hong fulfilled his promise and helped Athena give birth to the child safely. Now he chose to leave. Maybe they would meet soon. Maybe it would take a long time. Maybe they would never meet again. Just like a certain song, it was better not to meet. Chenrue sensed Ben Hong's name in Link. He was silent for a long time, but he didn't cancel it in the end. Rala followed Chenrue from a distance and didn't go up to disturb him. The other people who came one after another were ignored by the fairy dragon. They just nodded at Catherine. Although the fairy dragon wanted to stay with Chenrue, she knew very well that Catherine was the most suitable guide for him, who was in conflict and pain. Catherine flew to Chenrue's side and didn't speak. She just stood side by side with him and watched his gaze. Everything in front of me. Chenrue finally spoke, but he only said half a sentence. Catherine was telepathically connected with him, and she continued, You don't want to see these all turn into ashes that can be destroyed, but you can't accept the cruelty of sending countless innocent lives to the altar with your own hands. Personally, that's right. Chenrue looked at his hand. I have the power to stop it, but I can't stop it. It was caused by my own hands. Before I ascended the throne, my 2 brothers were completely annihilated under the ambush I planned. None of them survived. Catherine also looked at her hand. My only remaining brother was personally killed by me on the battlefield. At the moment I killed him, what came to my mind was the scene when I held his hand and told him stories when I was young. At that moment, I only felt unprecedented weakness. I wanted to throw away the sword in my hand and cry out loud, but I didn't cry. Instead, I raised the sword with blood flowing, accepting the cheers of the soldiers and the surrender of the enemy. Chenrue held Catherine's hand. Tears flashed in Catherine's eyes, but her tone was still calm. For me, they are my last siblings, but for the Shadow Empire, they are the source of turmoil. If I don't kill them and pacify the Empire, more people's siblings will die because of this. I don't remember how many times I woke up crying in my dreams. I curled up alone, trembling in loneliness and pain, and I even wanted to give up my life. However, in the face of the throne that controlled the life and death of the entire empire, I became a cold and emotionless empress again. On that throne, there were countless lives that passed through my hands, and many of them were actually innocent people. For the sake of the entire empire, I had no choice. Catherine. Chinrue held Catherine's hand tighter. Catherine gently leaned on his shoulder. I have hoped and fantasized more than once that my father was not poisoned by my eldest brother, that my brothers would not rebel for the throne, and that I am still the princess who is loved by my father and brothers and worshipped by my younger brother. I can no longer use a mask to hide my loneliness and fear. I can rely on a strong arm, hold his hand, and share each other's pain and happiness. I understand what you mean. Chinrue let go of his hand and gently hugged Catherine's waist. Some of her hopes could never be realized, but some had been realized, because this was hope. We can suffer because of reality, but we can't lose hope. Tiffany also came to his side. This is what you once said to me. Hope. In order to protect all hope, burn everything to fight. This was the vow in his heart. Whether it was sadness or decadence, this vow would not change. Chinrue nodded and held Tiffany's hand. Miss Long deliberately coughed behind him. Chinrue and the two empresses looked at each other and smiled. He turned around, opened his arms, and gave Rala a hug. Chinrue looked at the people in the distance and felt the warmth wrapped around his heart. He felt confident and determined again. A stronger power that overrides everything. Chinrue took a deep breath and raised his head. It was as if there was a strange eye in the void that was looking at him. Chapter 12:10. Compared to the turmoil in the demon realm, the appearance of the door caused the human world to be in chaos. Just the significant weakening of the light element alone caused countless people to panic. At this time, the Holy Mountain of Light issued an order to all empires and kingdoms, ordering the human countries to immediately stop all civil wars and form a coalition as soon as possible to prepare to fight against the army of the demons. If there was any disobedience, the Holy Mountain of Light would launch the highest sanction and destroy the entire country. In the past, the Holy Mountain of Light only appeared in the form of a religion. It would not interfere too much in the internal affairs and disputes of the countries. This kind of order was extremely rare, but it was not the first time. More than 300 years ago, more than 800 years ago, they had issued such an order. It was not that there were no countries that disobeyed in history, but those countries almost instantly became history. Demons, in the knowledge of humans with a relatively short lifespan, had countless legends. In almost every legend, there were common keywords such as cruelty, fierceness, and bloodthirstiness. For this terrible existence that would come every 500 years, people's feelings were mostly similar. Fear, hatred, enmity. The two holy empires took the lead in responding to the order of the Holy Mountain of Light. The fastest was Rex the Great. Every time, the location of the light beam would change. This time, the location was actually within the Jinghui territory of the Longhuang Empire. The light beam was only 2 days away from the Longhuang Empire's capital, Eurodisha. Once the army of the demons invaded, not only the most fertile Jinyao territory, but even Eurodisha was likely to become a scorched land. There was no room for slacking. Therefore, Rex the Great mobilized the elites of the country at the first instance and concentrated them in the Jinyao territory. He also built a large number of fortifications to prepare for the upcoming war. Empress Rambis of the Ryo Empire organized a well-equipped army in a short period of time, led by the first general, General Sandro, and sent them to the Longhuang Empire to assist in the war. The two empires responded so quickly that other countries also stopped their disputes and organized their armies to gather in the Longhuang Empire. The supreme commander of the human world's allied forces was naturally Rex the Great. Although the armies of the various countries had their own commanders, They had to listen to Rex the Great's commands when it came to the operations of the Allied forces. The news that made the human Allied forces excited came. The dragons, the elves, and the dwarfs announced at the same time that they would send their elite troops to participate in the war as part of the human world to fight against the enemies of the demon realm together. The elves were the strongest archers and mages. If used properly, they could play a decisive role on the battlefield. The dragons and the dwarfs also sent their own armies. The dragons were naturally powerful, and even the dwarfs had extraordinary combat power that surpassed ordinary human soldiers. With the addition of the reinforcements from the three major races, the battle power of the Allied forces became even more powerful. They were even more confident in defeating the demon world. For a moment, the morale of the entire surface world was high. Silver Moon, immortal capital. Your Majesty, why send the two princesses to the battlefield? The one who asked the question was the elven elder Patrick. She was the Empress' trusted aide and also Princess Michelle's magic teacher, especially Her Highness Michelle. It turned out that the commander of the elves this time was the first Princess Phyllis. Even the little Princess Michelle had become a member of the army. Empress Liv shook her head and sighed. There's a saying that goes, an unpolished jade is worthless. Whether it's Phyllis or Michelle, they will grow up sooner or later. Don't worry. With Elder Chilanya and Elder Finoa protecting them in secret, nothing will happen to them. Another trusted elder, Cherapan, also spoke up. Please forgive me for being blunt, but from what I can see, Your Majesty's decision is ill-considered. The elves rarely participate in the war between the two worlds. Regardless of whether they win or lose, there will always be casualties. The birth rate of the elves is low to begin with, and their population is limited. If there are casualties, it will be an irrecoverable loss. This time, we have sent out almost all of our elites. I want to know the specific reason. That's right. This is only the beginning of the war. The outcome of the battle is still unclear. Based on past situations, our best attitude is to wait and see. You don't have to say anything more. This is Lady Elusier's order before she left. Empress Liv's words caused the two trusted elders to fall silent. Final order. After a while, Cherapan asked. Lady Elusier already knew that the gate would open. Empress Liv did not reply. She only looked into the distance, quietly. In reality, Elusier had said more than that. However, Empress Liv did not say the rest. The demon world was also nervously preparing for battle. Although the three empresses knew the truth of the war between the two worlds, they also knew that this war was unavoidable. This was a calamity. Only when enough lives were lost could it end. It was either the lives of the demons or the lives of the races on the ground. No one was willing to sacrifice their own race, so this war must be fought and they must not lose. Originally, the commander of the demon world was Catherine. However, Catherine, Jia, and Tiffany were already super-grade powerhouses. According to the restrictions of the contract, super-grade powerhouses were not allowed to participate in the war. Even if the three empresses did not sign the contract, as long as they appeared on the battlefield, they would be besieged by the super-grade powerhouses of the two worlds. Even if Qin Rui was there to suppress the three supreme angels, Satan and others, this would cause a higher-level war. Most importantly, the war between the two worlds with the sacrificial nature was still unavoidable. It could be said that the gains did not make up for the losses. The gate of the demon world was in the Bloody Empire, but the three generals of the Bloody Empire were re-promoted by Tiffany after she ascended the throne. Although their abilities were good, they were not strong enough to become the commander of the entire Demons Coalition army. At this time, Catherine, who used her illness as an excuse, recommended a candidate, Geraint, the second general of the fallen Angel Empire. Geraint's military talent was quite outstanding. Even the first general of the fallen Angel Empire, George, praised him. Catherine recommended the general of the fallen Angel Empire instead of her own Shadow Empire. She also showed convincing fairness and calmness. Sure enough, after several generals of various countries carried out a friendly military deduction, Gerent's ability was recognized by all parties. He became the commander of the demon's coalition army, as expected. The upper echelons of the three countries also knew that in addition to Gerent, the commander on the surface, the first sage, Catherine, would also plan behind the scenes to become a veritable double insurance. 10 days had passed. The gate had officially formed, and the repulsive force had disappeared. Ordinary people could approach without any hindrance. The hall and companions in the light beam disappeared and became a pure gate. In other words, as long as one entered the light beam, one could directly come to another world. Separated by a gate, the difference between life and death. The coalition forces of the two worlds were still constantly gathering and dispatching troops to make various preparations. It was fine if they didn't make a move, but once they made a move, it would definitely be a swift and fierce attack. The war had not yet started, but the atmosphere was already more tense. Dark Moon City streets. Chinrue walked slowly, forming a sharp contrast with the somewhat rapid footsteps of the people around him. After the gate opened, the pace of life in various cities involuntarily accelerated. Hurry up! I heard that Tana Supermarket is about to run out of stock. Yesterday, 50 Fallen Angel Genuine bonds could still buy a bag of flour, but it has risen to 70 today. Why are you still using Fallen Angel Genuine bonds? You can use crystal coins directly now. I know, but the bank has a maximum limit every day. Each person can only withdraw a certain amount at a time. Didn't you see the long queue at the bank door? I can't even squeeze in. Stop talking, let's go quickly. Even in the demon realm, not everyone loved war. For the majority of people who were enjoying the rare peace and becoming more and more peace-loving, the opening of the gate was like a sword of Damocles hanging high in the sky. It might fall down at any time to destroy their lives and lives. People were buying all kinds of supplies. The prices of living things such as food, clothing, daily necessities, magic supplies, and weapons increased several times in an instant. Banknotes and bonds began to depreciate, and the bank's crystal coin reserves were constantly running low. This was still under the constant suppression and regulation of the Alliance. If it was left unchecked, the economic impact alone could cause great chaos. This was just the beginning of the war. Chinrue's footsteps stopped as he heard a conversation between a mother and daughter on the roadside. Shilu, you're a girl. Don't fight with others. Look at your forehead, it's bleeding. They said that brother will die in battle. No, your brother will definitely come back and he will become an officer or even a general. I just want to see brother come back alive. Mom, why do we have to fight? Isn't our life very good? Why do we have to occupy the human world? I don't know either. Humans, and we have been sworn enemies for many years. Even if we don't take the initiative to attack, they will come and invade our homeland. Your brother is the most heroic. He is protecting our world. And we will definitely win. Brother will definitely come back. Why do we have to fight? Isn't our life very good? Brother is protecting our homeland. These words weighed heavily on Chinrue's heart. Protecting our homeland, resisting invasion, occupying the world with sunlight. These were all just lies. What is the truth? Chinrue closed his eyes. Everything around him seemed to be burning. The buildings turned into ruins. The words turned into cries. The ground was littered with corpses. The tranquility was burned by blood and fire. Countless living beings turned into cold numbers and were annihilated under the scythe of the Grim Reaper. What has life become? Chinrue slowly opened his eyes. His face was covered in tears. The tears were from pity, not weakness. Only those who respected life could truly enjoy life, comprehend life, and cherish it. A unique life, perhaps, was the existence that truly reigned above everything else. Chinrue looked at his open hand. He slowly clenched it, as though he was holding on to hope. He continued to walk forward. Chapter 12:11. The door, stood quietly between the two territories of the demon realm and the human world. It was like the calm before the storm. Demon realm, Bloodclaw estate. The ground began to tremble slightly, shattering the original tranquility. The Demon Realm Coalition Command, which had been paying close attention to the movement of the door, immediately saw this scene on the magic TV screen. At the same time, the scout's report was also sent over immediately. Take the initiative to attack. Gerant, the commander of the Demon Realm Coalition Command, showed a meaningful smile. The enemy's attitude is more active than we expected. However, this is also expected. Let's see the strength of the human coalition. The door of the Bloodclaw estate flashed, and a large number of heavily armored soldiers appeared. In the history of the war between the two realms, most of the time the demon realm took the lead to attack humans, but there were also many humans who took the initiative to attack the demon realm. Burning the flames of war into the enemy's territory was a tactic and also a strategic need. This group of heavily armored soldiers was the vanguard of the human coalition. It was the first time for almost all the soldiers to enter the legendary, terrifying demon realm. As soon as they entered, they felt a chill. There were actually two suns in the sky, but they were not very dazzling. Moreover, the temperature they emitted was much lower than the real sun. The light elements nearby were extremely thin, and the dark elements were very active. In fact, after the door appeared and the two realms intersected, the light elements of the human world and the dark elements of the demon realm were greatly reduced. Otherwise, just adapting to the environment would make these well-trained soldiers suffer a lot. The first reaction of the heavily armored soldiers when they came to this foreign world was to defend. Under the command of the commander, General Riley, they formed a semicircle formation, erected a large shield, and fully guarded against attacks from all directions. The main role of this vanguard force was to test the waters. Including General Riley himself, they had the awareness of a suicide squad. However, after defending for a long time, they did not encounter the storm-like attack that they imagined. They did not even see a shadow. It was like they had danced with all their might on the stage for a long time, only to find that the audience was empty. This news was quickly sent back to the headquarters of the Human Coalition. They originally thought there would be a fierce encounter, but they did not expect this situation. For a while, the generals at the headquarters of the Human Coalition were discussing. General Sandro, what do you think? The Supreme Commander, Rex the Great, did not come to a conclusion directly. Instead, he asked Sandro, a famous general of the Rio Empire, probing. Sandro furrowed his brows. Just like our active attack to probe, this passive is also a probe. It seems that the devil race is more cunning and patient than we thought. I believe that it won't be long before there will be a probing battle. What we need to do is to probe further and determine and establish a stronghold for the army to be stationed as soon as possible. That will be the springboard for our official attack on the Devil Realm. Princess Felicia of the elf race also spoke. Her Highness wasn't just a pretty face, but a graduate of Starlight Academy's military department. At least in the field of military theory, she had good attainments. That's right, Rex the Great nodded. Pass down my orders. The heavy armor team will advance slowly, step by step. The follow-up troops of the frontline army will enter one after another. At the same time, send out the scout team and the sorcerer mapping team. Quickly figure out our location and terrain, and establish accurate, strategic sandbox information. After receiving the order, the heavy armor infantry maintained certain speed and advanced carefully. The troops behind them arrived one after another. In addition to the infantry, there was also a small number of sorcerer troops. The most elite scout team had already split up. These sorcerers weren't good at fighting, but they were good at detection magic. Dozens of detection devices with wings flew out in all directions like birds. The places they passed through were quickly recorded by the sorcerers with the eye of magic and marked on the topographic map. This kind of detection device was called Robin. It was a product of the elves of the City of Mages. It was very useful in war. Very quickly, the surrounding terrain characteristics became complete due to the feedback of various information. The miniaturized version of the strategic sandbox was also expanded and perfected step by step. Soon, the image of a certain eye of magic suddenly shook and dimmed. Obviously, the robin was destroyed by some kind of power. Following that, many eye of magic also extinguished, which meant that the robins were attacked. All teams immediately report the loss of the robins and the estimated situation. The captain of the sorcerer survey team, Torreya, was a middle-aged man. He didn't panic and continued to give orders. Captain, 2/3 of the robins have been lost. The locations that were attacked are about 10 to 15 kilometers. It should be a long-range attack. Captain, the scout team was also attacked and completely annihilated. The means of attack is also long-range, most likely magic firearms. If we estimate based on the range of our magic guns, the enemy's ambush should be within 20 kilometers. Maybe because of the wide range, the firepower isn't very concentrated. Commander Riley and Torreya exchanged glances and muttered, "It seems that the demon realm really does have magic firearms, and has been popularized in the army. I don't know how the magic firearms of the demon realm are compared to ours. We need to further study it. Let's report the preliminary evaluation results first." Finally, after paying a lot of losses, the scouts brought back a piece of news. They found a small town. The small town was empty without any residents. All the supplies were also removed. It was a completely empty city. The other troops behind also entered the demon realm one after another. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, the army did not enter the small town. Instead, they chose a safe, open space to camp. The Demon Realm Coalition Command, headquarters, quickly received this information. General Crawford of the Shadow Empire nodded. "Our enemy is also very patient. If we want to eliminate these soldiers, we also have to mobilize considerable strength. Town Terry is problematic at first glance. As long as they are not reckless, they will definitely not act rashly." Jarrett smiled slightly. "The enemy is still testing us. They want to use this group of soldiers to draw out our main force. If I guessed correctly, this batch is just a bait that can be abandoned at any time. The real elite troops are waiting outside the door to swallow us. Based on this move alone, our opponent is bold and ruthless enough." Corafin, one of the 3 new generals of the Bloody Empire, sneered, "Since they are willing, we will swallow them all. Fighting in the demon realm is purely courting death. Even if it is a head-on battle, we have absolute confidence." "No." Jarrett shook his head. "This group of troops is their bait. It's not impossible to turn them over and become our bait. Even if we swallow the group of enemy elites ambushing behind the door, we will only be a little full. Our appetite should be bigger." Corafin was startled. "Sir Commander means, let these human troops fall into a quagmire. Not only these, but also more troops. Then we will nibble them bit by bit. Use the smallest sacrifice in exchange for the greatest benefit." Jarrett's eyes flashed. "Now, give the order to execute plan number 3. "Plan number 3? The generals were taken aback. "Are we going to dispatch that legion?" "At night. The barracks of the human coalition army. As recorded in the ancient books, the moon of the demon realm is actually purple. Yeah, and it's so cold. It is said that the concentration of dark elements here is equivalent to the light elements on our ground. The brothers standing guard outside have been given extra coats. Except for the scouts during the day, we did not encounter any enemies. The demons will definitely not let us have it so easy. Try to stay alert. This is our first night in the demon realm. I hope it is not the last night." While they were talking, the sound of a warning horn suddenly came from outside. "What is that? Black cloud?" "No. It's the curtain of darkness of the dark magic. All troops on alert. Form a shield formation. Protect the mages. However, After the curtain of darkness dispersed, nothing happened. 2 hours later, the curtain of darkness appeared again, and there was another commotion in the barracks, but the result was the same. It's another feint. This is the enemy's tactic to tire us out. General Riley, with his rich experience, immediately figured it out. But this kind of scheme can become real at any time. We can only accept the harassment like this. As long as we relax our vigilance, we may be attacked for real. Captain Torreya, can you dispel the curtain of darkness? Torreya shook his head. This is the demon realm where the dark elements are the most active. Moreover, it is night time. Our light magic will only get half the result with twice the effort. It will be difficult to dispel the curtain of darkness. We have to try even if it's twice the effort. General Riley clenched his fists. Once the demon's trick succeeds, we will all be in danger of being destroyed. Torreya clenched his teeth and nodded. General Riley's worry was right. When it was close to dawn, the exhausted mages could no longer control the curtain of darkness. After another round of harassment, countless demons finally appeared in the curtain of darkness. Although the human soldiers were tired with the efforts of the mages, they finally got a short rest. The appearance of the enemy also gave the soldiers a way to vent their depressed hearts. After a bloody battle, after paying a considerable price, they repelled the attack of the demons. Listening to the cheers of the soldiers, General Riley frowned. The attack of this group of demons was extremely fierce. They did not care about their lives at all. Some even did not hesitate to use some kind of item to self-destruct, each in exchange for double the damage. However, the equipment of these demons was very ordinary. They did not have the elite equipment that the vanguard of the attack had expected. Instead, they looked like very ordinary soldiers. What was going on? This victory was also beyond the expectations of the commanders of the human coalition army. The bait that was released won against the enemy instead. The large army that was ready to go felt like they had punched the air instead. In any case, this war had just begun. In the plain of nightmares, a figure stood on the hillside. Half of his face was that of a handsome man, while the other half was that of a ferocious monster. The contrast between the two faces was strong. The only similarity was the gaze, which seemed to see through everything and was staring at the nightmare volcano in the distance. The volcano seemed especially calm. It was even calmer than the door from before. Chapter 12:12. In the Human Alliance Command, the president of the Alliance Command, Rex the Great, frowned tightly. The rest of the generals didn't look good either. Today was the 4th day that the Human Alliance Command's vanguard entered the demon realm, and they didn't even encounter a real battle. On the first day, the human allied forces were harassed and attacked by the demons at night. They heroically repelled the demons' army, but they also paid a corresponding price. The next day, the human allied forces still did not encounter the main force of the demons. Instead, they accidentally entered a dark magic minefield while marching. These dark lightning spells were different from the ones on the ground. With the cover of the dark elemental environment, the dark lightning spells' fluctuations were extremely small and hard to detect. However, the explosive power was extremely shocking, causing the frontline troops to suffer heavy casualties. The army was forced to slow down, and the magicians in front of them detected and cleared the mines. However, at this time the fangs of the demons' magic firearms were finally revealed. The first batch of magicians fell under the long-range sniper fire without exception. The range and accuracy of those firearms were simply outrageous. Even the heavily armored infantry protecting the magicians were caught off guard. Under the heavy protection of the second batch of magicians, the speed at which they cleared the mines slowed down significantly. At night, the human allied forces were harassed again. After a night of vigilance, the magicians had the experience of dealing with this kind of large-scale curtain of darkness. However, after a night of harassment, there was not a single attack. Instead, the magicians were exhausted and exhausted. On the 3rd day, they still did not encounter a single enemy, not even civilians. All the houses they passed were empty. This was unexpected, but the fact that they did not even encounter any enemy made the human allied forces feel strange and sullen. At night, the same harassment and night attack tactics were used again. When the sorcerers were almost powerless to dispel the curtain of darkness, the army of demons finally appeared again in the curtain of darkness. The suicide bombs made the allied human army pay more than double the price again. Over the past 3 days, the demons had left the human coalition army with the impression that they were as cunning and crazy as foxes. However, they had only ambushed and harassed them, and there had been no real battles. Finally, a piece of information was sent to the Human Alliance Command Center. Urgent report from the front lines. We've discovered the main army of the demons. There are about 100,000 of them. Have they finally appeared? One of the generals of the Allied forces, Oswin, waved his fist. These cunning demons. It's finally our turn to return the favor. Your Majesty Rex, give the order to attack with full force. Take down these 100,000 people. Rex the Great's frown did not ease. He said in a low voice, I have a feeling that there is something wrong with the demons. Sandro nodded. I have the same feeling. According to the past wars, most of the demons took the initiative to invade the ground, and without exception, they didn't use absolute power to overwhelm everything, but they did it in a crushing manner. Even if humans had taken the initiative to attack the Devil Realm, they were met with violent and ferocious attacks. When has there ever been such a situation? Could it be that something has happened within the demon race? And this time, the gate of the two realms appeared more than 100 years in advance. The demons were not prepared and could only use this trick to delay it? No. Princess Philly shook her head. The news of the alliance between the 3 empires of the Devil Realm has been confirmed long ago. More than one cultivator who returned from the Devil Realm has confirmed this. And this time, no matter how you look at it, the stability of this alliance is far greater than ordinary alliances. I believe many generals have also heard of the mysterious person who married the 3 empresses. So, I think the probability of the enemy having internal strife is almost zero. We can't pin our hopes on this. Instead, we need to be more wary of the enemy's tricks. It's obvious that the demons use the tactic of exhausting our troops and traps to weaken our combat power. Now, they finally want to use their real strength to eliminate our vanguard troops. Not only must we fight this battle, but we must also win it. Oswin's conclusion was agreed by many. Our follow-up troops are maintaining an effective reinforcement distance. If we are determined to fight, we can gather in the shortest time possible and form a large-scale formation. The individual combat power of our soldiers may be inferior to that of the demons, but don't forget that we have the greatest advantage, magic weaves. This allows our army to form a strong group and exert the strongest power in this kind of large-scale battle. This is something that the demons don't have. Even if the demons have the advantage of the environment, we won't be at a disadvantage in a head-on battle. Sandro nodded slowly. In any case, since the enemy's regular army has appeared, we can't avoid fighting. For the past few days, the soldiers' morale has been low because of the enemy's harassment. At the same time, they have also been holding their breaths. Now is a good opportunity to vent their combat power and depression. Rex thought for a moment and finally made a decision. He quickly gathered the large troops in the Devil Realm and attacked the main force of the demons. Unexpectedly, not long after this order was issued, 2 urgent battle reports came one after another. The first battle report. When the human army was gathering and preparing for battle, the main force of the demons suddenly disappeared. Everyone was stunned. How could they suddenly disappear? That was 100,000 people. Just when he was ready to fight a tough battle in one go, the enemy retreated again. Were these the fierce demons? Could it be that this army was made up of cowardly dark goblins? The second battle report. A large number of undead appeared in the army. Many of them emerged from the ground. This battle report made people involuntarily imagine the scene of rotting hands reaching out from the ground, and they felt a chill run down their spines. So that's how it is. Oswin suddenly understood. That area must be a cemetery or battlefield. The enemy deliberately led us there, wanting to use the undead army to deplete our forces. Then, the hidden main force will wait for an opportunity to launch a real attack. As expected of the cunning demons, the other generals understood one after another, and even Princess Philly could not help but nod. Your Majesty, Rex, I suggest that we immediately send reinforcements from the rear. At the same time, we continue to send reinforcements to the gate and maintain the continuity of our forces. As long as we have enough absolute power, this plot will not waver. Rex the Great glanced at Sandro. This top general of the Ryo Empire seemed to be thinking about something, and did not agree with Oswin's suggestion like the others. When Rex the Great's gaze fell on the distribution of the troops on the sand table, he suddenly trembled. We cannot send more troops. Sandro's voice was already heard. Not only can we not send more troops, we must retreat immediately. Rex the Great and Sandro looked at each other and reached a consensus. The enemy is not exhausting our forces, but luring us to send more troops. This is a trap, and a trap with a huge appetite. That's right. The previous disturbances and sneak attacks, as well as the current attack of the undead, are actually to confuse us. Sandro walked in front of the sand table. With our current formation, if we urgently need to send more troops and penetrate deeper, the battle line will be further extended. When that time comes, they only need to cut off a few key points and attack from the front and back, and we will be completely annihilated. General Sandro, have you overestimated the ability of the demons? Although Oswin felt that Sandro's analysis was reasonable, it was inevitable that he would not be satisfied when his own view was completely overturned. I just did not underestimate the enemy. Sandro shook his head. I have a hunch that the demons are stronger than we imagined. Rex the Great made a prompt decision. Order Riley to prepare for retreat, and at the same time, let the troops at the rear pretend to be reinforcements, but in fact, prepare to receive the troops at the front and defend against the enemy's attack. We have already set one foot in the trap, and the demons will not let us withdraw our foot so easily. Sandro nodded. Losses are inevitable. However, the war has just begun. For the whole game of chess, this was indeed just a small mistake. It was still far from the real victory or defeat. However, this kind of mistake was a devastating disaster for the chess pieces to withdraw from the chessboard. The command center of the Demons' Coalition Army received the news of the emergency retreat of the Human Coalition Army. Commander Jarrett sighed. It seems that the other party is more cautious than expected. My appetite is still too big. This time, I can't send out the death row prisoners as cannon fodder. Pass my order. All main forces are to attack in full force. Turn all the humans who enter the demon realm into corpses and leave them in the Bloodclaw territory. Nightmare Volcano. The orcs engraved a huge mark on the ground. The half-handsome, half-monster cloaked man held a withered wooden staff and staggered across the various marks. Wherever he passed, the marks emitted a faint light and then disappeared into the rocks as if they had never existed. Soon after, Sir, the behemoth king Fug bowed deeply to the cloaked man. The mark that Sir ordered has been completed. Fug was once the strongest orc king in the Plain of Nightmare. However, a few years ago, the orcs were suddenly attacked by the Temple Knights of the Church of Light and the joint army sent by various countries. None of the tribes were spared. If it wasn't for someone who tipped him off and covered for him to lead some of the orcs to evacuate in advance, the bloodline of the orcs would have been severed. At that time, the mysterious man who tipped him off helped the orcs settle on an island. He left half of the badge and floated away. Until today, when this strange man came with the other half of the badge and said his name, Fug only knew that the person behind the scenes who helped the orcs escape from the disaster was actually whether it was to repay the kindness or the terrifying strength that this person had shown. Fug couldn't refuse the request of the person who came. He led a group of elites to set foot on the land of the Plain of Nightmare again, and made various strange arrangements around according to the requirements of the Cloaked Man. Yes. The Cloaked Man looked around and nodded. "You've worked hard these days." "Sir, you're too kind." Fug was usually arrogant and unruly, but in front of this person, he was unusually humble. "I wonder if you have any other orders, sir? You can leave now." The Cloaked Man looked at the nightmare volcano in the distance and raised the withered wooden staff in his hand. The two badges merged into one and turned into the shape of a green leaf. It flew towards Fug. "Take this." Fug held the leaf-shaped badge in his hand, and his expression changed. "Sir, there's no need to say more." The Cloaked Man waved his hand. "If you want the bloodline of the orcs to continue, this is your only hope. I'll remind you one last time. You don't have much time left." Fug didn't dare to ask any more questions. He bowed and led his tribesmen away from the nightmare volcano. Time. The Cloaked Man didn't look at the leaving orcs. He only raised his head and looked at the sky. If someone was in front of him, they would have a strange feeling. That was, this person seemed to be looking down at the sky. He let out a long sigh. We don't have much time left." Chapter 12:13. The blazing white light flashed. This dazzling brilliance brought death and destruction. Even the heavily armored and shielded heavy infantry were not spared. They were instantly vaporized and disappeared. Only some metal remains that had been melted by the high temperature were left on the ground. The blazing white light only flickered intermittently. After appearing, it would only flash again after a period of time. Meanwhile, the flaming boulders that fell from the sky bombarded them without stopping. Especially after the boulders landed on the ground, they would explode. Even the soldiers near the center of the explosion would be sent flying by the shock waves. Even if they didn't die, their bones would be broken. If the light of the magic crystal cannons was compared to lightning, and the flints of the catapults were compared to thunder, then the ballistae were like hailstones, which were strong enough to penetrate steel shields. After exploding, the poisonous broken blades shot everywhere, and the lethality was even denser. Lightning, thunder, and hailstones were mixed with countless arrows and bullets, quickly reaping the lives of the allied human forces. After the long-range attacks, teams of heavy-armored cavalries appeared on the horizon. Although this environment was not completely plain, the demon cavalries were not riding common horses, but fierce beasts similar to wolves or tigers. Therefore, they could walk on such a slightly rugged environment as if they were walking on flat ground. Regardless of whether it was the man or the beast, they were all covered in excellent and sturdy armor. The black armor and black scimitars of the same color formed a sense of déjà vu that made people shudder. They trampled on the trembling ground like a black torrent, rolling forward. The magic guns or bows of the allied human forces could not penetrate the iron armor of the cavalry and ferocious beasts at all. Wherever the torrent passed, there were trampled and flattened corpses. General Riley, the commander of the front army of the allied human forces, was trying his best to command the defensive formation. He had many wounds on his body, the most obvious being gunshot wounds. This was the result of his personal guards risking their lives to protect him. The snipers of the demons were too terrifying. Not only Riley, but many small team commanders in the Allied forces were also killed by the long-range snipers, causing the situation to get even more out of control. As an excellent commander, Riley had more than once deduced the offensive and defensive scenes of the battle with the demons' main force in his mind. However, when the demons' army really arrived, he found that the real battle situation had already surpassed his deduction, or rather, the combat power of the demons far exceeded his expectations. This was a lopsided battle. The demons had the upper hand in their calculations, more advanced and powerful weapons, and more ferocious combat power. Despite their desperate resistance, The human allied forces could not escape the fate of being slaughtered and crushed. What shocked Riley the most was that the demons had demonstrated an amazing team attack ability, which was not inferior to the Mageweth matrix that the humans relied on the most. Not only that, but there were also huge, familiar figures in the sky, flying, diving, and throwing magic bombs. They were almost omnipotent. Someone had already cried out the name of Construct War Puppet. This was a type of soldier that only existed in magic games. It was not surprising that the demon realm had the same magic game. The dragons had already explained it at the beginning. The scary thing was that the demons actually created a killing machine that only existed in the illusion. Moreover, he was almost as strong as he was in the game. Maintain the formation. Steady. Riley roared loudly for a while, feeling dizzy. He felt like he could not hold on anymore, not only because of his injuries, but also because of the entire human allied forces. Bang! It was that damned sniper rifle again. The last guard beside him had also fallen. Bang! 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 Riley raised his sword, wanting to continue commanding, but he found that he had lost the last of his strength. The world was spinning, and his body was getting lighter and lighter. Human Allied Forces Command Center. What? Riley's entire army was wiped out. So fast! Rex the Great, who had always been calm, was shocked. The other generals all turned pale. Although they had expected that Riley's front army would be hit hard, they did not expect to be wiped out, and in such a short period of time. Just as General Sandro had expected, the demons were stronger than they had imagined. Much stronger. Currently, the Central Army has been besieged. General House is requesting support, Oswin said hurriedly. Should we reinforce the rear army and quickly support the Central Army? We can't reinforce, Sandro said. The demons will definitely go all out in their counterattack this time. If we reinforce them, it will only increase unnecessary casualties. The only way is to abandon the Central Army. The rear army must immediately withdraw from the demon world through the door. Avoid more casualties. As he said that, Sandro clenched his fists, his eyes showing pain. This was because House was a general of the Rio Empire and also a close friend who had gone through life and death with him. However, as a member of the command center who controlled the entire Allied forces, he could only make this decision. But no buts. Rex the Great stood up. No matter what the situation is, abandoning comrades is a painful decision and also a shame. However, we have to do this, otherwise we will lose more comrades. This time it was my mistake. I will take full responsibility. No, I am also responsible. Sandro sighed. It can be said that everyone here is responsible. However, as mentioned before, this war is just a prelude. Everyone nodded. Seeing that Sandro had taken the initiative to lead everyone to shoulder the responsibility, Rex the Great nodded and immediately gave the order to retreat. Then his tone changed. This battle has taught us a painful lesson, but it is not for nothing. At least we have assessed the combat power of the demons. This combat power is far beyond our imagination, but it is not invincible. In human history, we have defeated enemies stronger than ourselves more than once. The demons are just one of them. Moreover, for so many years, the demons have never achieved a real victory. Today's humiliation, we will use the blood of the demons to wash it away with our own hands. I believe that we will not have to wait too long. Rex the Great was indeed one of the two holy emperors. With just a few words, he had ignited everyone's fighting spirit. Sandro agreed. That's right. The most important thing now is to immediately mobilize the strongest troops and ambush at the gate. At the same time, quickly strengthen the defensive area in Jinyao territory. The demons are likely to take advantage of the remaining momentum to drive the defeated soldiers all the way. It is a good opportunity to wait for them to be exhausted and give them a big gift. Everyone expressed their agreement. Rex the Great sighed secretly. Originally, he had chosen to take the initiative to attack, mainly because he wanted to catch them off guard. However, it was not necessarily because he did not want to avoid Jinyao territory becoming the main battlefield. Now that the demons were powerful, they could only retreat to Jinyao territory. Eurodisha would certainly not be able to escape the impact. Even if they defeated the demons in the end, the entire Long Huang Empire would suffer heavy losses. It was difficult to say whether it could restore the power of the Holy Empire in the past. Moreover, the swindlers of the Church of Light would certainly not let go of this opportunity to help. When that time came, it was likely that there would be an even more difficult war without bloodshed. As expected, the human vanguard troops that entered the demon realm were completely annihilated. General House was killed in battle, and the rear troops were also fiercely attacked. Fortunately, they retreated early, and a small half of the soldiers were spared. Until all of them retreated from the demon realm, there was only one expression on the survivors' faces: fear. However, after the demons annihilated most of the rear troops, they did not rush out of the gate and use the momentum of their great victory to attack the human world. Instead, they retreated in an orderly manner, causing the ambush that had been hastily prepared in Jinyao territory to fail. The people of the various countries on the surface had learned that the coalition army's vanguard troops had been defeated, but the specific number of casualties was not very clear. Rex the Great also made a public speech. Our opponents this time are not only unprecedentedly ferocious and cunning, but also very patient, like an experienced hunter. Therefore, we must be 120% vigilant, work together, and prepare for a new battle. This hunting game has only just begun. It is still too early to say who is the hunter and who is the prey. In addition, there was another unexpected piece of news. A group of orcs had joined the human coalition army. The orcs originally lived in the Plain of Nightmares. A few years ago, the Church of Light had joined forces with the armies of various countries to annihilate them in the name of heresy. These orcs had appeared out of nowhere and had actually joined the side of the human coalition army, which was supposed to have a huge grudge against them. Even the orcs themselves did not believe that these crude and uncultured orcs were righteous or something like that. However, this was a critical period. The orcs were also considered a part of the surface world. This time, the human coalition army was composed of not only human countries, but also elves, dragons, and dwarves. If they attacked the orcs rashly, these non-human races would definitely hold a grudge against them. Princess Philly of the Elves was the first to express her welcome to the orcs. Naturally, the dragons and the dwarves would not have any objections. Under such circumstances, the orcs had finally successfully joined the human coalition army. The commander-in-chief and generals of the coalition army also expressed their welcome. Due to various considerations, Rex the Great and the others did not request for the dragons, elves, and dwarves to join the vanguard and enter the demons. Now, these orcs were ferocious and brave. They were the most suitable to fight the demons head-on. They were practically cannon fodder sent to their doorstep. Why should they reject them? The addition of the orcs was just a small interlude. Everyone's focus was still on the gate of the two realms. After the previous battle, the gate had once again fallen into a state of silence. However, be it the demon world or the surface world, both knew very well that this silence was just a race against time to gather more power. The next time it was activated, it would be a real clash between the two sides. It was very likely that both worlds would be completely shaken, and it would definitely not take long. At this moment, another place that had been silent for many years finally began to shake. The ground of the Nightmare volcano began to tremble. The entire landscape was slowly undulating, as if something was beginning to expand. At this moment, the huge symbols that were hidden in the ground began to appear, shining with a green brilliance. The expanding power was illuminated by the green brilliance. It trembled slightly and gradually shrunk. However, before it could completely calm down, it began to expand again. The two completely different powers of contraction and expansion were constantly contending against each other. The cloaked man held the withered staff in his hand and watched everything quietly. Everything nearby was trembling under this huge power. Cracks appeared in the clouds in the sky, and between the cracks, a blood-red color could be vaguely seen. The trembling finally subsided. However, the cloaked man's eyes did not relax at all. Just like the war, the trembling had only just begun. The real trembling. Chapter 12:14. Time passed day by day. Demons finally appeared in the door that was watched by countless eyes in Jinyao territory. However, there was only one person. In the face of the human coalition army's formation and monstrous, murderous vibe, this person seemed calm as if he didn't see anything. This calmness was maintained until the human coalition army headquarters in Jinyao City. The messenger of the demons. Rex the Great looked at the demons that looked no different from ordinary humans in front of him. This should be the strongest race among the demons other than the royal family. They had a special demon transformation during battle. Your Majesty Rex, I'm Francis. Vachely, the deputy commander of the Red Dragon Legion under the first general of the fallen Angel Empire, George. I'm here to deliver the letter of challenge from the supreme commander of the Demons' Coalition Army, General Gerant. Francis' tone was neither humble nor arrogant. He faced the covetous eyes around him indifferently. General Gerant? It turns out that this commander made me suffer a big loss in the battle in the demon realm. Rex the Great ordered his subordinates to take the letter of challenge from Francis. He looked at it and was slightly surprised. General Gerant wants to fight with me fair and square? And it's even in this Jinyao territory. The situation of the human coalition army and the door in the Jinyao territory must have been learned from the captured soldiers. It was not necessarily the betrayal of the captured soldiers. In this magic world, there were many ways to read memories. It was not surprising to get this information. Yes, Francis' eyes flashed and looked around. I wonder if you have the guts. Humph. Reckless provocation. You want to provoke us with such a small trick? Tristan, the famous general of the Long Huang Empire, had always been hot-tempered. He immediately said loudly, Your Majesty, demons are insidious and cunning. We suffered heavy casualties in the last battle because of conspiracies. There's no need to talk to this person. Kill him and throw his head into the demon realm. That's the best answer. Tristan's only younger brother was the commander of the rear army stationed in the demon's realm. Unfortunately, he had died in the previous battle of the demon's realm, so Tristan hated demons to the bone. As soon as these words came out, many people responded one after another. The killing intent in the command center suddenly became extremely cold. Although Francis's strength had reached the peak stage of the Demon Emperor, it was impossible to escape in such a place with many powerhouses. Rex the Great stared at the fearless Francis and suddenly laughed. How dare you? This sentence is not only for you, but also for General Gerant. I understood what he meant. This duel was an open and above-board scheme. In the face of absolute power, schemes were just insignificant tricks. Please go back and tell General Gerant that I will accept this battle. Seeing that Rex the Great actually let Francis go unscathed, Tristan couldn't help but panic. Your Majesty! Rex the Great glanced at his old subordinate. Tristan, I look forward to you personally beheading the head of the demon's general who commands the enemy on the battlefield, but not for the identity of this messenger. Tristan clenched the hilt of the sword at his waist, and his momentum was great. Yes! I also look forward to meeting this General Tristan again in that duel to see whose sword is sharper. Goodbye. Francis gave a simple military salute to Rex the Great, turned around and strode away. After a moment of silence, Sandro, who had been silent, said, The demon's letter of challenge this time is unexpected. What is even more surprising is their confidence. They actually proposed a head-on duel on our battlefield. This kind of confidence is almost terrifying. We must have the confidence to win, but we must also be prepared for all kinds of hard battles or even bitter battles. Sandro did not say be prepared for failure, because this battle was very important. They could not lose no matter what, even if it meant death. Yes, the previous setbacks have passed. Don't take it too much to heart. This will be the real first battle, and it may be the decisive battle. Rex the Great narrowed his eyes slightly. Both sides will send out their strongest forces. In the demon realm we did lose. The demons have proven their strength. Now that they have come to our territory, it's time for us to prove our strength. Behind us are countless eyes of our relatives and clansmen. In any case, we must win this battle. The voice of Rex the Great spread far away. All the soldiers who heard it raised the weapons in their hands excitedly and shouted in unison, "Victory! Victory!" The voices became louder and louder. Even the messengers of the demon realm who had gone far away could hear it. Francis showed the same confident smile at the corner of his mouth. The demon realm will win this battle. In the void, shattered. The broken void flashed with the electric light caused by the collision of terrifying energy from time to time. There was a chaotic and huge force field everywhere. The whole world was constantly twisting, breaking, and shaking. The space was blurry. Countless nebula-like things were crisscrossing at high speed. Every movement could cause a huge power that could almost destroy the world. The blurry center became clear again. Those nebulas were actually figures. The power they possessed was as vast and even great as a small universe. However, under the light of the thing in the core, the light of these great figures dimmed. Many of them even scattered into wastelands and dust, vanishing without a trace. The core surrounded by the great figures was a blood-red thing. When the vision changed, it seemed that it was also a human figure, but only half of its body was left. Even though it was only half of its body, it still showed indescribable power. The shining nebulas turned into wastelands and dust in front of the crazily waving blood-red thing. The figures that approached were torn apart and annihilated. Even so, the figures in the nebulas continued to advance. The blood-red half-body was also shrinking bit by bit. The blood-red body suddenly let out a furious roar. That terrifying roar caused the world to turn upside down. The lower half of the body began to rapidly shrink and transform. As the blood aura continuously converged under the attacks of the starlight, a huge eye slowly opened. A blood-red pupil. This pupil did not emit the power of destruction or creation. Instead, it emitted a kind of aura that was the most primitive and the most final, eternal, and immortal. The moment he opened his eyes, substantial cracks appeared in space, and the cracks were filled with a shocking blood-red color. Wherever the blood-red color passed, regardless of whether it was a nebula or a human figure, they were all shattered and turned into ashes. Everything in his vision was shattered. Chinrue suddenly opened his eyes. What entered his vision was a familiar room. A thin ray of dawn was seeping through the window. "What's wrong?" Isabella's concerned voice sounded beside him. "Nothing. It seems like I had a nightmare." Chinrue's tensed body slowly relaxed, and his breathing also relaxed a lot. "Your head is full of sweat." Rala on the other side wiped his forehead. What nightmare was it? As Chinrue was about to answer, he suddenly found that in the storage warehouse of the super system, a card that was originally emitting a faint light gradually extinguished. Magic card, King of Darkness. This card can actually produce such a spiritual impact in the storage warehouse. The nightmare just now was a spiritual illusion. Chinrue shook his head. "No, although I can only see it and can't move it, that feeling is more like witnessing the real existence with my own eyes." The card seemed to reveal some amazing truth in the dream. That blood-red pupil. There is also the eye in the void that I saw in another place. Chinrue pondered for a moment and shook his head. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Looking at Isabella and Rala's worried look, Chinrue held the two women's hands and kissed them. "Do you want to sleep a little more? Your mental state is not very good." The morning was generally the time when one was full of vitality. If it was on a normal day, Sleep a little more would be tantamount to a hint, and it would be another round of passionate entanglement. However, Chinrue was obviously restless today. He was even a little haggard. Fairy Miss Long and Madame Aunt noticed it. How could she still have the mood to flirt? She just wanted her man to really rest for a while. No, it's still early. You guys sleep a little more. I'll get up for some fresh air. Chinrue got up and walked out of the house. Looking at the calm sky as usual, he didn't know why, but a sense of depression had become more and more intense these days. Chinrue wasn't the only one who felt depressed. Almost all the demons had a heavy feeling in their hearts during this time. The reason why the demons felt depressed was because of the upcoming decisive battle between the demons' allied forces and the human allied forces. Nightmare Volcano. The tremors in the surroundings became more intense. Large tracts of soil and rocks arched up high and were forcibly suppressed by the green brilliance emitted by the huge string of characters. However, this suppression was becoming more and more difficult. The amplitude and frequency of the undulation of the ground was gradually increasing. The huge rune had already expanded to its limit, and cracks were faintly appearing on it. After being suppressed for so long, the expanding force was about to completely explode. A seemingly withered wooden staff landed on the rock, and the hard rock was easily penetrated by the seemingly decayed, withered branch. The nearby swollen ground quickly deflated like a punctured balloon. At the same time, drops of blood flowed along the withered wooden staff and fell to the ground. Before they could seep into the ground, they were quickly evaporated by the high temperature. The source of the blood was the hands that were holding the withered wooden staff tightly. One was a fair hand, and the other was a beast-like claw. The dark green cloak that the figure was wearing was mostly dyed black and green by the dried blood. The figure's bent body trembled slightly, and blood continued to flow out. This was not the first time. If someone was beside him, they would be able to feel that the life in the cloak was like a candle in the wind. It could be extinguished at any time, but it survived time and time again. The ground soon began to shake again. The figure in the cloak roared, and his whole body burned with green light, trying to suppress the turbulent force. The increasingly violent undulation caused large cracks to appear on the ground. The cracks on the huge characters deepened, and dark red light flowed out of the cracks like surging blood. This time, not only the huge characters, but even the withered wooden staff had cracks. All of a sudden, everything seemed to have stopped. In the next second, everything exploded. The entire volcanic area, the entire plain of nightmares, trembled. The nightmare volcano had erupted. Chapter 12:15. In the Jinyao territory, on the plains where the gate was located, all the troops of the allied human army were on standby. The plains of Jinyao territory were vast and flat, most suitable for cavalry to fight on. However, this time, the allied human army didn't use the arrow formation, which was most suitable for cavalry frontal assaults. Instead, they used the geese formation, which was composed of several large phalanxes. This was a battle formation that spread out horizontally. The phalanxes on the left and right flanks were arranged in echelons, somewhat resembling a V-shape. The cavalry was placed on the two flanks. Not only could this formation unleash the power of the two flanks, it could also effectively protect the flanks and the rear. However, this weakness was only relative to the geese formation. This was Jinyao territory, the home ground of the allied human army. Not only were there catapults, magic crystal cannons, and all sorts of other military equipment in the rear, but there were even more hidden troops ready to ambush and replace them at any time. This weakness had instead become a strong point filled with traps. There were about 800,000 soldiers participating in this battle. In terms of numbers, this was only a small portion of the allied human army's total military strength. However, this was the most suitable military force that this plain could accommodate. Moreover, these 800,000 soldiers were the most elite troops of the allied human army and were also equipped with the best weapons. The two flanks were heavy cavalry. On the left flanks, the cavalry and war horses were all equipped with sturdy armor. The cavalry's armor also contained light and durable cloth armor that could further increase their defense. Apart from a long sword, every cavalry was equipped with a 5-meter-long lance. The tip of this huge lance was a special armor-piercing point that could easily penetrate thick armor. However, the body of the lance wasn't made of metal but special hardwood. In order to save costs, Bin Fei had used these lances because they were extremely powerful. These outstanding knights could easily penetrate thick walls with the help of their powerful horses. However, this also had a disadvantage. Once the lance stabbed into the enemy, it couldn't be withdrawn. Not only would the wrists and arms of the knights be sprained or even fractured, it would also affect the follow-up troops' charge. Therefore, the lance was a single-use item. However, the damage it could cause was also the most terrifying. On this plain terrain, there was almost nothing that could directly stop the charge of the heavy cavalry. The core of the heavy cavalry was the Long Huang Empire's most elite Dragonclaw cavalry corps, commanded by Tristan. As the strongest offensive spearhead, Tristan displayed a calmness that was completely different from his usual irascibility. The heavy cavalry on the right was made up of the dwarf clan's bear cavalry. The war bears they raised were even fiercer and more ferocious. The aura they emitted could easily destroy the fighting spirit of ordinary mounts. The bear cavalry was best at fighting in the mountains, and they were far more powerful than ordinary cavalry on the plains. In addition to the bear cavalry, the commander of the dwarves was the young hill dwarf king Orfgar. In addition to the bear cavalry, there were also 2 large infantry legions, the shield warriors and the axe warriors. The dwarves were brave and good at fighting. They also had a great talent for magic resistance. Coupled with the weapons and equipment that they forged themselves, they were known as one of the strongest infantry on the battlefield. The reason why it was said to be one of was because there was another race whose close combat ability was equally terrifying, or even more so, the orcs. Everyone knew that the orcs were warlike and valiant. In the past, the Orc Empire was a powerful existence that could only be resisted by the alliance of all the human countries. However, after the internal division of the empire, the orcs encountered a decline from the peak of their prosperity. They gradually withdrew from the political stage and retreated to the harsh conditions of the Nightmare Plain. A few years ago, they were almost exterminated by the Church of Light. This time, they actually recklessly took the initiative to join the human allied forces. Among these orcs, there were also the strongest behemoth warriors. They could transform into behemoths that had the strength of the giant dragons. The equipment of this batch of orcs was different from the previous ones. They were no longer ordinary wooden sticks or leather armor, but heavy metal flails, hammers, and other heavy weapons. They also wore shiny silver chain armor that could effectively reduce the damage from long-range attacks. These equipment were given to them by Rex the Great. However, this benefit did not come for nothing. In today's battle, the orcs would be the first to charge, and they might also be the first to be sacrificed as cannon fodder. If it wasn't for the fact that this battle was so important, the orcs would not have been able to obtain these equipment at all. Compared to the barbarians like the dwarves and orcs, the elves appeared elegant and beautiful. However, no one dared to look down on these handsome men and beautiful women. They were recognized as the most terrifying long-range attackers on the battlefield, and there was no one who could compete with them. Other than their outstanding long-range shooting skills, the elves also had a strong team of magicians and an army of swordsmen with extremely high attack power. The commander of the elves was the first princess, Phyllis. Even the little princess, Michelle, had participated in this battle. If there were no accidents, these were the only 2 daughters of the elven queen, Liv. One of them would become the next elven queen. It was very likely that this battle was an important test and training for the future elven queen. Thus, the elves had changed their attitude of watching the battle in the past and sent out a huge army. There were a total of 4 armies: the Magic Archer Army, the Magic Spear Army, the Magician Army, and the Swordsman Army. The Long Huang Empire's old ally, the dragons, had also sent out their elite forces. Other than the Long Huang Empire's dragon riders, there was also a group of powerful dragons. At the moment, no one knew where these dragons were lying in ambush. Perhaps they had already transformed into human forms and mixed in with the ordinary soldiers. This would be a hidden killing machine. Even without the external aid of the 4 major races, the human army was still very powerful. The highest commander, Rex the Great, was at the bottom of the V and could command the changes on the 2 flanks as if he was his own arm. Behind him, there was the strongest Griffin coalition army. Their strength was inferior to the Dragon Riders, but their numbers far surpassed the Dragon Riders. They would become the most important fighting force in the air. Not long ago, Rex the Great had mobilized everyone before the battle. His extremely provocative speech had caused everyone's blood to boil. Their fighting spirit and morale were unprecedentedly high, and they were only waiting for the battle. As they waited, the enemy finally arrived. The light of the gate flashed, and groups of figures appeared in the vision of the allied human army. Cavalry. They were all black cavalrymen. Black magic horses, black armor, and black knights formed a sharp contrast with the cavalry on the 2 flanks. However, the armor of these black knights seemed to be weaker, and they did not have long spears for charging. They only carried bows and arrows on their backs and held machetes in their hands. Rex the Great and many other commanders were stunned. Not the heavy-armored beast cavalry, but light cavalry? In this kind of terrain where there was not much space to run and fight, they actually sent out so many light cavalry? If it was a head-on confrontation, the light cavalry and the heavy cavalry were not even on the same level. Was there something wrong with the demons' brains? Or did they not even have the most basic information about the Jinyao territory? As the commander of the heavy cavalry on the left wing of the allied human army, Tristan clearly saw the commander on the black horse at the front. It was Francis the Demons who was the messenger that day. Thinking of Rex the Great encouraging him to cut off Francis' head with his own hands, Tristan could not help but clench the sword in his hand. If the allied human army launched an attack now, they could easily crush these light cavalry. However, Rex the Great did not give the order to attack, and no one acted rashly, because everyone knew that this was just the tip of the iceberg of the demon's army. More and more black light cavalry entered Jinyao territory, forming a black arrow formation. It seemed that the demons were indeed planning to use these light cavalry to attack at the front. After the black arrow formation of the light cavalry, the type of troops finally changed. On both sides of the arrow were huge square shields that were 4 meters high and looked very heavy. At least 3 soldiers were required to hold them. The layers of huge shields blocked the line of sight, and no one knew what was hidden behind them. The next core square formation that appeared was the infantry type. The most conspicuous were the heavily armored Taurens, holding huge battle axes in their hands. The Taurens were the best blacksmiths in the demon realm and extremely powerful soldiers. Whether it was forging skills or combat power, they were not inferior to the dwarves on the ground. The square formation next to the Taurens was the Medusas and Dark Elves. There were also a very small number of Medusas on the ground. Their names were often associated with words such as petrification, snake demon, and devil. It was the first time that they saw so many fully armed Medusas in front of them. The Medusas' archery was amazing. Even if they could not match the elves, they were far better than ordinary archers. The Dark Elves were known as the Fallen Elves. Their appearance aroused the strong killing intent of the elf warriors in the fairy city of Silver Moon. What made the elves even more eager to fight was that these fallen elves were holding the same magic rifles in their hands. The square formation of soldiers appeared behind them, still maintaining the arrow formation. In other words, the entire army of demons was a huge arrow. This meant attack, attack, or attack. The row of huge figures that appeared at the end caused a commotion among the human allied forces. This was a huge human figure, about 9 meters tall, made of dark gold metal from head to toe, and its eyes flashed with a pale blue light. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, "War puppet!" The troops in the magic game, Endless Warrior Online, the demons actually created this kind of war weapon, and there were at least thousands of them. If this big guy really had the kind of power in the game, then it was almost equivalent to 1,000 giant dragons. The formation of both sides had been set up. On the plain, a geese with 2 wings and an arrowhead faced each other from afar. This was the strongest duel between the 2 worlds. It was about to start. Today might be the key day to change the 2 worlds. Compared to this battle, the eruption of the nightmare volcano that happened at the same time was just a trivial event. However, almost no one knew that this was the existence that would truly change the world. The erupting volcano was like a roaring demon, spewing out countless violent blood red. Thick smoke rose into the sky, connecting with the red sky. The suffocating air was filled with a scorching heat that could destroy everything. Countless magma flowed rapidly on the violently trembling earth. In the red sky, a diamond-shaped pattern appeared faintly, like an eye that was about to open, overlooking the spreading destruction. It was also overlooking the cloaked figure who was holding the withered staff and struggling to stand up, even though the figure's strange gaze was also overlooking the sky. The originally white hands of the cloaked figure were already filled with wrinkles. He trembled as he held the withered staff that was covered in cracks. This wooden staff was like his entire body, and it could break at any time. The cloaked figure lowered his head and panted. He did not raise his head to look at the sky. However, in his soul senses, the vague diamond-shaped eye in the thick smoke suddenly became clear. It turned from an illusion to a substance and slowly opened. This was a pupil that was burning with flames. Its gaze was filled with absolute destruction and hatred. In the sky, near the diamond-shaped eye, red lightning began to flash. The cloaked figure squinted his eyes and subconsciously looked at the scorching volcano crater. In the middle of the high-speed eruption of magma, a ball of flame was slowly rising. This flame was like a flower, slowly blooming layer by layer. In the middle of the flame, the color of blood became thicker and thicker, condensing into a human figure. It was the naked body of a woman. At first glance, the curvy figure was very alluring. However, upon closer inspection, it was chilling and terrifying. Her crimson red hair fluttered in the flames. Her dark red skin was covered with spiderweb-like patterns. Between the cracks of the patterns, a dazzling golden light could be seen. The fingernails on her hands were very long and slightly curved, revealing an incomparably sharp edge. On the faintly delicate face, there was a pair of strange eyes. Just like the eyes in the cloaked figure's heart, it had already opened.